It was pure hell. Any doubts that such a place existed vanished the moment you saw it for yourself. And there he was, right before them. The wounded man turned toward Prince Burin. Then, with the last of his strength, Kiri collapsed against the prince's shoulder. That single act was the only way Kiri could repay Burin for everything the prince had ever done for him. But Burin refused to hear such words from his friend and loyal companion. No matter how hard Kiri pleaded, Burin couldn't accept it. Even as he shouted in defiance, Kiri only tightened his grip on his sword and told him one last thing he must never forget. Burin must never give up. The prince didn't want to believe his friend was gone. Yet when he drew his sword, the sound that escaped him was not a battle cry. It was the cry of a man torn apart by loss and despair. That tragedy marked the beginning of everything. Years ago, a powerful nation called Kyrus, born from the union of dragons and humans, demanded a treasure from Sakrisha, the time axis. But Sakrisha refused. In retaliation, a sudden magical strike targeted Prince Burin. Though he reacted in time, exhaustion from the battlefield weighed heavily on him. In the chaos, he lost an arm. That refusal, the act of protecting the treasure, sparked a war that would destroy his homeland. The man now standing amidst the ruins was Burin of Sakrisha, the younger brother of King Sakrisha himself. On the battlefield, he was the one person the enemy should have feared most. And now, he knew it was over. Death was waiting for him with open arms. But then, Kiri's voice echoed in his mind, never give up. And so he didn't, not even when surrounded, not even as his strength faded. Because he was the sword of Sakrisha, its last defender, its final flame. From the smoke and ashes emerged figures in white robes, their faces hidden beneath their hoods. They were members of the magical alliance of Kyrus, known as the Valkan, led by the one responsible for this war, the Mad King of Kyrus Planch. And at their front stood Arson, the High Mage of Valkan. He greeted Burin with a twisted smile and asked his name. But Burin had long since abandoned it. He was no longer a prince, no longer a man, only a sword, one that served his king. With those words, he charged. Even through the mage's concealed face, Burin could sense his cruel delight. Arson vowed he'd remember the prince of Sakrisha. That was the end. In that final instant, every bright memory came rushing back. His days beside the king, his brother, the laughter of his knights, the pride of their banner fluttering in the wind. All of it gone forever. Everything was dark, an endless void. Yet through that darkness, a faint ray of light broke through. A voice called out, gently waking him. The tone was formal, respectful, like someone addressing royalty. Before him stood a young man with brown hair and striking blue eyes, ringing a small bell. Beside him, a servant waited quietly. The man urged him to rise quickly, saying that Prince Planch had already departed. Prince Planch? The name sent a chill down his spine. He hadn't expected to hear it ever again. That man, the one who had severed his hand. The young servant nervously asked His Highness not to speak such dreadful things. Whispers began spreading through the room. How could a prince ever lose his arm? Surely, this had to be a dream, a nightmare. But confusion deepened. He looked down, his arm was whole. The servant was unfamiliar, and the memories swirling in his mind, they didn't belong to him. Heart racing, he demanded to know who he was. The man with brown hair bowed slightly and spoke. You are Colleen Rain Kyrus, the third prince of Kyrus. The words hit him like thunder. Prince of Kyrus? Impossible. He remembered dying on the battlefield as Burin Sakrisha. How could this be? Burin quickly asked what day it was. April 28th, came the reply. And a year. The 522nd year, Your Highness. It didn't make sense. That was 10 years before his death, 10 years before the Great War. The war that had begun because of a single object, the axis of time. A mysterious relic said to reverse time only once. When it appeared in Sakrisha's palace, the entire continent trembled. Every nation wanted it, especially Kyrus. But Sakrisha refused to give it up. And so, the war began. He remembered the king's grief, the soldiers who never returned, and the day Chase witnessed his death. Maybe Chase had used the axis. Maybe he turned back time to undo that tragedy. If so, this was his second chance. His final one. He clenched his fists. This time, he would save Sakrisha, even if it meant living and dying as Prince Kyrus. His attendant reminded him that the morning meeting couldn't be delayed any longer. The prince nodded. Understood, he said softly. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll be ready soon. He rose, determined. This was an opportunity he couldn't waste. Moments later, they entered the grand dining hall. The young attendant apologized again, murmuring that he should have prepared faster. The prince simply smiled. Inside, his thoughts burned with resolve. This time, fate would be rewritten. He didn't expect Prince Randall to already be seated. Randall, the crown prince of Kyrus, was a man who carried both authority and the divine blood of tinsel within his veins. All three princes of Kyrus were half-brothers, bound more by politics than by kinship. By the king's command, they gathered every morning. Colleen entered and immediately apologized for being late. Randall said nothing. His cold silence was sharper than any scolding. From what Colleen remembered of the man whose body he now inhabited, the third prince was practically invisible, treated as though he didn't exist. Being so blatantly ignored by another human made his stomach twist with disgust. But Randall wasn't the only one here. Moments later, another presence filled the room. Prince Planch. The man sauntered in and took his seat, arrogance radiating from every movement. Colleen stared, momentarily thrown off. This was the man once called the Mad Prince. Judging from his fine clothes and confident posture, that nickname clearly came from something other than madness. He recalled that Randall and Planche rarely saw eye to eye, and with Planche's mother, the Queen of Kyrus, wielding unmatched power in the palace, life here must have been suffocating. The man had no manners, no restraint, no sense of dignity. In that way, Colleen realized he was much like his mother. Still, the protagonist forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't afford to lose control, not after the chance Chase had given him. Yet anger pulsed beneath his composure. Every fiber of his being screamed to reach across the table and wring that arrogant bastard's neck. The tension broke when Planche suddenly smashed his teacup against the table. "How dare you look at me like that?" He spat, fury spilling into his voice. Before things could escalate further, Randall intervened. "Enough," the Crown Prince commanded. Planche glared at his elder brother, then at Colleen, seething. With a sharp breath, he stood. "I've lost my appetite," he muttered, and stormed off. Randall rose soon after. His parting words were calm, but cutting. "Watch your behavior, Colleen. The king's birthday is near, and the entire palace is on edge. Don't make things worse." As the tension faded, Callion's young attendant stepped forward with concern. "Your Highness, are you hurt? You haven't looked well today." He quickly began dabbing at the spilled tea. For someone considered a background figure in this palace, having such a loyal servant was rare. Colleen gave a quiet thanks. Once, the real Prince Colleen would have sat there trembling, on the verge of tears. But now he smiled faintly. His thoughts drifted to the royal bloodline. The first queen of Kyrus had been a pure-blooded dragon from Sisfanian, a being of shadow and fire. Her hair as dark as the void, her eyes burned like molten light. Colleen resembled her more than anyone. But the powers he inherited were faint, barely there. Worse, he'd been forced to conceal his crimson eyes for years, ever since Planche had called them disgusting. What a fool, Colleen thought bitterly. He'd hidden himself away because of someone like that. The young servant hesitated before asking softly, "Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you?" Colleen shook his head. "No, I'm fine for now." Still, the boy could tell something was off. The prince seemed distant, distracted, almost like someone who'd spent the night lost in one of those Shaiwalic novels again. But the truth was far more complicated. Colleen, the third prince of Kyrus, son of the king and a low-born mistress, was a fragile figure in the palace. Weak, timid, and utterly alone. No one protected him, and everyone looked down on him, and something terrible was about to happen. The prince asked quietly, "How old am I now?" The servant replied, "In 4 months, your Highness will turn 15. 15, the age when everything would go wrong. On the eve of his coming-of-age ceremony, the third prince was destined to die. History recorded it as a scandal. Accused of trying to poison the queen, he failed and took his own life out of fear. No one ever believed the story, but the result was the same. The prince was dead, and no one mourned him. Colleen now knew that day was drawing near, only a month or 2 away. He couldn't sit back and wait for it to come. He turned to his servant. "Bring me a pair of scissors." The boy blinked, confused, but did as he was told. "May I ask what your Highness needs them for?" Colleen took the scissors, his tone calm. It's time for a change. If he already knew what the future held, then all he had to do was shift one small piece of it. A single act could shatter the chain of fate. The servant watched nervously, unsure what the prince was thinking. "Your Highness, Prince Planche won't like this," he murmured. Colleen didn't care. "Let him. I'm not afraid." Soon after, Planche appeared, and as expected, his expression turned sharp. He muttered that Colleen had clearly lost his mind. Yet if Colleen knew how his brother would react, why provoke him at all? "Bloody eye brat," Planche sneered. "I have a name," Colleen replied evenly. "It's Colleen." That only fueled Planche's irritation. He grabbed a knife from the table, turning it in his hand. "Then should I call you by your name, little brother?" Before anyone could respond, the knife flew through the air, straight toward the servant standing behind Colleen. The boy froze in terror, but Colleen moved faster, catching the blade before it struck. The servant gasped, horrified at the blood trickling from the prince's hand. Planche gave a mocking smile. "Oh dear, my knife must have slipped. Poor Colleen, you're hurt." Ignoring the taunt, Colleen stepped forward and calmly placed the knife back on the table. "It's fine, brother," he said. "No harm done." That one word, brother, made Planche's jaw tighten. Rage flickered in his eyes, but Colleen only repeated, "Really, it's nothing." The confrontation ended there, the air heavy with unspoken tension. Later, back in his chamber, Callion's servant hurried in with a first aid kit and bandages. The boy carefully treated the prince's wounded hand, saying nothing, but in his silence was fear. Fear of what might come next. The servant argued they should fetch a doctor, but Colleen refused. The boy insisted it was only a scratch, yet his concern ran deeper. Why hadn't the servant ducked? Planche had aimed for him. What would have happened if Colleen hadn't intercepted the blow? They needed to be able to repel attacks like that. He admitted he didn't know how the prince would react, and worried Planche might redirect his anger. Merritt, now flecked with blood, stood rigid. Colleen told everyone to leave. He would clean the wound himself and forbade anyone from calling a physician. The servant could not understand why a doctor was banned. Colleen had intended to use his aura to repel Planche's strike, but a sudden pain stabbed at his chest. He forced himself to replay the incident, checking Callion's physical state. Then he noticed 3 magical seals pressed against his heart. The realization hit. The real Colleen had been a mage. Days passed, and the wound refused to close. The servant renewed his concern. Colleen repeated that it was nothing. Present with him was the court's measuring official, Seton, who, when Colleen approached, dropped the measuring tape in surprise. Seton stammered an apology, saying he'd been reminded of Lady Freya, but Yin curtailed him. The resemblance to Freya had long been a burden. Colleen had once removed all mirrors from his chambers to avoid seeing his own face. Now, however, he accepted that he looked like Freya and let the court proceed. Seton took the measurements as ordered. The attendants fretted over the prince's small size and urged him to eat more. Colleen insisted he was a good eater, but the court's concern persisted. The royal line of Kyrus traced its descent from dragon blood and from two of the 8 heroes who once sealed the evil god, Hakara and Sisphanian of Sisphania. That direct lineage carried both healing and magic, the Sisphanian blessing. Under normal circumstances, Callion's wound should have healed long ago. Instead, it lingered, and each time he attempted to use mana, he felt that stabbing pain in his chest. This was dangerous. If the seals continued to interfere, he would lose access to aura and magic, leaving him vulnerable to assassins. The court attendant prepared the clothing Seton had brought and left the room, the wound still unhealed and the mystery of the 3 seals unresolved. Colleen began to wonder if there was anyone in the palace who truly understood mana. The court tailor had finished preparing his clothes, formal attire suitable for the upcoming royal celebration. The king's birthday was fast approaching, and among the many guests, one name stood out above all others, the great wizard, Elon Manisil. Colleen had to meet him. Elon Manisil was a legend, one of only a handful of mages on the continent to ever reach the 7th circle. To every mage, he was an idol. Years ago, he had been invited to the king's birthday banquet in Kyrus, yet an unfortunate incident kept him from even passing through the palace gates. The story of that humiliation spread across the continent, even reaching Sakrisha. Since then, decades had passed, and Elon had ascended beyond all others, becoming the continent's only 8th circle grand wizard, a living testament to what magic could achieve. There was no one more qualified to unravel the mystery surrounding Callion's body. Though Colleen didn't know exactly what had happened back then, one thing was clear. Kyrus had never treated mages with much respect. That might make approaching Elon difficult. Still, he had to try. The influence of Planche's mother's family, the powerful Breeson family, had filled the kingdom with knights, not mages. Their dominance was absolute. But if Colleen could gain Elon Manisil's trust, he might just tip the balance. Perhaps then, he could prevent the war Planche was destined to start. But before that, there was another matter, one that tested his patience far more than politics. His attendants were fussing over his sleepwear. One girl insisted the ribbons were too small and should be replaced with larger ones. Another suggested adding more lace. Colleen groaned. No ribbons, no frills, and absolutely no bells. What am I supposed to be, a festival doll? He sighed as they continued debating the details. Despite his protests, this had become routine. Tea, in his chambers, endless fittings, small talk. It was strange, but he was starting to get used to this life. At least his arm had nearly healed, and Planche had been ignoring him completely since that incident. A small mercy he didn't take for granted. Soon after, Yin entered the room with the day's schedule. Your Highness, tomorrow morning you have a riding lesson with Prince Randall. In the afternoon, dinner with the Queen and Viscount Breeson in honor of His Majesty's birthday. Colleen nodded. I'll have to face them eventually. Might as well start now. Ian then asked, will Your Highness also be training your stamina today? Colleen smirked. Just a job by the lake. Nothing to worry about. What could possibly happen there? But even as he said it, something in his chest felt tight, like the world was quietly holding its breath. At that moment, his maid, Marilyn Fiat, the second daughter of the Outer Defense Squad commander, entered the room. Your Highness, she said softly, are you feeling well today? Her tone carried genuine concern, though Colleen could only offer a small nod. The truth was, he didn't know how long he could keep pretending everything was fine. Colleen had been training for several days now. 4.5 laps on the first day, 4 on the third, and today he barely managed 3. His stamina was slipping fast. Each stride felt heavier than the last. Marilyn, watching from the side, grew anxious. Your Highness, should I call for a doctor? Colleen shook his head firmly. No, I'm fine. If a healer came, they'd detect it instantly. The mana circles hidden within him. Even Yin didn't know that Colleen was a mage, and if word got out, it could cost him his life. Besides, what could a healer do about exhaustion? I just need a rest, he said. I'll recover soon. Marilyn didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang across the field. Eyes on your target. Don't look away. The knights' voices filled the air, their blades glinting under the sun. Each strike was precise and merciless. The instructor's tone was cold. If this were the battlefield, you'd already be dead. No hesitation. Push through. The scene stirred old memories within Colleen. The rhythm of combat, the sound of steel meeting steel. This is the training ground of the Pable Knight Corps, Marilyn explained. I know, Colleen replied quietly, his gaze fixed on the knights. She blinked in surprise. You're interested in this? But Your Highness has never even held a sword. Colleen didn't answer. He just watched, the ghost of his past life whispering in his mind. Then he replied, this corps belongs to the Breeson family. They're not just the royal knights. They exist to keep the king's power in check. As they stood there, the commander himself noticed them. Pable, the leader of the Royal Knight Corps, strode forward, his presence commanding. Who are you? He asked sharply. If you have no business here, leave. My knights can't focus with onlookers lingering about. Marilyn stiffened. Watch your tone. You're speaking to His Highness, the third Prince Kalian. Pabel paused, then narrowed his eyes. Ah, that prince. His voice was dry, almost mocking. It was clear he didn't think highly of Kalian. To him, the prince was little more than an idle observer, a mole lurking behind the palace walls. Marilyn was furious. How dare you speak that way in front of His Highness? Pabel gave a faint shrug. Just a misunderstanding, he said flatly. Almost mistook him, that's all. But there was something strange in the way he said it. Something that stirred an unfamiliar tension in Kalian's chest. Pabel's attitude was the same as always, but Kalian himself had changed. The prince who once stood silent now felt a steadiness inside him, a quiet certainty that hadn't existed before. The commander frowned slightly, unsure what to make of it. What's this newfound resolve, Your Highness? Kalian met his eyes. Commander Pabel, he said evenly. May I ask you a question? The man hesitated, then nodded. Kalian's gaze didn't waver. What is your duty? Other knights approached the commander, curious about the commotion. When they saw who stood before Pabel, their eyes widened. The third prince. But confusion quickly replaced surprise. What's he doing here? They wondered. The third prince was known as a weakling, someone even the knights barely respected. Pabel turned to them with a sharp voice. We're in the middle of training. I can't entertain the prince right now. Tell His Highness to mind his own affairs. Marilyn opened her mouth to protest, but Kalian stopped her. He stood firm, gaze steady. I've already asked my question, he said. I expect an answer. The field fell silent. The commander hesitated, then spoke stiffly. My duty is to strengthen the royal family's power and to protect both the royal family and the kingdom. Then you understand your responsibility, Kalian said quietly. To protect. Pabel frowned. Of course. Then explain this. Kalian continued, his tone calm but cutting. If your duty is to strengthen the royal family, how does this, he gestured toward the chaotic training field, serve that purpose? From what I see, this is disorder, not discipline. Before the commander could reply, Kalian moved. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer standing in front of Pabel, but behind him. The commander's instinct screamed danger. If he didn't block this next strike, he would die. Steel rasped from its sheath as Pabel swung his sword up just in time, meeting a sudden, sharp impact. The sound cracked through the air. Kalian was holding nothing but a thin branch. Yet the force behind it rattled the commander's arms. Pabel's eyes widened. This power from a boy who's never even held sword? Before he could recover, Kalian twisted and the branch struck again, disarming him completely. The sword clattered to the ground. Disbelief flickered through the commander's face. He hadn't even been able to predict the movements of someone supposedly untrained. Kalian exhaled slowly, disappointment settling in his eyes. And that was only the first part, he said. Now let's discuss the second. Pabel froze. The prince's tone had shifted, steady, controlled, but laced with unmistakable killing intent. You claim to protect the royal family, Kalian said, his gaze cold. Yet you address a member of it with contempt and raise your blade against him. Tell me, Commander, should I take that as treason? The man's blood ran cold. Was this truly the same third prince? His body trembled as he dropped to one knee, head bowed. Why, Your Highness, forgive me. I've never harbored any thought of rebellion. Then prove it, Kalian said simply. Pabel could only bow deeper, the humiliation searing into his pride. He would never forget this moment. The day the frail, useless prince had made him kneel. Later that afternoon, Yin was startled when Kalian returned from training, leading a black horse by the reins. Your Highness, why do you have a horse? I thought you went out to jog. Kalian smiled faintly. Pick him up on the way. His name's Raven. Ian blinked. Raven? Wait, where did you find him? Before Kalian could answer, one of the stable hands gasped. That's Prince Planch's horse. He's never been broken. Not even His Highness could tame him. The animal snorted fiercely, stamping the ground, but Kalian simply patted its neck. The beast calmed under his touch. Ian's voice was cautious. Is it really okay to bring his horse here? Kalian looked back, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Why not? Some people lose things, others find them. The wind shifted, carrying the faint sound of distant hooves. For the first time since he'd awakened in this new life, Kalian smiled for real. Kalian instructed Marilyn to keep what happened at the training ground a secret. She nodded obediently, though Yan's expression showed clear concern. He understood what it would mean if the incident reached the wrong ears, especially if that prince found out. But Kalian brushed it off. Everything will be fine, he said calmly. He was about to continue when his chest suddenly tightened. A sharp pain shot through his heart. The servants rushed toward him in panic. Just as he'd expected, the strain on his body was catching up. Ian asked anxiously, Did Your Highness overdo the training again? Kalian forced a small smile. No, I just had some fun afterward. Fun? Yin blinked. What kind of fun? But Kalian only waved him off, refusing to explain. He'd already kept them waiting long enough. Prepare everything for dinner, he ordered, standing despite the lingering ache. Ian hesitated, glancing at the black horse outside. And what about the horse, Your Highness? What should we do with him? Yin tilted his head. Does he bite? That's what I was going to ask you, Kalian muttered. Raven snorted loudly, as if answering for himself. Somewhere not far away, unseen eyes were watching. A low, mocking voice murmured in the shadows. Even when worms start to wriggle, if you step on them hard enough, they'll stop. No matter how much that boy struggles, he won't change anything. Still, let's watch a little longer. Killing him too soon would be boring. The palace atmosphere was as suffocating as ever, but something felt different tonight. Colleen noticed the eerie quiet. Why is Planche so subdued? He thought. Could the Queen and Viscount Brecon be late because of me? Planche sat rigid, his face unreadable, though his childlike immaturity couldn't quite hide his irritation. Then, a familiar scent drifted through the air. A sweet, commanding fragrance that made the entire room still. She's here, the true ruler of Kairos. Celise Brecon, the second queen of the realm. After the first queen's death from illness, Celise had taken her place, and through the power of her family, the Brizons, she seized control of the royal knights. Most of the noble houses now bent their knee to her. With every passing year, her influence grew, while the powerless third prince became a joke even to commanders. Her entrance was quiet but absolute. She carried herself with the calm of someone who knew she already ruled the room. She spoke first, addressing one of her attendants. Compensate Commander Pable appropriately. There's no need to report such trivial matters again. Her words dripped with cold dismissal. To her, what had happened at the training grounds was beneath notice. Then her gaze turned to Colleen. Her lips curved into a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. My, how you've grown, she said softly. Exactly the reaction Colleen had been expecting. He bowed slightly. I haven't grown that much, Your Majesty, but I'm sure I still will. The answer made Planche's head snap toward him in surprise. He actually talked back. Randall, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable. But the tension in his jaw made the message clear. His silence was a warning to the Queen. Whether Prince Colleen had truly changed or not, even Randall could sense it. There was something new in his presence, something sharper, steadier. Renan tilted his head, studying him. You've changed, he murmured. It's refreshing to see you show your face for once. You should have cut that hair much sooner. His tone was sweet, but his eyes were full of calculation. And Colleen, meeting that gaze, knew it. This was no ordinary dinner. It was a battle of masks, and they had just slipped for a moment. At the dinner table sat Viscount Renan Brecon, the second son of Marquis Brecon. The man smiled politely, making light conversation. He mentioned that the prince was still in his growth phase and would surely continue to grow taller. But a single glance from the Queen made him stop mid-sentence. Renan quickly changed the subject. But I'm absolutely starving. Hopefully the food will arrive soon. He might have been the owner of the vast Brecon trading company, yet his stinginess was legendary. Even the servants whispered about it. Still, his charm was undeniable, the kind that made people forget just how shrewd he really was. The Queen turned her attention to her son. Planche, she said, her voice calm but sharp. Why are you so quiet tonight? Planche looked up briefly. What do you want me to say? I was wondering, she continued, about your horse. I heard it's been disobeying you again. Her words hung in the air. Planche's jaw tightened, but he said nothing and turned away. Celise smiled thinly. It would have been nice to hear it from you, but I already know the story. A shame that such a creature turned out to be useless in the end. The sound of metal echoed as Planche dropped his fork onto the table. Without another word, he stood and left. The Queen's expression barely changed, but the flicker of anger in her eyes betrayed her. Her own son had just walked out on her. 3 weeks later, the palace was alive with activity. The King's birthday celebration was only hours away, and every hall was filled with servants and guests. This year's banquet promised to be magnificent. Delegations had even arrived from the Elves' Kingdom, bearing rare gifts of gold, crystal, and song. All eyes were on the royal family. The 3 princes of Kairos were expected to make their appearance soon, and excitement rippled through the crowd. Inside the dressing chamber, Colleen stood still while the royal tailor, Seton, measured his frame. But something wasn't right. Seton frowned as he compared his notes. That's strange, he muttered. These numbers don't match the last fitting. You seem smaller. Before Colleen could respond, a drop of red splashed onto the marble floor. Everyone froze. Your Highness. Yin rushed forward, alarmed. You're bleeding. A thin trickle of blood ran from Callion's nose. He wiped it quickly, forcing a small laugh. It's nothing. I haven't been sleeping well, that's all. See? It's already stopped. But Yin wasn't convinced. That's not normal. You've been looking pale for days. Seton hesitated, then spoke up. Forgive me for intruding, Your Highness, but you've lost weight. A great deal, actually. 3 weeks ago, you weren't this thin. This isn't good news. Colleen tried to play it off. Maybe it's from all the exercise. I've been training quite a bit lately. In truth, his stamina had only grown worse. The sharp pain that came whenever he tried to use mana hadn't faded. It had intensified. Seton shook his head. Your Highness, please don't take your health lightly. You should let a healer examine you. Colleen smiled faintly, though his eyes held exhaustion. There's no need for that. It's just a nosebleed. Nothing more. But inside, he knew better. Every time someone mentioned a healer, it felt like a blade pressing closer to his secret. He couldn't afford to be discovered. Not yet. The blood had startled everyone. The sight of the third prince bleeding in front of the tailor in attendance drew instant panic. Your Highness, that's not just a little blood, Seton exclaimed, reaching for a cloth. But Colleen waved him off. I'm fine, really. Don't make a fuss. He thought that would settle it, until Yin spoke up. No need to worry, everyone. The prince was just picking his nose yesterday. The room froze. Colleen blinked. What? Ian continued, unfazed. It must have been a bit too rough. You know how that goes. The tailor looked awkwardly between them, unsure what to say. The servants exchanged glances. No one had ever imagined that the third prince had such a habit. Yes, that explains it perfectly, Yin said, his tone convincing. The prince eats well, exercises daily. Clearly this was just a small accident. Seton nodded hesitantly. Ah, I see. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Ian winked at Colleen. That bastard, Colleen thought, jaw tightening. But even he had to admit, it worked. The ridiculous story diffused the tension instantly. Still, Yan's eyes betrayed his concern. He could see the prince's color fading, the way his hand trembled ever so slightly. The pain in Callion's heart hadn't gone away. It was getting worse. He couldn't let them find out the truth, that the problem lay in his mana, in the unstable seals around his heart. If anyone discovered he could use magic, it would spread through the palace like wildfire. So he let the joke stand. His dignity might have taken a hit, but his secret was safe. Seton quickly returned to work, adjusting the garments to fit the prince's slimmer frame. Time is tight, Your Highness, he murmured, but I'll have everything ready for the banquet. Ian smiled lightly. No need to rush. The prince has plenty of other preparations today. Seton looked relieved. Then I'll finish the stitching before the afternoon event. Once they were alone again, Yin leaned closer. So, Your Highness, will it happen today? Colleen nodded slightly. It has to. If this continues, my condition will become too obvious. Before anyone suspects, I need to meet Elon Manisil. That meeting could no longer wait. Moments later, a butler entered, bowing deeply. Your Highness, the joint breakfast with His Majesty and the other princes has been cancelled. The king will meet with each of you individually. Colleen frowned. Individually? Wouldn't it be better to meet together? That's His Majesty's order, the butler replied. He wishes to speak with you privately. A private audience with the king. Unexpected and somehow unsettling. Colleen followed the butler through the palace halls until they reached the king's study. Inside, Romain Liu, the king of Kyrus, sat behind a heavy oak desk, his expression cold and distant. Colleen bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. The king didn't respond right away. Even for a monarch with little sense of formality, the silence was striking. Finally, he gestured to a chair. Sit. Colleen obeyed, taking his seat quietly. I wish Your Majesty a happy 38th birthday. Thank you, the king said, his tone flat. And how are you, my son? I'm well, Colleen replied politely. Good. The exchange ended there. No warmth, no affection, just hollow civility. At that moment, Colleen understood. He could still see the anxious faces of his servants earlier. Their whispers about calling a healer, their fears over his health. Even those who barely interacted with the third, Prince knew how frail his body had become. To everyone in this palace, Colleen Rain Kyrus was fading. And now, even his father seemed to see him the same way. Now, everything made sense. The king's decision to summon each of his sons separately wasn't out of affection, but convenience. Meeting them all at once would require actual attention, and the king wasn't one to waste effort, even on his own children. Spending time with his sons, who had only come to offer birthday wishes, was nothing more than an unwanted distraction to him. The more the protagonist learned about this royal family, the uglier it became. A father completely detached from his sons. The eldest prince, indifferent to everything. The second, a man who had no sense of propriety. Even his servant whispered about the stench of alcohol clinging to him, but Blanche simply waved him off. Not long after, the queen appeared, late as usual. Of course, the queen's influence was strong enough to make even the king bow his head. Behind the polite smiles, tension brewed. There were whispers. Someone among them was plotting to kill Colleen. The celebration was about to begin, and now it was up to the protagonist to uncover who would send the blade meant for his life. Rumors of Prince Callion's return spread quickly. People in the square couldn't stop talking. His appearance had changed completely. Compared to him, the second prince, Blanche, looked utterly intoxicated, drawing frowns from those nearby. Still, Colleen didn't seem to care. The noise and gossip around him were meaningless. Yet, there was something undeniably different about him, something everyone present could feel but couldn't name. A servant's voice broke through the murmurs, announcing the arrival of the third prince, Colleen Rain Kyrus. Heads turned immediately, and gasps followed. The rumors were true. His black hair and crimson eyes bore a striking resemblance to the Sisphanian bloodline. His bangs, once hiding his face, were gone, and a red brooch gleamed on his chest, a silent declaration that he no longer intended to conceal who he was. You noticed that people weren't just staring at his face, they were staring at his attire. His hunch was right. The prince looked unexpectedly charming in those clothes, to the point that Seton would have loved to witness it herself. The crowd was stunned, whispering about how someone of his rank could appear in public adorned with such jewelry. They had no idea how difficult it had been to stop him from wearing even more. Yin could only be grateful they'd managed to tone it down. If Colleen had worn everything the attendant suggested, the uproar would have been far worse. Still, Yin couldn't deny, the prince looked good. Neither of them had much awareness of how others would perceive it. That red brooch, chosen without thought, had turned into a statement louder than words. The protagonist recalled what Yin had mentioned earlier, that his family lived in Kyresis, the capital of Kyrus. His younger sister and father had already returned to their hometown, while the rest remained in the city. With that thought lingering, Colleen turned and asked quietly when they were expected to arrive at the royal palace. Yin replied calmly that his family would only come if they received an invitation. Then he asked when he should bring Raven to the garden. Colleen didn't answer right away. Some topics were better left untouched for now. He simply suggested they wait for the right time. But truthfully, there was someone Colleen wanted to meet that evening. Yin, ever curious, immediately asked who it was. Yin, on the other hand, already had a suspicion. After all, he knew exactly why this grand hall was called the Siegfried Ballroom. It was named after the first patriarch, Hans Siegfried, Duke of Quitros, one of the 8 legendary heroes from the Great Bilateral War. The Siegfried family, the only ducal line in the Kairos kingdom, had remained steadfastly loyal to the royal crown for over 5 centuries. Their devotion to protecting Cisphanian lands was well known across the continent. Hearing this, Colleen felt a flicker of interest. Yin could easily guess who the prince was hoping to encounter. And before Colleen could answer, laughter echoed through the ballroom. The summer night of Siegfried, a name that had become a timeless legend, had arrived. Duke Slayman Hans Siegfried, heir to a lineage of loyalty and power. Exactly the kind of man that intrigued Colleen. Perhaps it was time to test just how sharp the Duke's instincts really were. It didn't take long. The Duke's eyes swept across the room and locked instantly onto Colleen. As expected, even from a distance, his perception was remarkable. Colleen exhaled softly, barely acknowledging it, while Yin quietly noted the Duke's attention. No surprise there. Slayman Hanfried was one of the 5 sword masters of the continent. A man like that couldn't possibly overlook such a presence. Still, it was too early to make a move. For now, they would pretend not to notice each other. Soon after, the king stood and gave his thanks for the birthday wishes, encouraging everyone to enjoy the evening's festivities. Outside, Yin and Colleen made their way toward the stables where the Raven Black Horse waited. The creature lived up to its name, clever and quiet, almost too well behaved in the prince's presence. Yin couldn't help but warn him, don't let it fool you. The moment you're gone, that horse turns wild. Watching the beast's sharp movements, even Colleen had to admit it was hard to argue. They discussed heading to the main gate, and Colleen said they'd wait there. But nearby, a commotion caught their attention, a man arguing with the guards. He had come from far away, hoping to attend the celebration, yet was stopped at the entrance. The guards refused him bluntly. No invitation, no entry. The traveler introduced himself, Elon Manisil, asking if they were truly denying him just because of that. Even with his name, the guards didn't budge. Without an invitation, he was no different from any commoner. It was a humiliating sight. So this was how Kairos measured worth, by appearance and formality. Colleen couldn't help but frown. Judging people by their looks felt wrong. But as he watched Elon Manisil's calm persistence, he realized something else. The man wasn't frustrated because of the insult. It was as if he was searching for a reason not to enter Kairos at all. If that was the case, Elon should have simply turned back. But just as Colleen was about to follow him, Yin stepped in, shaking his head. You can't, he warned. By the king's command, no one is to leave the palace during the celebration. Callion's expression hardened. At this rate, they were going to lose the magician. He ordered Yin to hold the soldiers back, no matter what it took, and then kicked his heels into Raven's sides. The horse shot forward, galloping toward the gate. Prince Colleen, stop, the guard shouted. Leaving the grounds is forbidden by royal decree. But Raven didn't even slow down. With one powerful leap, the black stallion soared over the palace gate. The guard's cries rose behind him, panic spreading through the courtyard. The prince has ridden outside the palace. Prepare the horses. Yin froze. His heart raced. If the soldiers went after the prince, everything would spiral out of control. Then Callion's voice echoed in his mind. Do everything you can stop them. He clenched his fists. Right now, he wasn't just Yin. He was Prince Callion's servant, sworn to protect him at all costs. Yin stepped forward and shouted, Stop. The Duke of Siegfried has permitted the prince to leave. The guards turned toward him sharply. And who are you to throw around the Duke's name so carelessly? I am Soroyan Siegfried, Yin declared, eldest son of Duke Siegfried. A tense silence followed, then soft laughter broke it. Yin felt heat rise to his face. His father was standing right beside the man who had laughed, Duke Slayman Siegfried himself. Slayman quickly composed himself. Forgive me, he said, chuckling. It's just hard to believe my son would think to use my name like that. Slayman, Yan's father, smiled faintly. He's still young. Let him learn. The Duke thought it was a clever move, though Yin disagreed. It could easily strain their families standing with the king. But Slayman simply said, the king won't ask about it. Yin frowned. What do you mean? The king won't ask, Slayman repeated. Romain worries too much. If his majesty learns the prince received the Siegfried family's help, he'll be forced to question our loyalty. And if he chooses not to punish us, it will imply we have a friendly relationship with the prince, something the Brizens would never tolerate. So, he concluded, the matter will be buried. As if it never happened, Yin could only stay silent. He understood now. Silence was the safest path. Meanwhile, far from the palace, Colleen rode through the dark streets, following the faint trace of Elon Manisil. He wasn't chasing the man out of anger. He was chasing curiosity. Why had Elon refused the invitation? What was he truly after? Colleen had once heard that upon reaching the 7th circle, a magician's age could turn back, their body renewed by sheer magical mastery. Looking at Elon now, he realized that rumor might be true. The old man moved with an energy that didn't belong to his years. It's getting late, Elon said with a faint smile, trying to open a large wooden door that refused to budge. Isn't the prince going back? He pushed harder, but the threshold was too high. The door wouldn't open. Colleen tilted his head. Was this man really speaking in riddles again? So be it. Two could play that game. He smirked and asked, why are you trying to force a closed door when there's an open one right beside it? In truth, Elon hadn't been speaking in riddles at all. He was asking a simple question. Why had the prince placed the invitation he'd so kindly sent? The old mage laughed softly, brushing dust off the threshold. I was too busy fighting the wind, he said, and forgot to clean the doorstep. Colleen hadn't expected the guards to make such a foolish mistake, turning away a man who had actually been invited. But this old man didn't apologize. He criticized him instead. Was that honesty or just audacity? Interesting. Very interesting. When they first met, Colleen looked no different from a typical 14-year-old boy. But then, something changed in Elon's gaze. He suddenly reached out, taking hold of the prince's wrist, murmuring an apology for his forwardness. Colleen didn't even understand what was happening, until a sharp pain shot through his chest. Mana. Elon's mana was flowing into Callion's body. Colleen jerked his hand back, forcing the connection to break. Raven, sensing his distress, stepped protectively between them. Even a closed door, Elon said calmly, can't keep the wind from entering. So, he already knew. The mage had sensed the instability within Callion's body. He was right. From a certain point on, Colleen had been unable to use his mana properly. But Elon realized the problem wasn't that simple. This boy didn't even understand what was wrong with him. It was ironic. A land like Kyrus, built on a legacy of dragons, treated mages with suspicion and disdain. And yet, a great mage like Elon Manisil had come here. Not to serve, but to expose their foolishness for letting someone like him slip through their fingers. Still, as he looked at the young prince, Elon couldn't help but wonder, was this meeting truly a coincidence? Or destiny? He asked quietly, why did you want to see me, your highness? He'd know instantly if the boy lied. Colleen met his gaze. Because I wish to inherit your name, Elon Manisil. The mage raised an eyebrow. My life, Colleen continued, will soon be in danger. Of course Elon already knew. The third prince of Kyrus. Hated, isolated, surrounded by enemies. Without a word, Elon raised his hand. The air shimmered around them, a silence barrier cast in seconds. No one would hear their voices now. A seventh circle spell, effortless. The rumors were true. Elon Manisil was a master of magic. Then came the question, do you seek merely to survive, or to destroy the root of your suffering? Callion's eyes hardened. For now, I want to prevent it. But in the end, I will eliminate the cause, even if it means taking the throne. So, the crown wasn't his goal, only a tool. Spoken like someone already standing at death's door. A dying prince, bearing the same aura as Sisfanian. A boy who needed Elon, not for protection, but for purpose. Fascinating. Elon smiled faintly. In that case, I'll need another invitation. Let's see what the Prince of Kyrus can truly do. Colleen sank to one knee. Colleen Rain Kyrus, he declared, greets his mentor. Elon Manisil nodded, accepting the gesture. Then I accept your invitation, your highness. Let's see if this student of mine can be saved. Back at the palace, Yin glanced toward the gates, unease tightening in his chest. Father, he asked quietly, are you sure no one in the royal court knows who I really am? Slayman had already taken care of everything. There was no need, he said, for Yin to worry so much. But Yin couldn't shake the thought. If anyone in the palace recognized him, he wouldn't be able to remain by the prince's side. Even if he was the duke's son, loyalty wasn't exactly his strongest trait. Trying to shift the topic, Yin asked about Leah, the younger sibling he had left behind. The duke smiled faintly. Leah's doing well, handling the family matters better than you ever did, he teased. If you're tired of playing servant to that boy, you know we'll welcome you home anytime. Yin didn't respond right away. He knew his father meant it, but he also knew his place was still beside Colleen. The next time we meet, the duke added, we'll see what kind of decision you've made. Yin tilted his head. What do you mean? 3 months from now, his father replied. We'll meet again. Tell me then, are you truly planning to abandon your role as that boy's servant? The duke's gaze hardened slightly. The prince turns 15 soon. Do you know what they call our family, Yin? Yin frowned, unsure where this was going. They call us Kyrus's elephants, Slayman said. We haven't so much as glanced toward the throne for generations. But we are strong enough that even predators avoid us. Kings of beasts, they say. Yin blinked, confused. Why bring that up now? His father stepped forward and pulled him into a firm embrace. Because, son, that name you've undervalued carries power. You can do whatever you choose to do. Just don't forget who you are. Yin nodded slowly. I'll remember. Slayman chuckled softly. You really make your father worry. You know that? Please stop. It hurts, Yin muttered, trying to break free. The duke's expression softened. So you really intend to walk this dangerous path, then? Yin finally stepped back, bowing respectfully. Goodbye, father. Until next time. As his son walked away, the duke let out a long sigh. Stubborn as ever, he murmured. Truly, Siegfried through and through. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel curious. When had Colleen grown so much? What kind of man was he becoming? The next morning, the capital buzzed with whispers. A carriage had appeared bearing an unmistakable coat of arms, 7 red flowers encircling a silver staff. People blinked, wondering if their eyes deceived them. Wasn't it the sigil of Elon Manisil? Rumors had said his contract with the kingdom of Reberin had ended. So what was he doing here in Kyrus? The more they speculated, the quieter their voices became. The moment anyone mentioned Elon Manisil's son, the conversation died instantly. No one dared speak too freely about that family. From the carriage, a man stepped out, calm, composed, and radiating quiet authority. His new student, Prince Colleen, had done something quite bold. He had personally requested Elon's arrival at exactly 9:30 sharp. At that precise time, the mage was to enter through the open door. Was His Highness planning to challenge the Breeson family directly? If so, it would not be easy. Still, Elon couldn't help but smirk. This boy hadn't wasted a single day. Already, he was setting the stage to shake the nobility to its core. As the palace gates opened, the butler appeared, clearly startled by the unexpected visit. Master Manisil, he said quickly, bowing low. His Majesty is expecting you. Elon smiled faintly. I thought as much, he murmured, stepping forward into the grand hall. The king was genuinely surprised when he heard the mage's request. Elon Manisil wanted to stay in Kyrus. He looked the archmage in the eye and asked for confirmation. Elon nodded calmly. A man needs a place to stay, he said simply. King Romain leaned back, his mind already racing. Power like Elon Manisil's could tip the scales against Solis, their long-standing rival. But for Elon to volunteer to remain here, that was unexpected. Intriguing, even. What was he planning? As the silence stretched, Elon suddenly spoke again. There's something I should mention about last night in the square. Romain's brows furrowed. I saw a black cat with red eyes, Elon said. He caught my attention. So bright, so full of potential. I thought about teaching him a few tricks, but it seems he doesn't have a proper place to stay. The king's eyes narrowed slightly. And what exactly would you teach this cat? Magic, of course, Elon replied without hesitation. But before that, I'll need to clean up his environment a little. I'll need the help of the house's master for that. The king gave a low chuckle. Are you saying I'm the one who needs to tidy up? Elon only smiled. Romain understood then. The mage wasn't talking about a cat at all. He was referring to Prince Collian. If Elon Manisil had truly chosen to make the third prince's apprentice, then even the powerful Breeson family wouldn't dare interfere. The king sighed. I suppose you can't spend your days buried in arcane studies forever. If this is how you wish to assist His Highness, then no one will stop you. In truth, this had been Callian's real invitation all along. Not a formal summons, but a calculated move to draw Elon to his side. Romain finally nodded. Very well. I'll grant you a place here. Things are chaotic enough without Togo. One more disturbance won't make a difference. Still, he couldn't help his curiosity. I've heard that boy isn't particularly special, he added. Elon's expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed faintly. I don't share that opinion. The king continued. From what I've been told, his health is fragile, barely within the range of normal. And he's fearful, afraid of horses, even. Hard to imagine that he would chase after a mage like you. Elon's voice turned cool. Why do you speak only of what you've heard from others, Your Majesty? Romain frowned at the tone. If there were truly something remarkable about that boy, the king replied, I would already know of it. Then tell me, Elon said smoothly. Do you even know his height? Romain hesitated. That pause told Elon everything. The king knew nothing about his own son, not even the simplest details. He sighed inwardly. Sometimes attention is poison, he thought, and indifference the only medicine. Still, Elon understood the truth. Romain's sudden approval of this arrangement was nothing more than an excuse. He'd allow it, then later dismiss Elon's behavior as excessive concern for his apprentice. Ridiculous, but expected. Elon stepped forward. Your Majesty, he said, if you won't take my word for it, then see for yourself. A faint shimmer rippled through the air. Romain's expression froze. A sound barrier had formed between them. What are you doing? He demanded. How dare you use magic inside the royal palace? He tried to rise, but stopped abruptly. His lips were pale, his breathing heavy. His skin had taken on a bluish hue, and his fingernails a deep shade of purple. His clothes were hastily sewn, uneven at the hems, signs of someone concealing a long, unspoken weakness. Elon watched quietly, saying nothing. The king, for all his authority, sat trembling behind the barrier, a man of power, yet clearly corroded from within. The ceremonial outfits had been prepared a month ago, yet now they no longer fit. Collian had clearly lost a great deal of weight in that short time. He could barely open his eyes each morning, his body heavy, his strength fading more and more each day. The king, sitting in uneasy silence, began to piece together what Elon Manisil had been implying earlier. Slowly, painfully, he understood. If he continued to keep his distance, he would lose his son. A knock came at the door. Your Majesty, a servant reported softly. It's nearly noon, and His Highness still hasn't taken his morning tea. Inside, and motioned for her to hand over the tray. Give it to me. I'll make sure he drinks it safely. He entered the prince's chamber quietly. Collian lay motionless on the bed, still asleep, pale, weak, barely breathing steadily. Yesterday's strain had clearly taken its toll. Before the servant could approach, another presence appeared behind him. Elon Manisil. He almost dropped the tray in shock. Sir Manisil, how did you? He tried to lower his voice, but panic edged his words. He hadn't even sensed the man arrived. When Elon stepped toward the bed, Yin instinctively blocked his path. You can't just walk in here. This is the Share Mill Palace. Entry without permission is forbidden. Elon glanced at him calmly. I didn't enter. I warped. A far more refined spell than teleportation, if you're curious. That's not the point, Yin muttered. You still have to leave. The prince's health is unstable. Elon's gaze sharpened. You should know that better than anyone, baby elephant. Ian froze. That name. He remembered his father's words. How people underestimated him because of his small build. But it seemed Elon had seen through him immediately. So, he had recognized him. Surian Siegfried, the duke's son. Colleen stirred then, eyes fluttering open. He blinked, disoriented, then saw Yin standing nearby. How long was I asleep? Quite a while, Yin said, regaining composure. And, Your Highness, you have a guest. Only then did Colleen notice the mage standing beside the bed. Elon held out a small, knotted pouch. Take this, he said simply. Colleen hesitated. What is it? A medicine, Elon replied. You'll take 1 pill a day, without fail. The prince obeyed, but his curiosity showed. Elon spoke before he could ask. You have 2 problems, the mage said. First, your body cannot properly sustain mana. Second, your life force is depleting rapidly. Colleen said nothing, but Elon's eyes made it clear he already understood everything the boy wanted to hide. You possess the powers of blessing, don't you? Elon asked quietly. Colleen nodded. Yes, they allow me to heal and give me affinity with magic. But lately, the healing part feels gone, and I think something's wrong with my heart. Elon's expression grew thoughtful. A curious mix, isn't it? He murmured. Healing powers bound together with magic. Have you ever considered what such a combination might really mean? Callion's mind began to race. Could it be that the blessing had been protecting him all along, keeping his heart strong? After all, the heart was the core of both life and mana. Elon nodded slightly, as if reading his thoughts. That's correct. The power of blessing fortifies the heart. But then his tone sharpened. However, your blessing hasn't disappeared, and you have no heart disease. Your mana isn't blocked either. Colleen froze. Then, what's wrong with me? Elon's eyes narrowed. You've misunderstood your condition. The Sisphanian blessing hasn't failed. It's reached its limit. Something has corrupted it, forcing it to exhaust its power just to keep you alive. A chill crept down Callion's spine. Poison, Elon said quietly. You've been poisoned, and if not for your blessing, you'd be dead already. The realization hit Colleen like a blow. Every wave of weakness, every sleepless night, none of it was natural. The poison is lethal, Elon continued, and the strain of resisting it is overworking your heart. Your blessing keeps healing the damage, but it's pushed to its absolute limit. That's why your body rejects mana. Your system is constantly fighting for survival in the background. He paused, letting the truth sink in. This means, Prince Colleen, you were murdered. Long before you came to occupy this body. Murdered. Colleen clenched his fists beneath the sheets. If this wasn't random, it meant someone had planned it. A slow, deliberate death meant to erase him quietly. But why kill a child who was already dying? Elon studied him carefully. The prince's eyes held no fear, only a cold, quiet rage. That bloodlust, he thought. Unnatural for a 14-year-old. Just who are you, really? Colleen broke the silence first. This pill you gave me, he said. It's an antidote, isn't it? Elon nodded. A temporary one. I prepared it quickly, but it should suppress the poison's effects. Colleen looked down at the pouch. And what if I take the antidote, but also continue taking the poison? Elon frowned. Then the antidote will only delay the inevitable. But why would you? That's enough, Colleen interrupted softly. A delay is all I need. Elon stared at him, realizing the prince's intent. You suspect something. I have one guess, Colleen admitted. The tea. Every morning, I drink it in front of everyone. No one else touches it. That's the perfect way to poison me, without question. His gaze darkened. I think I refused it once. That's when things got worse. They must have realized I noticed. Elon nodded slowly. So, you'll continue pretending to drink it until you uncover who's behind it. Exactly. Elon crossed his arms. And if you're wrong? If the tea is just a distraction, and the real source lies elsewhere? Colleen looked up, eyes cold and unwavering. Then I'll find out, one way or another. The mage let out a quiet sigh. You really are reckless, Your Highness. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, don't worry about your servant. The baby elephant will be fine. Colleen blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Elon didn't answer. He just turned toward the window, sunlight glinting against his robes. In any case, he said, you understand the situation now. Colleen nodded. I do. Elon's gaze returned to him. Then tell me, Prince Colleen, what do you plan to do next? For a brief moment, Colleen was silent. Then, faintly, a memory from another life surfaced. Someone's mocking words echoing in his mind. You're a fool, Burin. A fool, perhaps. But this time, you will be the fool who survived. To remove another's trump card, you must first discard your own. And for Colleen, that card was his father. It was in moments like these that he found himself remembering him. Not out of longing, but as a painful reminder of what strength really cost. That night, he turned to Elon. Tomorrow, he said quietly, escort me outside the palace. I have something I must confirm. Elon didn't ask why. He simply nodded. Morning came. The servants entered softly, calling for the prince Blanche to wake. But before they could even set the tea tray down, the door flew open. The queen swept in, her voice sharp as glass. Out of my way, she snapped at the servants. Has he not prepared for the afternoon ceremony yet? He's already late. Her eyes cut to the side. And you, Blanche, she said coldly. You reek of alcohol again. Did you learn nothing after being forbidden to drink at the last ceremony? Blanche, sitting lazily by the table, reached only for a glass of water. What are you doing here, mother? He muttered. Say what you came to say and go. Celeste's tone was frigid. Colin has taken a mentor. A seventh circle mage, Elon Manisil. The nobles are already talking, and not all of them favor it. Blanche frowned. So, she ignored him, turning instead to the mirror. You'll make sure my efforts on your behalf are not wasted. There will be eyes on you today, many of them. Do not embarrass me. When she left, The glass in Planche's hand shattered. Water and blood dripped onto the floor. The attendants rushed forward in alarm. "Your Highness, you're bleeding." "Get out," he growled, voice trembling with anger. "All of you, get out." As the last servant fled, his thoughts spiraled. Unbidden, his brother's face flashed in his mind. Colleen. Meanwhile, the palace echoed with cheers. "All His Majesty, King Romain. May the years ahead be glorious. Long live the kingdom of Kyrus." It was the grand birthday celebration, and all the princes had gathered in public for the first time in years. From the crowd, a child's voice called out, "Daddy, look at that one," pointing excitedly to the darkest horse in the procession. That was Prince Colleen. Yin rode beside him, whispering, "How's your body today, Your Highness? You seem better than yesterday." Colleen gave a faint smile. "I feel lighter. Maybe it's the antidote. My breathing's steadier, and the pain's almost gone." "That's good," Yin said, though worry lingered in his tone. "But today's schedule is brutal. The parade, the horse show, then the ball. If you overdo it, you'll—" "I'll be fine," Colleen interrupted gently. "You worry too much. I can handle it." Then something caught his eye. Two figures in the distance. One of them struck him instantly with familiarity. Kiri. It was unmistakably him. But what was Kiri doing here in Kyrus? Before he could dwell on it, Raven suddenly grew restless beneath him, stomping and tossing its head. "Easy," Colleen murmured, tightening his grip on the reins. Yin frowned. What's wrong with him? He's never acted like this. Raven pawed the ground, snorting, refusing to move forward. "It's because of them," Colleen said quietly. Raven feels it too. He exhaled slowly, regret flickering across his face. "We can't go there now. Tell Kiri to wait." He turned his horse aside, his thoughts sharpening. "I'll find him later." And then, beneath the bright banners and the cheering crowds, his gaze settled on a name whispered through the nobility. Melfer Polun, the powerful owner of the Polun Insurance Center. A man whose reach extended into every noble's pocket and every quiet conspiracy in Kyrus. It was an honor beyond measure to serve His Majesty. Today's performance had been prepared with care, something the king himself would surely enjoy. This year, the horse riding exhibition had been arranged not by the Breeson family, but by Baron Melfer Polun. That small change alone spared Colleen a great deal of unnecessary tension. Still, that wasn't what truly concerned him. His memory whispered a warning. Randall would be injured during the show, and soon after, Baron Polun would be executed. A grim sequence he couldn't forget. The Baron, smiling confidently, invited the nobles into the grand arena. "Please, everyone, come this way. I prepared special seats for you." Callion's eyes followed the direction of his hand. Above those seats hung a massive chandelier, the very one destined to fall. Strange, he thought. The knights should have inspected everything thoroughly, especially for an event where the king himself is present. The Papal Knight Corps were on guard duty today, after all. But then again, their commander was infamous for carelessness. Maybe Colleen thought it was time to give fate a nudge, and perhaps let one man live who was meant to die. As Baron Polun proudly gestured toward the stands, Colleen leaned closer and whispered, "That chandelier above you, it looks unstable. You might want to have someone check it." The Baron blinked, then glanced upward. A faint unease crossed his face. Moments later, the trumpet sounded. The horseback performance had begun. The grand day was here, and the arena erupted with excitement. Baron Polun beamed, whispering to those nearby, "To think I'd be seated beside His Majesty himself on this glorious occasion. Truly, fortune smiles upon me." He turned his gaze toward Colleen, who appeared calm, almost bored. Yet the Baron's earlier conversation replayed in his mind. The chandelier above. The Baron looked up again and froze. One of the ropes suspending the enormous crystal structure had frayed, barely holding on. Cold sweat formed at the back of his neck. If the prince hadn't warned me, it was terrifying to imagine what might have happened. And as realization struck, the Baron's perception of Colleen shifted. This young prince wasn't simply insightful. He was calculating, deliberate. A man who looked forward, not sideways. But then, why had the Breeson family turned against Polun so viciously? What drove them to orchestrate such chaos? Before he could answer that question, the crowd gasped. Colleen and Planche had locked eyes. Planche smirked faintly. "Don't forget where you belong, little brother," he muttered under his breath. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the final act of the horse show, the highlight of the performance. But Planche wasn't watching the riders. His disgust was fixed on Colleen. "So this is what they call royal blood," he said loudly, voice dripping with scorn. "Foul and pitiful. Just looking at it makes me sick." Gasps rippled through the audience. Every noble present had heard him. He said that? In front of the king? Callion's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. He didn't need to. From the royal balcony, Queen Celise's face tightened. She had warned him countless times not to lose control. Not today, not during the celebration. And yet here he was, dragging the family's dignity through the mud. Then she caught sight of Callion's expression, calm, almost expectant. That's when she realized he had done this on purpose. But why now of all days? The entire court was frozen in disbelief. None of them could understand how the second prince could dare speak such venomous words, with His Majesty sitting right before him. The nobles had made up their minds. From this moment on, they would no longer support the prince. To them, the most suitable successor to the throne was Prince Colleen, backed by none other than Elon Manisil himself. They had lingered in silence long enough. Now a choice had to be made. The show was over. Randell managed to dodge an unpleasant scandal, but Romaine's indifference to the matter involving Blanche raised eyebrows. Everything had unfolded exactly as Colleen had planned, yet she remained eerily calm. Was she expecting this outcome? Or did today's events catch her off guard? A memory from a past life surfaced in Burin's mind. Could it be that Burin truly believed the so-called accident in Kyrus was just another assault on the royal family? The more he thought about it, the more he began to suspect that someone close to them had orchestrated the whole thing. But if it were that simple, it wouldn't be so intriguing, would it? The king then proposed a wager. Burin, half amused and half bitter, remarked that he was already losing. Had his brother forgotten how much debt he still owed? Every coin, every favor, Burin remembered them all. And with a sly smile, he decided to offer a hint. He told his brother to ask himself this. Wasn't the attack just a little too obvious? It almost felt like the culprits wanted everyone to believe it was an assault on the royal family. If the second strongest trading house in Kyrus was wiped out, who would stand to gain the most? The answer was clear. Renan Breeson, the head of Kyrus's most powerful trading house. Colleen questioned which of Polun's businesses was the most profitable. Yen answered without hesitation, the Polun diamond mine. If Polun were to vanish, Brisen's reach in the diamond market would become unmatched. Renan's cleverness was finally starting to show. Colleen wanted to understand everything, both to protect Polun and to uncover the truth. But before that, Colleen demanded something in return for saving his life. Orders were sent to Yen. Cancel all of Callion's plans for the night. But with most nobles gathering at the royal ball, that wouldn't be easy. The words he'd heard earlier kept echoing in Callion's mind. His expression gave it away. He was disturbed, and seemed to buy the excuse, which only made it harder for Colleen to attend the event. When they finally returned to the palace, confusion filled the air. The king couldn't make sense of anything that had happened. Manasil's warning echoed in his mind. If he continued to distance himself, he would lose his son. Then came the cruel memory of Blanche, spitting words of disgust at Colleen, calling his blood filthy and worthless. And the image of Callion's dying mother, worried only for her child, refused to fade. The queen burst into the study, startling the servants. The butler hurried to announce her, and the maid quickly poured fresh tea. Celise hadn't been told anyone else would be there, yet the king assured her it was fine, because the guest wouldn't be staying long. Then, turning his gaze to Celise, the king calmly asked, "So, what brings you here today?" Celise stood firm, her voice calm, yet commanding. She declared that House Breeson would take full responsibility for the day's incident. Her words were steady, but the faint bite on her lip didn't go unnoticed. Who would have thought she'd bow her head to cover for Blanche's blunder? It seemed her son's reputation outweighed everything else. Still, not even this humiliation had dulled her boldness. Today's display was something to behold. Baron Polun had outdone himself. The celebration was a masterpiece. And judging by the queen's expression, she already knew what reward she intended to bestow. The king's guess was right. She planned to grant Polun the exclusive right for House Breeson to supply the royal stables. Was she really willing to give up such a profitable venture? Just as Elon predicted, the queen understood that something had to be sacrificed to mend the damage caused by Prince Blanche. Yet, she wasn't desperate enough to withdraw the knights she'd stationed in the palace. Instead, she'd come prepared, with an offer she believed would balance the scales. Once that was done, the king would have to pretend to look the other way. It was hard to tell whose strategy this was, her own, or one she'd learned from a careful mentor. The king announced that he and Blanche would attend the evening's ball together. Celise smiled faintly, saying that her son would be thrilled. Her plan had worked. Soon, the herald's voice echoed through the grand ballroom. His Majesty the King, and His Highness Prince Blanche. As agreed, the two entered side by side, a perfectly staged image of unity. And as promised, Baron Polun received the royal decree granting him exclusive supply rights. Every noble in the room understood what this really meant. It was the queen's calculated move to salvage both her standing and her son's name. Now everyone knew the price she had paid for the prince's freedom. Prince Colleen, however, was no longer someone to be overlooked. The balance of power had shifted. He now had enough influence to push even the queen into action. The nobles saw it too, and without hesitation, began showering him with gifts. They were ready to switch allegiance, unbothered by loyalty or shame. Yin watched the growing mountain of gifts and couldn't help but wonder what they'd do with all of them. Colleen, though quietly satisfied to see Brisen's influence fading, had no interest in surrounding himself with opportunists. He ordered that everything be returned, except the gifts from the Magicians Association and Baron Polun. And he added they should conveniently forget to make a list of who sent what. Among the presents, Yin found one he was certain came from Baron Polun. Curious, Colleen asked what it contained. Inside was a finely crafted necklace, stunning, but clearly meant for a horse. Or rather, a peculiar choice. Colleen raised an eyebrow. It had to be Yan's idea. He asked Yin what exactly the Baron had been told. Yin explained that the man had asked for a hint about what His Highness liked, so he'd simply said, His Highness loves his horse. Apparently, Baron Polun had taken those words very literally. He'd sent jewelry, not for the prince, but for his beloved horse. It seemed Baron Polun was testing him. If Colleen accepted the gift, it would be the same as agreeing to take gold in return for saving him. Then next time, the Baron would use that jewelry to repay the favor and close the debt. But things were never that simple. Polun was mistaken if he thought Kallian could be bought with a shiny trinket. The prince calmly ordered Yin to find out the necklace's value and send the exact amount back to the baron. When Yin asked if he truly intended to buy the piece, Kallian smirked and said, "I'm not buying it for its uniqueness." He glanced toward the table, where another gift caught his eye. "That honor," he said, "belongs to this flower." It was a gift from the Magicians Association, a rare, magical bloom glowing faintly under the light. Typical magicians, always chasing beauty and symbolism. The flower came with a note, detailed care instructions written in elegant script. It was a bioluminescent flower that released shining pollen before it withered, a favorite among herbologists. As he examined it, a new plan began to form in Kallian's mind. He asked if they should send the plant back as well, but Kallian shook his head. "No, we'll keep it. I have an idea." Just then, a sharp cry echoed across the room. The maid gasped. Yin turned quickly. "Your Highness, are you hurt?" Kallian looked down at the tea spilled across the table and the floor. "My hand slipped," he said casually. "What a shame, the tea's gone." Yin ordered the maids to clean up the mess, and as they moved, the tea spread in a wide arc, splashing beautifully across the floor and onto the flower. Ian hesitated. "Should we move it, Your Highness?" Kallian smiled faintly. "No, leave it there. I like that flower." But his eyes flicked briefly toward the maid. Of course he had noticed her reaction. Of course he knew the tea had been poisoned. Kallian thanked his mentor for sparing the time to meet him. But Elon only waved it off. "No need to thank me. How could I refuse when you're putting your life at risk?" Outside the palace walls, Kallian seemed lighter, almost cheerful. It had been a long time since he'd stepped beyond those gates. For a moment, he almost said it was his first time out. But he reminded himself he was Kallian now, not Burin. He turned to Elon. "Did His Majesty really approve your departure?" Elon chuckled softly. "If he didn't, I suppose we're about to find out." Kallian didn't even look surprised. It didn't matter. They were both equally guilty in this little rebellion. He told Yin earlier they'd return by dawn. Elon raised an eyebrow. "Funny, I could have sworn you said midnight." That made the old mage smile. Yes, this was definitely his apprentice. He'd even take that as a compliment. Elon asked if Kallian was still taking his antidote regularly. The prince nodded. "Took a dose this morning. I feel much better already." "So much better," Elon mused, "that the one who's been poisoning you must be panicking right now." Kallian's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Exactly. Once they take the bait, everything will fall into place." Elon clapped once, impressed. "Brilliantly done, Your Highness. Truly brilliant." Perhaps Elon wasn't needed after all, but Kallian disagreed. "That's not true," he said quietly. "None of this would have worked without the gift you sent." Elon only smiled at that. Their paths split soon after. This was where the mage would part ways with the prince. He suggested that Kallian should have let him stay close, but he didn't argue further. "As you wish, Your Highness," he said finally. Kallian knew his mentor would understand. Tynancia Street housed the Magicians Association branch. Once his work was done, he'd meet Elon there again. They exchanged brief farewells and rode off in opposite directions. Before heading to his destination, Kallian made one stop at the blacksmith's. He tested the balance of a blade, nodding slightly. "It'll do," he muttered, "at least until my order's ready." Now, only one thing remained: information. The Sakrisha organization operated the most extensive spy network on the continent, collecting intelligence from every nation. But their agents were more than spies. They were assassins, trained for years to perfection. And the ones who created that deadly network? None other than his father, King DeBlanc, and Burin, the man Kallian used to be. But that life was behind him now. He was Prince Kallian of Kairos. When he reached Tynancia Street, he stood before an old building known as the Pigeon House. He knew better than anyone how dangerous this place could be. He was the one who had trained these agents himself. And now, as a prince, showing up here was almost suicidal. One look at his black hair and red eyes, and his cover would be gone. He had to move quietly, so quietly that even the wind wouldn't notice him. He stepped inside. The place was far larger than it appeared from the outside, dimly lit, lined with cages and scrolls. A man looked up from behind counter. "Looking for a pigeon?" he asked casually. Kallian shook his head. "Not today." The man chuckled. "Ah, they're still sleeping. Or maybe just tired. Long flights, you know. They deserve to rest their wings." In their code, pigeons meant active agents. The ones asleep were the ones laying low, or worse. "Then why are you here, friend?" the man asked. "Bird feed," Kallian replied smoothly. "I heard this was the place to get it." Before the words could settle, a blade flashed through the air. Kallian twisted aside. His cloak tore, but his skin remained untouched. The attacker sneered. "Can't recall any pigeons being sold recently." Kallian steadied his breath. "So that's how it's going to be." He knocked the dagger away. "Seems one of your birds flew the nest," he said evenly. "Went off to find food on its own. Can't blame you if you couldn't sell it." In the Sakrisha, birds refer to field agents. Their true identities were kept hidden, even from each other. That way, if one was caught, the others would remain safe. The man narrowed his eyes. "Whose bird are you, then?" Kallian smiled faintly. "That depends," he said. "Whose name would you believe? If he invoked his father's, no one here would dare question him. And if he pretended to be one of Sakrisha's own, no one would ever know." Kallian introduced himself as the Nebulade's bird. From this moment forward, Kallian decided he would become the first prince of Kairos to use one of Sakrisha's own spies to uncover secrets about his own kingdom. A risky move, but necessary. "I need some food," Kallian said quietly, "for a little bird that's just left its nest." The man's eyes flickered with understanding. "Follow me," he said, leading Colleen through a narrow corridor into a hidden room. The walls were lined with strange symbols, and the air carried the faint scent of oil and metal. New face, huh? The man said, glancing back. Remember my name? You'll be hearing it again. He gave a small, sharp grin. They call me White Eagle. Then call me Red Swan, Colleen replied smoothly. White Eagle nodded. All right, Red Swan. What kind of food are you after? One item, Colleen said. And one piece of information. That'll be 8 purins. White Eagle interrupted before he could continue. Callion's gaze narrowed. The man had named the price before knowing what he wanted. A trick to make him drop his guard. Fixed price, White Eagle said with a shrug. Pay first. After the exchange, the agent handed over a small item wrapped in dark cloth and a slip of paper. Collion unfolded the map, scanning it carefully. This looks correct, he murmured. Given the territory, this is the only spot that fits. White Eagle leaned back. Be careful, Red Swan. That's a brutal place. You'll need more than luck to walk out of there. Collion smiled faintly. I'll take your advice. Because as dangerous as that place might be, he knew the White Eagle was far deadlier. Later that night, Collion rode down the empty streets of Kairos. But ahead, a crowd had gathered near the bridge. He frowned. At this hour, drawing closer, he realized the road was blocked. What's going on? A man bowed slightly. My apologies. The deceased are on their final journey. Please wait a moment if you're not in a hurry. Collion halted his horse and nodded. It was a funeral. No need to rush, he said quietly. The dead should have their peace. The man gave a grateful smile. Every nation had its own way of saying goodbye to the dead. In Kairos, there was a belief that if a living person crossed a bridge while red flowers floated on the river, the souls of the departed would lose their way. In Sakrisha, however, they planted a flower called Sinistar on the graves of the dead. It bloomed white under the sun and turned deep blue under the moon, a symbol of 2 people who could never meet again. The tradition carried a simple message. The paths of the living and the dead must never cross. As Collion stood watching the petals drift across the water, a strange thought crossed his mind. Did my brother plant a Sinistar on my grave? Or did time itself rewind before that happened? Maybe I'm a lost soul now, the one who couldn't find his way back. The sound of soft footsteps broke his thoughts. The man from before approached and bowed deeply. Thank you for waiting. You may cross now. Collion gave a small nod. May the departed rest in peace, he said solemnly. As the last lanterns flickered in the river's reflection, Callion's eyes caught sight of a familiar figure among the mourners, someone whose presence he recognized instantly. The moment the prince left, one of the men in the shadows turned to another. It's time. We can begin, he said quietly. But the man beside him didn't respond. His attention was elsewhere, his gaze distant, thoughtful. His name was Arson. Memories flickered through his mind, moments from when he'd once met the Prince of Sakrisha. He remembered him as someone unusually kind for royalty. A good man, he thought. Someone different. Collion continued his journey, passing through streets lined with signs carrying the same name over and over. Sisphanian. Sisphanian deep sleep. Sisphanian rest. Sisphanian lunch. Collion frowned slightly. Isn't that a bit excessive? Even the air carried the sharp scent of Sisphanian liquor. Back when he was still burned, he'd heard rumors from the Sakrisha agents about this place. They used to joke that the Sisphanian clan had taken over half the capital. It seems they hadn't been exaggerating. A man approached, offering to guide him to a seat. I need to go to the 4th floor, Collion said. The man's eyes flickered in understanding. He knew what that meant. Without a word, he led Collion to a small corridor and wished him a pleasant evening. Of course, there was no 4th floor. Collion stepped inside and pulled a lever hidden behind a wall sconce. The mechanism clicked, and the floor beneath him shifted, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. The code phrase, 4th floor of a 2-story building, was a signal. It meant the real action took place below. The information he'd bought from White Eagle had pointed him here, a venue of illegal underground fights, buried deep beneath the city. Not gambling for coins, but something much darker. When Collion stepped into the hidden arena, the stench of blood and sweat hit him immediately. The roar of the crowd shook the air. In the ring, 2 men fought savagely, fists colliding with bone. Finish him, someone screamed. Don't let him fall unconscious yet. We bet too much on this one. The crowd was rabid. In the center of it all stood the reigning champion, Bloody Gerard. When his opponent finally collapsed, the audience erupted. Bets were exchanged, fortunes lost and won in an instant. The smell of iron and violence lingered thick in the air, refusing to fade. Another fight, someone shouted. Bring in the next one. The announcer's voice boomed, excitement masking the cruelty. Next up, room assignments. Entrance fees must be paid before the next round. A hooded figure, Collion, stepped forward and handed over a coin pouch. The man behind the counter nodded. Room 27. The lady will escort you. A girl approached him then. White hair, dark eyes, delicate hands trembling slightly. She couldn't speak, only tugged gently at his sleeve and gestured for him to follow. Callion's gaze lowered, and he noticed. Her ears were cropped. Her clothes weren't her choice. Around her neck was a small metallic collar, a tracking device, just like the others. His eyes darkened. Cruel, he murmured under his breath. The girl stopped at a table and pointed at a silver tray. A number was engraved on it, 27. So, she wanted him to place a bet. He nodded faintly. You have to play along to survive in a place like this. There were no real rules here, only chaos and the courage to fake belonging long enough to get what you came for. The crowd roared as the next round began. Here, the rules were simple. Spectators bet their money, fighters bled for it, and when a fighter won, their better's coin doubled. 3 plens became 6, 6 became 12, and 12 became 24. Round after round, the cycle of greed and violence continued, an endless rhythm of blood and coin. By the 10th match, the announcer's voice echoed through the underground arena. The winner, Pantelon Iron Knee. Those who had bet on black cheered wildly as their earnings multiplied. What started as 3 plens had turned into 1,536. But Colleen hadn't come here to make money. The real reason for his presence was about to enter the ring. The lights dimmed. A hush fell over the audience as the announcer declared. And now, the final match, a special quadruple elimination round. The crowd leaned forward in excitement. On the white side, the bloody hammer of Sean, and his opponent, the undefeated challenger. As the gates opened, Callion's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man instantly. It was him. In his previous life, the man had fought to survive, forced to battle for coin, caged like an animal. He'd made a living in the ring until tragedy struck. His sister's death had taken everything from him. The announcer's voice cut through the noise. Introducing Monstery Kiri. The name hit Colleen like a blow. Once, he had asked Kiri if he wanted to be a knight. But Kiri had simply smiled and said, "No, your highness. I want to be your sword." And now, here he was broken, bloodied, fighting for scraps of survival. A tragic fate for the sword that once swore loyalty to him. Without hesitation, Colleen placed his bet. "Everything on black," he said. Gasps rippled through the stands. Even the dealer froze. "All of it? Are you sure?" The crowd began whispering. Has he lost his mind? Who in their right mind would wager everything on a fighter with a 0% win rate? He's never won a single match, someone scoffed. That's suicide. Another man approached Colleen, lowering his voice. That's a heavy bet, friend. No need to waste it. Put on the other one. Bloody Hammer Sean will crush him. Colleen turned slightly. You've checked the chips, haven't you? The man blinked. What? Check them again, Colleen said quietly. Carefully. The man hesitated, confused. But Callion's tone left no room for argument. Meanwhile, the crowd chanted for blood. Kill him. If he dies, the payout goes tenfold. The arena shook with bloodlust. And as the gate clanged shut, the final match began. The bloody hammer of Sean charged forward with terrifying force, his weapon gleaming red under the light. Kiri barely managed to duck, but the hammer came down again with brutal speed. He blocked one strike, then another, but the sheer power sent him stumbling back. Pain lands through his ribs as the bloody hammer kicked him hard, the impact throwing him into the steel netting of the arena. The crowd erupted, the ring filled with the sound of metal and flesh colliding, the chants of gamblers echoing like thunder. Kiri's breath came in ragged gasps, but his eyes didn't waver. He was still standing, and somewhere in that chaos, Callion's calm gaze didn't move from him for even a second. The arena trembled with shouts and stomping feet. Ended already, the crowd howled. Let the bloody hammer finish him, with his fists this time. Callion's sharp eyes followed every movement inside the ring. Kiri was taking a beating, blow after blow. Without a weapon, he was getting pummeled like a defenseless target. But something felt off. Kiri could end this if he wanted to, Colleen thought. So why isn't he fighting back? Bloody hammer sneered, wiping blood from his mouth. You're too slow, rat. Too stubborn to die. Kiri staggered, coughing up blood. His arms trembled as he barely blocked another punch. It ends tonight. Bloody hammer roared, stepping in for the kill. The crowd erupted, sensing the finale. But before the hammer could strike, Kiri, Callion's voice cut through the chaos. The sound froze the fighter mid-swing. Don't open your shoulders before you attack, Colleen shouted. For a heartbeat, Kiri's eyes widened in recognition. Then he moved. He ducked under the next punch, just in time. The air whistled as the hammer's fist missed his face by inches. Kiri's knees bent, muscles tightening. He drove his own fist upward, slamming it straight into the bloody hammer's ribs. A crack echoed through the arena. The champion staggered back, coughing blood. Kiri pressed in, 1-2. Then the final strike. His fist crashed into the man's jaw, sending him sprawling across the floor. Silence. The entire arena froze. No one breathed. Then the announcer's trembling voice rose, almost disbelieving. The victor, monster-eyed Kiri, the undefeated bloody hammer, has fallen. The crowd erupted into chaos. Cheers, curses, and cries blended together. Some celebrated, others shouted in rage. Because of that damn trash fighter, I lost everything. Kill him next time. Colleen couldn't help the faint smile tugging at his lips. For the first time in a long while, he felt proud. Kiri had done it. Soon after, a man approached him respectfully. Excuse me, sir. Someone's looking for you. Please come this way. The official glanced nervously at the pouch of coins in his hand. You're talented, kid. Turning 3 purins into 6,000. That's no small feat. But there was hesitation in his tone. Still, giving such a large amount to someone so young feels risky. Colleen tilted his head slightly. So that's how it's going to be. He expected the man to negotiate, maybe test him subtly. Instead, the fool tried to pressure him. The man frowned. Take off your hood, boy. Let me see your face. Callion's smile faded. Are you sure you want that? The man scoffed, leaning closer. You think you're too good to show yourself? What are you hiding under there? Before he could blink, a sharp thwack. A dagger buried itself through the man's hand, pinning it to the wooden counter. He screamed in agony. Colleen withdrew the blade, his expression calm. What's wrong? I thought you had at least some common sense. The man trembled, clutching his bleeding hand. He finally realized the truth. This wasn't just some reckless gambler. He just angered someone far more dangerous. Desperate, he tried to backtrack. I meant no harm. The amount is just too large to hand over at once. Please, wait a few days. Colleen interrupted coldly. I don't need your money. The man blinked, confused. Then what do you want? Colleen sheathed his dagger. Give me Kiri Monstery. The man froze. W what? Callion's voice dropped to a whisper. You heard me. I want him. The man hesitated, sweating. But that fighter, he's worth a fortune. He just started making us money. Callion's gaze darkened. Then you'd better decide what's worth more. The silence that followed was heavy and deadly. Master will never allow it, the man stammered. You're insane. Anyone who tries that would lose his head. The others around him murmured in agreement. The stranger before them, this hooded noble, had to be out of his mind. He was alone, outnumbered, and yet not a trace of fear. Then, without a word, Callion's aura flared. The air trembled. Before the man could even blink, the dagger in Callion's hand shimmered with power. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the next instant, he was standing there in nothing but his underwear, his clothes shredded by the blast of energy. The entire room went silent. Colleen stepped closer, voice calm and sharp as a blade. Tell me, he said softly, if I offer you 6,000 plans and your life, will that be enough to negotiate? The man swallowed hard, his face pale. Why you used aura? Colleen tilted his head. So you noticed? Be bring Kiri here, the man shouted to his subordinates, panic cutting through his voice. He was right about one thing. Callion's body couldn't handle another aura surge like that. But for now, it didn't matter. All he needed was time. Moments later, the man returned, sweat dripping down his temples. There's a problem. Callion's eyes narrowed. What problem? It's Kiri. He refuses to leave without the girl. The half-elf Hina. At that name, a memory hit Colleen like a dagger to the chest. His sister. The one who had chosen death over chains. The one he couldn't protect. He looked away, jaw tightening. Bring them both, he ordered coldly. The man hesitated, but one look from Colleen silenced any argument. I'll make arrangements, he muttered. Colleen nodded. Do that. And while you're at it, prepare my winnings. He'd come here for information, not for coin, but leaving without claiming his reward would only draw suspicion. A short while later, 3 figures emerged from the arena's lower tunnels. Colleen, Kiri, and the girl. Hina stayed close to her brother, eyes darting nervously. She could sense the danger that clung to the man beside them. Kiri turned, bowing his head slightly. Thank you for helping us, but I don't understand why. Callion's expression softened just a little. No need to question it. I mean you no harm. Kiri's gaze lingered, and then his breath caught. Recognition dawned. He dropped to one knee. Why, Your Highness, the third prince? Colleen sighed quietly. Enough. Don't bow. But I said don't. His voice was firm. A sword should never lower its head. Kiri froze at those words. The prince's tone, his presence, there was no mistaking it. These two, half-elves, penniless, scarred by years of hardship. He could see it written in every line of their faces. In his past life, Kiri had failed to protect his sister. Now, fate has given him another chance. Colleen remembered his habit, the way Kiri always opened his shoulders before striking. A beginner's flaw, one he'd tried to correct before. He stepped closer. Tell me, Kiri, do you still want to be a knight? Kiri shook his head. No, Your Highness. I want to be your sword. To protect everything you stand for. Colleen smiled faintly. That's the same answer you gave me before. You haven't changed. He reached into his cloak and withdrew something wrapped in silk. A finely crafted blade. A man doesn't become a knight overnight, Colleen said. So for now, act as my shield. Protect me, as I once protected you. Kiri looked down at the weapon, his eyes wide. Your Highness, why give us something so precious? Callion's gaze softened. Because I know what kind of life you've lived, and because I trust the man who swore to become my sword. Kiri had promised his loyalty, but Colleen had one last thing to say. You'll need a good sword, he said quietly. It's the least I can do to repay you. Financial Street. Magicians Association, Elon's office. Elon reads how Colleen told Paloon Melfer to examine the chandelier because he was feeling uneasy about it. Across the room, Elon froze mid-step, eyes darting upward in alarm. Ow, how did His Highness know that, he stammered. His fingers twitched toward the rope hanging near the rafters. Callion's faint smile didn't help his nerves. Moments later, the prince stepped into Elon's private study. I'm here, he announced cheerfully, as if he hadn't just survived a night of blood, deceit, and underground fights. Elon looked up from his desk, unimpressed. You look like you've been through a fight, he muttered. Where are your clothes? Ah, Colleen said, shrugging. Something like that did happen, but I wouldn't call it a fight. The mage sighed deeply. Judging by the prince's tone, it was obvious that today's negotiations had been complicated. It truly had been a long day. Colleen had rescued Kiri, secured Hina, and even laid a trap to expose whoever had poisoned his tea. Everything was falling into place, just as he planned. And yet, an odd discomfort lingered in his chest. Perhaps it was simply exhaustion, or something deeper. Elon studied him silently, then with a small flick of his fingers, poured 2 cups of tea using magic. Steam curled into the quiet air. Finally, this office looked like what one would expect from a royal magician. But Callion's curious eyes wandered, half expecting something strange. Floating eyes, enchanted flasks, or bubbling cauldrons. Instead, it was disappointingly ordinary. Though one item did catch his attention, a dagger lying bare on the desk. No sheath, no markings. Just familiar. Too familiar. Callion's expression darkened. It was identical to his own blade. Elon noticed the prince's focus and raised an eyebrow. You recognize it? The dagger suddenly lifted into the air, suspended by invisible magic. It turned, gleaming faintly, then shot forward like lightning. Callion moved, but too late. The blade grazed his arm, drawing blood. Elon's voice was calm. Don't misunderstand. It's a Sisphanian creation, a magic weapon that copies the form of another person's hidden blade. I wanted to see your reaction. Callion pressed a hand to the wound, his aura instinctively flaring to life. The sudden surge of energy filled the room. Elon's eyes widened. Aura? The man who once claimed not to know how to hold a sword was now channeling aura powerful enough to rattle the air. Elon exhaled slowly. When I first met you, I had a feeling, he said softly. Your Majesty once told me you were afraid of horses, and the nobles say you've become someone else entirely. He paused, studying the faint glow around the prince's hand. When you learned about the poison, you didn't fear death. You fought to live. That energy, he met Callion's eyes. It belongs to someone who's been killed before. The prince said nothing. The silence between them was heavy, but not hostile. Elon continued quietly, and somehow, you knew there'd be an accident at the riding show before it happened. Didn't you? Callion's gaze flickered. Perhaps. Then, Elon said at last, You owe me an explanation, my prince. Who are you, really? For a long moment, Callion didn't answer. Then Elon lifted his hand, a soft light glowing from his palm as healing magic spread over the wound. At first, Callion thought it was suspicion, distrust. But then he saw it. Elon wasn't doubting him. He was choosing to believe. From the moment Callion began speaking, Elon understood. The man sitting before him, this so-called prince, wasn't the real Callion Kairos. My real name, he said quietly, is Burin Sakrisha. The words hung in the air like a spell. Callion, or Burin, explained everything. How he'd awoken in another body. How his own life had ended, and his consciousness had crossed time and space into this form. Elon listened silently, his expression unreadable. Then, finally he spoke. So, it's about the time axis, isn't it? Burin nodded. Elon frowned in thought. Then the real Prince Callion, is he dead? Probably not, Burin replied. I can still feel him, faintly, somewhere inside, like a quiet heartbeat. Elon folded his arms. I see. He remembered their first meeting, the day the prince said he didn't desire the throne. Then tell me, Elon said slowly, what is it you do want? Burin lowered his gaze. I want to prevent a war. That's all. He hesitated. I still don't know why Planche tried to seize the time axis. But if I don't find the root cause, it'll happen again. And next time, it might destroy everything. Elon's eyes sharpened. So is that what you want? Or what Burin's older brother, Chase, would have wanted? Burin blinked. Chase. The mage sighed. There's something you should know. He leaned forward, his voice measured and deliberate. In this world, Prince Chase is the only prince of Sakrisha. He's the sole son of a royal concubine. The queen has no heirs. Burin froze. What? Elon nodded gravely. Here, the name Burin Sakrisha doesn't exist. Not in Sakrisha, not in any kingdom, on this earth or any other. The prince's breath caught. So I don't exist? Why then, had time turned back? Was something broken? Elon continued. When you used the time axis, the coordinates, both time and place, were wrong. That's why you ended up inside Callion's body. He paused. Prince Callion's soul is still alive. You felt it, didn't you? Burin nodded faintly. I did. Then it's simple, Elon said. Just as you entered his body, someone could enter yours. The realization hit hard. If that were true, then Burin's original life had been erased. He had taken over another's existence. It's no different than stealing someone's life, Burin murmured. Elon didn't deny it. Meanwhile, Chase has already secured his position as the crown prince of Sakrisha. The timeline you remember, the past you lived, it's all changed. The present is different, and so is the future. Burin's eyes darkened. So even the three princes of Kairos. Yes, Elon said. Their fates hang by a thread. That's why you must focus on this world, on this life. Let go of the other one. Prince Chase doesn't need your worry anymore. He's grown strong on his own. It was clear what Elon was truly saying. Don't live shackled to the past. Burin looked down at his hands, silent. Then he spoke softly. I know what troubles you, Master. But what you fear won't happen. He looked up, determination shining in his eyes. The day I woke up as Callion of Kairos, I made a vow to leave Burin's life behind. Elon's gaze softened, the faintest smile forming at the edge of his lips. Those words, simple as they were, carried weight. They meant acceptance. Still, a trace of uncertainty lingered in Burin's voice. But even if I'm not the real prince, even if I'm not truly Callion Kairos, will everything really be all right? Elon met his eyes, and after a long pause, said gently, Then let me be honest with you too. He had only one student, one he intended to face last. Callion looked straight at the wizard and asked if he knew anything about the time axis. The old man didn't even flinch at the name. That alone said enough. He clearly knew something. About a year ago, Prince Chase had sought the wizard's advice about the Wasp of Time. Elon, ever cautious, had studied the relic carefully. But in the end, he discovered only one thing. It wasn't made by human hands. Then, just a month ago, news came in. The time axis had vanished. Odd, considering the prince had appeared in this very timeline only about a month earlier. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. When the protagonist returned, the time axis disappeared. How could that happen? And why did he come back at all? Elon cut off Callian's questions before they could spiral further. No matter how long they thought, they wouldn't find the answers on their own. But there was someone who might know more, someone even Elon respected. Her name was Sisfanian, and soon, the prince would meet her himself. His coming-of-age ceremony was approaching, a royal tradition known as the Roselida. Every prince of Kairos had to visit Sisfanian's estate to formally declare himself a full member of the royal family. Only then could he learn the will of the Sisfanian. But before any of that, Callian needed to stay alive. The seeds he planted were beginning to sprout, and time was running out. Back at the palace, Yin told Callian that he didn't realize how deeply worried he was. The man who'd promised to return by midnight didn't come back until dawn. Still, that was nothing new. When Callian turned to Yin, the man bowed slightly and suggested the prince wash up before resting. But instead, Callian smirked and told him there was something interesting he wanted to show. Yin followed him to the terrace, confused. The early morning air bit at their skin, cold and sharp. On the table sat a small pot with a delicate flower, a gift from Magicians Association. Hobbyists loved it for one peculiar reason. Even after it wilted, it released glowing pollen. Because it was so rare, its traits were still a mystery. Callian accidentally spilled some of his tea into the pot, the same tea he'd laced with poison. He wanted to see how the servants reacted, knowing that even a single sip would kill an ordinary person within a week. Naturally, a plant exposed to the poison should have withered on the spot. But this one didn't. It stood tall, untouched, vibrant, alive. Almost as if someone had replaced it on purpose. And once the switch was made, they couldn't simply throw it away. So they placed it in the safest place they could find and waited. The garden outside was breathtaking, serene, flawless, almost too perfect. And that beauty, Callian thought, would lead him straight to the culprit, the mistress of Hija Palace, Queen Celise. Rain tapped softly against the windows as Yin entered the prince's chamber, carrying a tray of steaming tea. Callian greeted him casually, and after setting the tray down, Yin asked if His Highness had slept well. Callian smiled faintly. I did. And you? Yin nodded, returning the familiar morning greeting he always gave the prince. But somehow, it felt different today. Callian's tone is calm. It all seemed oddly out of place. I'm just an early riser, Callian said. Yin chuckled. That's strange. The sun rises in the west now. The prince said nothing. His eyes lingered on the cup before him, silent and watchful as the rain continued to fall. When he finally took a sip, the flavor caught his attention, faint, but not quite the same as usual. There was something off. Celise had done it. She'd slipped the poison into the tea after all. Setting the cup down, Callian asked, almost idly, has there been any word about gathering the aristocrats within the week? Yin straightened. Yes, Your Highness. Next week, there's a meeting of all nobles, His Majesty included. A banquet will follow afterward. Callian's lips curved slightly. Perfect. Then let's make sure Queen Celise has a reason to lose her mind by then. He swallowed a small pill from his pocket. Yin noticed and frowned. You've been taking those for days now? What are they? Supplements. Callian replied easily. My body's been weak lately. Let's head to the gym later. Maybe have breakfast early too. Yin nodded, still uneasy. He glanced down at the tray, the teacup, the pot. Something about it all gnawed at him, but he said nothing. Later that morning, one face was notably missing from the breakfast room. Planche. Honestly, Callian didn't mind. The fewer distractions, the better. His plan needed precision, and Planche's presence always risked throwing things off. When the crown prince entered, Callian greeted him with an odd remark. The roses are blooming early this year. Randall blinked, unsure what to say, then quietly excused himself and left. Yin, baffled, whispered, Why did you mention a rose? Callian replied simply, I saw one while walking. It reminded me of my brother. He used to tend the roses. There was no deeper meaning to it, just a memory. Even with the rain pouring down, Callian didn't skip training. He pushed his limits, ignoring the ache that spread through his body until Elon appeared. You're getting worse every day, the man said bluntly. Callian shot him a look. If I skip training, I'll really be in trouble. Elon smirked. You always were hard on yourself. Callian was still catching his breath when he asked, Where did you come from? Manisil. Elon answered. I had a talk with Romaine. The prince froze. Elon had just called him by his first name. But Elon only shrugged. It's just a title, Callian. Besides, I'm about the same age as the magician's grandson. After their training, Elon couldn't help but wonder why the prince had called for this old man in the first place. Callian, calm as ever, had two requests for his former master. First, he needed two identities. Elon didn't see that as much of a challenge. But before he could ask why, Callian continued. The second request was more complicated. He wanted to investigate a death, one that involved several aristocrats, especially those connected to the Breeson family. Elon sighed. Two major requests at once, Your Highness. You're asking a lot of me. Both need to be done, Callian replied firmly. And soon. Is there something urgent? Elon asked. That's when the prince revealed it. The dosage of the poison had increased. Elon's expression darkened. So you found the culprit? Callian didn't answer directly, but his silence said enough. Elon could already guess. It wouldn't be long before the mages began to intervene, and when that happened, control would shift quickly. Going up against an archmage was no small thing. Elon looked at his pupil, uneasy. You're not planning to use them as a shield, are you? Callian shook his head. Not a shield, he said quietly. A weapon. He knew better than anyone how deadly magecraft could be. He'd seen it destroy his homeland, watched entire armies fall before a squad of white demons crafted by magic. That was why he wanted to form an order of mages of his own. Elon frowned. Mages aren't like knights, Colleen. They don't grow stronger through simple training. You must understand that. Colleen smirked. I do, but it's still possible. He remembered how Romaine once tried the same thing. When Romaine announced he was creating an order of mages, everyone, even the Brizons, dismissed it as a fool's dream, which, ironically, was what allowed him to succeed in secret. And he did succeed for a while. But soon after the order was formed, Romaine died. Everything he'd built passed quietly into the hands of Blanche, who then ascended the throne. Elon already knew how that story ended. This time, Colleen said, it won't be so easy for them. The Brizons will interfere, and I'll use what Celise did to make sure of it. Elon crossed his arms. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Colleen smiled faintly. That's a secret. You'll find out soon enough. Elon rolled his eyes. Ah yes, very reassuring. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Colleen only laughed under his breath. Tell me, Master, you've been talking with Romaine, haven't you? I'm sure Manisil's thinking about plenty of things right now. He reached into his sleeve, a quiet, deliberate motion, before changing the subject. When Celise makes her move, we'll have to dominate the negotiations, he said. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, the maid had just reported back. She had increased the dosage exactly as Her Majesty commanded. Celise sighed, tired of the endless whispers and the noise around her. Just make sure it's done right, she muttered. She wanted nothing more than for this entire mess to end. Her servant nodded and left, just as another figure stepped into the room, someone who seemed more like an observer than a helper. It was Blanche, looking weary and frustrated. And indeed, it was hard to blame him. The man who should have been doing the real work was sitting idly by, while chaos unfolded around them. Celise shouldn't have been so hard on herself. Blanche had come to tell her that none of this was her fault, and, honestly, there was nothing he could do either. Still, she said nothing. Maybe this pain was simply her fate, something she had to bear alone. Blanche clenched his fists, anger and frustration twisting inside him, then turned and walked out. Weak or not, she was determined to make sure nothing, and no one, would stand in her way. The day finally came. Their carriage rolled toward the palace gates, and Hina was in such high spirits that she hummed all day long. The excitement in her voice filled the air. At last, they were about to meet the prince. Kiri couldn't help but notice how Hina's eyes sparkled whenever his name was mentioned. She liked the prince, far more than she wanted to admit. As the sun dipped lower, Hina found herself hoping evening would come sooner. Inside the palace, Yin was busy assisting the prince. The meeting of the aristocrats was nearly over, and the banquet was to begin within the hour. Colleen pulled Yin aside. There's something I need you to do for me, he said quietly. An hour later, the moment finally arrived. A special tea, meant for the weakest prince, was ready. Colleen had a plan, and tonight it would unfold. When the third prince stepped into the banquet hall, it would mark a turning point, one that would change everything. Meanwhile, Yin had already saddled his horse and was riding hard through the rain. Colleen had handed him 2 letters, one addressed to the Magicians Association and the other to his teacher. Deliver this one to the association first, Colleen had said, then bring the teacher back with you. Yin nodded, but couldn't shake the unease building in his chest. The idea of the prince going alone to the banquet, it didn't sit right. But Colleen had smiled calmly. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. Even so, Yin couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Maybe it was nothing, just the same anxious thoughts that had been haunting him these past few days. After all, what could possibly happen to a prince at a royal banquet? At the Magicians Association, a young girl hurried into the study where Manisil was working. Everything's ready, she announced. We've gathered plenty of information, though it's only on the official cases. Oria Siren, the head of the Kairos Mages Association, glanced up from her desk. But the fact that none of this has been made public, that's suspicious. Elon leaned back in his chair. Not really. Weak nobles wouldn't dare question the Breeson family. If they did, they'd be the next unsolved case. Oria frowned. Then how exactly does the prince plan to use this? Before Elon could respond, Yin burst into the room, breathless and soaked from the rain. Good. Sir Manisil and the head are both here, he gasped. The prince sent letters for you. He handed one to Oria, who tore it open immediately. Elon fastened his cloak, his expression hardening. Where's the banquet being held? He asked. Yin blinked in confusion. Wait, you don't have an invitation. You can't enter. Elon ignored him. There's no time for that. Yin's voice trembled. No time? What do you mean? Elon's eyes darkened. Because if we don't go now, your prince might die. The words hit Yin like a blow. He looked down at the letter again, and there it was, written in the prince's own hand. Colleen intended to make a deal with Queen Celise tonight, and he was putting his life on the line to do it. If anything went wrong that night, the teacher's duty was clear. He had to save Kal-Ion. 1 hour earlier, the banquet had yet to begin. In a quiet, lavish chamber, only 2 people sat facing each other, Prince Colleen and Queen Celise. Colleen spoke first, his tone calm but sharp. Why don't we be honest with each other? The queen gave a small, amused smile. Honesty, she repeated. I suppose I don't mind. But I wonder, what could possibly change from that? Colleen raised his cup and took a slow sip of tea. Let's just not forget about decorum while we do, he added. Celise studied him, still trying to figure out what he was after. In the end, she decided to argue. Anything to maintain control. For a brief moment, she even regretted ever taking an interest in someone like him. How unbecoming, she thought, to even entertain a man of such low birth. But Colleen didn't give her time to insult him. He cut her off mid-sentence. "Let's stop pretending," he said. "You and I both know about the poison in that tea." The queen froze, only for a second, then masked her expression behind a smile. "I have no idea what you mean," she replied smoothly. Both of them sat there, wearing polite smiles, their words soaked in venom. It was a dangerous dance of deceit. Two masks talking over a cup of poison. Celise repeated her denial. "I truly don't know what you're implying." "That's fine," Colleen said, setting his cup down. "I assumed you'd say that." He had already prepared himself for this. He knew he had to take a risk, one that might kill him, if he wanted to stop the queen from ever trying something like this again. Reaching in his coat, he revealed a small vial. Inside was a clear liquid. "This," he said quietly, "is a poison that can stop the heart for a short while. I got it from the White Eagle." He explained that it left no trace. It didn't react to silver, and no magical test could detect it. "Of course," he added, "thanks to the blessing I carry, my heart will keep beating." The blessing only works once, though, so while it neutralizes this poison, the one you've been feeding me until now will finally spread through my body. He smiled faintly. "I wonder who everyone will suspect first." Celise laughed, loud and cruel. "You really think everything will go according to your plan?" she sneered. "You think this is the first time I've done this?" Her voice dropped, venomous and cold. "Who do you think sent your mother to the far side of the world?" For the first time, Callion's calm cracked, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Still, he managed to speak evenly. "So what should I do with this tea, Your Majesty?" Celise's smile returned, sharp and cruel. "Drink it, as much as you can." Colleen lifted the cup again and took a few slow sips. To her, he must have looked like a fool, a naive prince who dared to challenge a queen no one else would cross. After all, even Romain himself had once feared Celise. There was nothing she couldn't take for herself. Power, loyalty, even thrones. That was how Celise had risen, step by step, erasing everything that stood in her way. And now, there was only one thing left she desired, and she would stop at nothing to claim it. And with that, the banquet began. The sight before her was almost beautiful, like a perfect scene unfolding just for her. Then, suddenly, Colleen collapsed. Gasps rippled through the banquet hall. Every noble, every servant, every guard saw it happen. The prince. "Call the priest now," someone shouted. But to Celise, it was simple. He was doing exactly what he'd always done, becoming a ladder she would climb higher upon. No one noticed who had pulled the fallen prince away from danger. The guards rushed in, forming a circle around the scene. "The drink was poisoned," someone cried. The chaos erupted even before the king had lifted his fork. "When did he drink it?" another voice asked. "Could he have taken the poison earlier?" "Silence," a royal guard barked. "Keep your mouths shut, unless you want to lose your heads." No one argued. No one dared. A single glance around the hall told the story. No one was brave enough to accuse the queen. And that silence meant only one thing. This was Celise's victory. Romain rushed forward, his face pale, his eyes fixed on his son's still body. "Colleen, wake up. Please, someone, where's the priest?" But the priest was nowhere to be seen. "Colleen should be with him," he yelled, desperation cracking his voice. Then, for the briefest moment, Colleen stirred. His trembling hands reached toward his father. And in that instant, Romain's heart stopped. That sight, that movement, it was too familiar. It was exactly what had happened years ago when Callion's mother lay dying, poisoned in her chambers. Back then, she had grabbed Romain's hand and whispered one final plea: "Protect our son." And now, the same scene was repeating itself. History replaying like a cruel curse. Fury overtook him. As Celise rose from her seat, feigning horror, Romain's voice cut through the hall. "Were you trying to kill my son, Celise?" The words slammed through the silence, freezing everyone in place. Gasps, murmurs, disbelief. Even the nobles who usually bowed to her looked stunned. The other princes stared wide-eyed. No one had ever dared speak to the queen like that. Even Celise herself looked caught off guard for a moment, then recovered with a gasp of false shock. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" she replied, her voice trembling just enough to sound convincing. "The poor boy has always been weak. I've heard he suffers from a chronic illness." Whispers rippled again, the same excuse she had given when Freya died. And just like before, she wasn't alone. The Knights of the Brisson family stepped forward to stand at her side. Celise's tone turned sharp. "This is a tragedy, but it is not a crime. Even if you accuse me, Your Majesty, you have no proof. Who can say the boy was ever healthy?" Her gaze swept the room, daring anyone to contradict her. And of course, no one did. After all, the princes shared breakfast every morning. They could easily be made to say that Colleen had looked unwell. It was a perfect shield, cold, ruthless, and clever. Romain's jaw tightened. "That's enough," he said finally. His voice was steady now, but his fury burned beneath every word. "She says she's worried," he muttered, almost to himself. "But all she's ever cared about is her own power." He was making a huge scene over Colleen, and Celise couldn't help but worry. Their child condition was getting worse by the minute. The tension was thick enough to snap. Romain's hand was already on his sword, ready to draw it, when suddenly someone else stepped in. She paused, realizing something didn't add up. It was Planche who spoke next, insisting Colleen was perfectly fine. He'd never seen any sign of illness in the boy. That only made the queen's anger flare. Moments later, the priest arrived. Celise was returning to Hija Castle, and the king ordered divine power to be used immediately to heal Colleen before it was too late. But just as they prepared, a sudden barrier appeared around the young hero. It blocked every attempt to channel divine energy. Elon stepped forward, confused and frustrated. Why were they so desperate to kill this boy? The king glared, completely lost. He needs treatment right now. That's when Elon spoke, his voice steady but grim. He revealed that a magic circle was etched into the prince's heart. If mana and divine power collided inside him, even if he somehow survived, his heart would be destroyed instantly. The king froze, speechless. Then what are we supposed to do? Before anyone could answer, Colleen began to cough violently. They couldn't use divine power, and magic couldn't save him either, not unless a natural-born healer stepped in. Romain slammed his fist down. Then find another way. Can't you see he's in pain? At that moment, Elon remembered this had happened before, to his own son, and now to a student. Colleen looked up weakly, noticing the strange expression on his mentor's face. Elon had never imagined he'd have to use that spell again, the forbidden one that erases pain. Outside, the world continued as if nothing was happening. People walked through the streets peacefully until the sky filled with falling flyers. Each one carried the same words, cries for truth about the Brisson family, accusations that they had murdered 37 people. The storm of rumors hit like a typhoon. Whispers spread. The queen poisoned Prince Colleen. The Brisson family's crimes were exposed, and the kingdom's anger boiled over. No one dared cross the Brissons now. Even the king pointed to the queen as the one behind the poisoning. The queen is a murderer, they shouted. What kind of queen is Celise anyway? The people demanded her removal. But amid the chaos, Elon's voice rang out, steady and determined. Colleen called for the creation of a new order of mages, one that would rise while Celise's power crumbled. Everything finally started to make sense, though not completely. There were still things that didn't add up. How could this boy share the same vision as the king? The same dream of creating an order like that? At that very moment, negotiations were underway between Colleen and the queen. Celise says Colleen must have been incredibly busy. She couldn't even tell when he'd had the time to prepare all of this. Colleen smirks, saying that he has no idea what she is talking about. He thanks Celise Care for allowing him to rest. This was the same man who'd been at death's door for an entire week. Yet now his voice sounded calm, steady, alive. He nearly crossed to the other side and somehow returned. Colleen quietly admitted it might be a long while before they met again. If she had nothing else to say, he wanted to rest, alone. But the queen pressed further. What if everything changes, she asked. That was something she should have said a week ago. Now everything around them has shifted. Then let's start, he said. I'd like to hear what you've prepared. As long as the information was correct. The queen claimed she had no objections to His Highness's plans. But Colleen only laughed. She had misunderstood him completely. He never needed her permission to begin with. Now, she had nothing left to bargain with. He leaned forward. Then tell me what you really want, she said at last. The sound of clashing swords echoed in the distance, a reminder of the unrest beyond these castle walls. Callion's voice hardened. As long as this land is ruled by the descendants of Sisphania, I'll take back everything the Brissons have stolen. That's why he wanted the queen to remove Commander Pabel. Her expression faltered. Pabel wasn't just any soldier. He'd been personally appointed by the Marquis of Brisson to lead the royal guard. Losing him would cripple Celise's military strength. Half her power would vanish overnight. But Colleen didn't care. Remove him, he said, and form an order of mages. Spare nothing. Yen, who'd been quietly standing by, noticed the prince's signal and stepped forward. He handed the queen a parchment, sealed with the mark of oath. The queen's eyes narrowed. She knew exactly what that meant. The seal bound both of their hearts. If either broke the vow, their heart would shatter, and death would follow instantly. Elsewhere, a servant rushed to Randall with news. The third prince had awakened, and Queen Celise had already gone to see him. Randall remembered the last time their eyes met, just before Colleen fell. He realized it then. This boy had been drawing him into his game from the very start. He wondered how this rose would bloom, how far the prince would go. Randall almost considered giving Colleen what he wanted. But then Planche appeared. Randall hadn't expected that. Planche never backed down. Something was definitely different this time. Back in the negotiation chamber, the air grew tense again. The oath was unavoidable. Callion's trust in the queen was far too weak for anything else. In silence, the queen snatched the quill from Yan's hand and signed the contract. With everything finally settled, Colleen spoke again, his tone calm but sharp. He explained that he was only being this clear because he didn't trust the queen to understand him otherwise. His words carried weight. He'd never shared a good relationship with his brothers, and everyone knew it. That day, Planche's actions hadn't been for Callion's sake at all. If the queen had said even one more word, the king's sword would have silenced her where she stood. She hesitated, but in the end, she still left. Later, Elon was surprised when he heard that Celise had come to visit. Scattered around the room were banana peels. Apparently, the prince had been snacking nonstop. This prince must have quite an appetite, Elon remarked dryly. Colleen grinned. Bananas are delicious, but nothing tastes as good as being alive again. He was half joking, half serious. After all, he had just come back from the brink of death. Elon rolled his eyes. You're unbelievable. He almost kicked the prince off his chair out of pure frustration. If his siblings hadn't walked in just then, he probably would have. Among them was Hina, the girl who had saved him. She wasn't just any healer. She possessed the rare ability to channel the power of nature itself. Without her, Colleen wouldn't have survived. He blinked in surprise. Wait, Hina's a healer. Elon raised an eyebrow. You didn't know? Not even in your past life. Colleen shook his head. When I met Kiri, she was already gone. There was no connection between us back then. So, Elon said, you're telling me you purged the poison from your body purely on faith, just hoping you're blessed? Something like that, Colleen admitted. Though, to make it work, I had to take another poison to counter the first. Elon sighed. You really were sick, weren't you? A week in bed, completely helpless. Colleen gave a small, guilty smile and held out a banana. Then I guess I was wrong. Here, have one. Elon waved him off, clearly done with the nonsense, and tossed him a rolled-up scroll. This is what you asked for. Colleen caught it, confused. He'd completely forgotten. It was the identification papers he'd requested. Easy enough to forge, but something about them stood out. The names Kiri and Hina Burin were written on them. They needed a last name, Elon explained. So, I gave them yours. The old one. It wasn't a forgery at all. It was official identification. Proof that they were plebeians from Whitland, his territory. Elon had been protecting them all along, treating them as if they were his own people. Colleen smiled gratefully. Thank you, teacher. Elon simply nodded. Romaine handled the rest, he added. That caught Colleen off guard. Romaine? He hadn't expected him to be involved. Elon gave a faint smirk. So, how does it feel to be the king's favorite son? Colleen laughed under his breath. No wonder the rumors had spread so quickly. The king had caused such a public scene before the nobles that it was impossible to avoid gossip. Well, he said, I suppose it's something I should enjoy while it lasts. After Elon left, Colleen turned to Yin. Clean up those banana peels, will you? But Yin didn't move right away. There was something in his expression, something serious. What is it? Colleen asked. Yin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, there's something I need to tell you. Colleen looked at him curiously. Go on. Yin took a deep breath. I'm going to stop serving you. The words hit like a blade to the chest. Colleen froze, completely stunned. Yin had been just a child back then. The rightmost room on the second floor of the mansion. That's where it all began. He entered quietly, greeting his older brother. In that small room, his brother could feel the weight of guilt pressing down on him. He greeted Soroyan as well. Yin turned to his brother with a smile. Did you hear the cicadas today? Those creatures, black, noisy, and strange, filled the summer air with their constant chirping. Their wings fluttered awkwardly, and their songs seemed to come from deep within their bellies. His brother laughed softly. Yeah, they're weird. If you want, Yin said eagerly, I can catch a few for you. But his brother shook his head. No, I don't want to see them. They scare me. I'd rather hear you play the violin. His voice was weak. His condition was getting worse by the day. The man nearby sighed. Mr. Manisil's son knows medicine. Maybe we could ask him again. Isn't the problem something else? How could Slayman ask him to do that? It's not easy for him either. There has to be another way. At that time, Yin didn't understand. There are some things you should never offer someone who can't have them. The fear in the room was unbearable. Then came the chaos, the fire. Servants and knights were shouting, telling everyone to run. Flames devoured the building as the knight carried Soroyan away, yelling for the others to flee as far as they could. But the fire only grew stronger. And the day before his 15th birthday, his brother chose to end it all himself. After that, summer faded into autumn and then into winter. When the cicadas returned, filling the air with their cries once again, Yin had long withdrawn into silence. Their father, unable to bear seeing his son like that any longer, dragged him out from the prison of his grief. And for the first time in so long, Yin finally looked at his father. Who's that kid? He asked. The man turned to see who he met. Sitting quietly nearby was a boy, alone, weary, with tired eyes. It was the third prince of the kingdom. Something inside Yin shifted that day. Everything changed. Now, standing before Colleen, Yan's voice trembled as he said, I'm resigning from my position as your assistant. Colleen froze. What are you talking about? Yin looked down. Of all people, he had been the closest to the prince. Yet there was so much he hadn't known, especially the truth about what had really happened. Because it was him. Yin had been the one who gave the prince the poison. He had done it with his own hands. It was his fault. And when the prince was lying on the brink of death, Yin hadn't been there. He hadn't seen the danger, hadn't understood what was happening. The truth hit him hard. He'd been blind to everything. The prince could have died that day, and it would have been because of him. The image of Yan's older brother flashed through his mind, clear, painful, and unshakable. Then Callion's voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Look at me, Yin, he commanded. Yin slowly turned toward him, meeting the prince's piercing gaze. Colleen stood tall before him, his tone sharp and unwavering. Answer me, Colleen demanded. And in that moment, Yin realized it was him. The one standing before him wasn't a memory, not a ghost. It was Prince Colleen, alive and breathing. That's right, Colleen hadn't died. He was here. Every time the prince had opened his eyes in an unfamiliar place, Yin had always been there beside him. Every battle, every scar, every trial. He'd endured it all because Yin never turned his back. If Colleen had survived everything fate threw his way, it was thanks to Yin. Colleen might not have known everything about him, but one thing was certain, Yin would never stop protecting him. That truth broke Yin. Tears streamed down his face before he could stop them. Colleen sighed softly. Enough, Yin. Don't cry. Stand up. But Yan's mind wandered to his father. I'm not coming home after all, he thought. I found someone who needs me more. Colleen noticed the shift in Yan's expression, the sharpness in his eyes, the quiet rage simmering beneath the surface. He could tell Yin was ready to kill whoever had done this to him. At the same time, Yin bent down to clean the discarded banana peels. Are you planning revenge? Colleen asked. You think it's that simple? Why not? Yin muttered. They made you suffer. Stop it, Colleen said firmly. If the elephants act out, a war will start. But Yin didn't care. He didn't care about kingdoms, bloodlines, or war. None of it mattered, because he wasn't truly a son of House Siegfried. And then it hit him. Elephant? The prince had called him that. Yin froze. You know? You knew everything. Colleen didn't answer. He only gave a small laugh, the kind that left everything unsaid. Somehow, he'd known all along. It was just how things had played out. And Yin realized it wasn't fate or enemies. It was his father's fault all along. Brew me some coffee, Colleen said casually, breaking the tension. Yin wiped his eyes and nodded. Right away, Your Highness. The two exchanged a few words, even arguing for a moment over who had gotten taller. The heaviness lifted just a little. Later the night, Colleen dreamed. In that dream, he saw Calion, the real one. Colleen walked toward him, but Calion didn't stop. Instead, he ran joyfully past him toward two familiar figures, the ones he cherished most. Then Calion turned. For a fleeting second, his gaze met Calion's. He smiled. Colleen reached out a hand toward him, but Calion just stood there, smiling softly. And then, the world around Colleen began to fade. He was being pulled away, back into his own reality. The real Calion said something, his voice fading, his figure dissolving into light. By the end, Colleen could only smile back. He didn't want to leave him there alone, but he had no choice. That was the end of the dream. Callion's eyes opened. He was awake, and beside him stood his mentor. Before leaving, the protagonist thought he might as well enjoy the peace he had longed for all this time. But before he could, he vanished suddenly, without warning. In that fleeting moment, his voice echoed. I gave him this life. Let him live it as he desires. If this life had become a chain for the child, then perhaps freedom, true freedom, was something even he could envy. Colleen understood perfectly well. He wouldn't pretend otherwise. He had work to do, plans to set in motion. And for that, he needed his mentor's help. There was only one thing he truly wanted now, to live his second life properly. Soon after, the core unit of Pable's Knights was disbanded, their members sent back to the Marquis' territory. Rumors were still circling around the royal family, but Romain warned everyone not to believe anything without proof. Meanwhile, Elon Manisil made his announcement. He would form an order of mages. 3 months passed. During that time, something about Colleen began to change. The servants noticed it first, his posture, his voice, even his presence. They hurried to inform Sir Seton, saying the prince's clothes no longer fit him. When Colleen appeared, Romain welcomed him warmly. Even the king couldn't hide his surprise. His son had grown taller and broader. He's taller than Planche now, the king said with a laugh. Colleen had recovered completely. His color had returned, his body had strengthened, and he carried himself like a true prince. Roselida's birthday was approaching, and preparations filled the castle. Elon told Colleen there was someone he wanted him to meet, a magician who would be escorting him to the celebration. The man bowed politely. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. It was Arson Hertz. Colleen froze for a moment. He hadn't expected to see this man again, at least not so soon. The king seemed pleased. This one's talented, he said. Perhaps he'll even join the Order of Mages. As they prepared for the journey, Colleen and Arson had time to get to know each other. The king called it an early birthday gift for his son. The king turned to Elon. When do you expect the Order of Mages to be established? Elon sighed. Not for a while. We don't even have a name or members. Nothing's been approved yet. It'll take time. The king smiled faintly. It's just the beginning then. Elon nodded. Exactly. Still, the king continued. Since it's a group of magicians, shouldn't his majesty name it? He had clearly given some thought. Finally, he said, Valkan. That's the name. Everything seemed to be moving according to plan. It turned out, though, that Elon had only asked because Romain had brought it up first, something that might have caused quite a stir otherwise. Colleen glanced at Arson, curious. What do you think of the name? Arson hesitated, unsure of what the prince truly wanted from him. Valkan, he repeated softly. It sounds familiar somehow. Then he smiled. It's a fine name, Your Highness. I'll remember it. Elon never imagined the prince would have such a connection with that man. Perhaps Colleen wanted something from his mentor, but when Elon asked, Colleen only shook his head. No need, he said quietly. His Highness has already decided. The truth was heavy. Arson Hertz, the man now standing at the prince's side, was the very same one who had killed him in his previous life. Of course, Hertz wasn't the same person anymore. Things had changed. People had changed. Still, the thought unsettled Colleen. Even though he knew the future might shift, leaving it as it was felt wrong. He couldn't shake the unease. Goosebumps crawled up his arms. Soon after, Baron Melfer Palun welcomed the third prince to his estate. It had been a long time since they'd last met. The prince smiled politely. Make yourself comfortable, Baron. I apologize for arriving unannounced, and for hiding my identity. The Baron bowed deeply. It's difficult to discuss openly, Colleen continued, but I wanted to see you personally. This was the first time the prince had ever visited a noble in secret, and there was a reason for it. He wanted attention, strategic attention. He had come to see the Baron for a purpose, and it was clear what that purpose was. I'll be direct, Colleen said, his tone sharp. It's time to repay your debt for saving your life. The Baron straightened, his face uneasy. The Paluntre Guild, the prince continued. What do you sell these days? The Baron cleared his throat. We recently began trading diamonds with Tinsel. There are also negotiations with the Imperial family, but I doubt that the answer your highness is looking for. Is there a formal contract yet? Colleen asked. Not yet, your highness, the Baron replied. Callion's gaze darkened. Then tell me, Baron, could your guild handle something greater? Something beyond trade? If there are people and resources, the Baron said cautiously, there would be no issue. There are people, Colleen said, and money, but there's also a prison house. The Baron hesitated. Would his highness be involved as well? Colleen smirked. That's a foolish question. Of course I'll be involved. He stepped closer. With manpower, gold, and a prince to whom House Breeson will bend the knee, nothing is impossible. Only then did the prince reveal his real plan. We're forming an order of mages. The Baron blinked. That's ambitious. You have money and people, but do you have leadership? Structure? That's the challenge, Colleen admitted. The Baron's tone shifted. So that's the price for saving my life? Colleen shook his head. You already paid that debt long ago. Understanding dawned on the Baron's face. He knelt. Then I, Baron Melfer Polun, swear to serve your highness faithfully. Not long after, the kingdom celebrated the prince's coming-of-age ceremony, a milestone that, in another life, had ended in tragedy. But this time, destiny had changed. Colleen stood surrounded by people he could finally trust. Now all that remained was to swear the ancient Sisphanian oath in Roselita. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder, why had fate shifted so dramatically? The Great Hall was filled with nobles from across the land. They gathered, raising their voices in celebration for the young prince's 15th birthday. Everything was ready. Every detail had been prepared. Among the guests stood Planche. When Colleen caught sight of him, he gave a faint smile. It's been a long time, brother. Planche nodded, returning the gesture. But as Colleen tried to walk past, someone's voice cut through the noise, sharp, cold, and mocking. Bloodshot eyes. The prince stopped immediately and turned, his attention locking on Planche. Colleen warned him calmly, don't ever say that to me again, especially not today. He had spoken his name clearly, but Planche only laughed, brushing off the warning as if it were nothing. What's the point? Planche sneered. You're not even the real Colleen. You can ride a horse, you can swing a sword, sure, but that doesn't make you him. He took a step closer, his smile twisting into mockery. So tell me, who are you really? Callion's eyes hardened, staring at Planche. Colleen reminds himself that he is not the lost prince of Secretia who lost his homeland to Planche. Colleen frowned and replied to Planche. I have no idea what you're talking about. But even as he said it, it was clear Planche didn't believe him. Planche had always been sharp, more cunning than people gave him credit for. He might have noticed something, even beneath the prince's perfectly crafted disguise. The way he treated Colleen now, it was all an act. A mask. Elon knew it too. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. He'd seen this kind of thing before. While Colleen laughed and played the part of a carefree prince, the truth lingered just under the surface. Even he didn't expect others to understand what he carried. Elon finally asked, so, what do you want me to believe then? They only have one name, Colleen replied quietly. And I chose to be Colleen. He had given up the name Burn easily enough. But letting go of who he once was, that was something else entirely. Elon nodded and tossed something to him. A small ring glimmered in Callion's palm. Use it when you need my help, Elon said. Think of it, and I'll hear you. Colleen studied it. Is it enchanted? The mentor smirked. Of course, but not within the castle. Sisphanian magic is too strong here. Outside, though, you can call me anytime, and I'll come. Colleen smiled faintly. Thank you. It's reassuring to know you're close by. There's nothing to fear, Elon said. Everyone here is loyal to you, your highness. He wasn't wrong. Those around Colleen had already proven their devotion, especially one man. Commander Knight Siegfried had pledged his loyalty to the prince. He and his men would escort Colleen personally to the Sisphanian chambers. That was the strength of House Siegfried. Impressive, even intimidating. Perhaps a little too impressive at times. The knights who awaited him were the same ones who had once trained the young lord and Aaron himself. Soon, one of the young knights approached and bowed. Your highness, it's time. The carriages are ready. Yin stepped forward as well. Do you need anything before we leave, my prince? Colleen thought for a moment. Something to drink, maybe. Water, Yin offered. Or perhaps a warm cup of tea. Tea, Colleen said with a nod. I like that idea. Yin smiled. I'll bring it right away. You're a good boy, Colleen said with a grin. As Yin left, Colleen turned toward the knights. Their faces were tense, eyes sharp, posture rigid. They were furious, and he could feel the heat of their anger, even from where he stood. Elon, watching from the side, realized just how deep this had gone. The prince had made enemies, powerful ones. But this was his only chance to face the will of the great Sigmund Khan Sisphanian. Outside, crowds had already gathered near the gates to watch the departure. Then, with a powerful sound of hooves against stone, the royal knights mounted their horses and rode out, escorting the third prince of the realm toward destiny. Of course, Arsene was there, standing quietly among the guests. Yin, Kiri, and even Planche were watching the ceremony unfold. The queen, however, was nowhere to be seen. She was calmly sipping her tea in her chambers, already weaving another one of her clever schemes. Colleen glanced at his mentor. Elon met his eyes and gave a small nod. And with that, the ceremony began. Roselita, the prince's coming-of-age celebration. Colleen had barely survived his recent ordeal, so Romain couldn't help but worry. Shouldn't Elon have gone with him? Romain muttered under his breath. But Elon only chuckled. His Majesty is worrying about the wrong man. The king himself is in far more danger than the prince ever will be. Romaine frowned. That's not exactly reassuring. Elon smirked. I'm not trying to reassure you. And honestly, aren't you the one worried about that boy? What a troublesome father you are. The king sighed. Elon's bluntness was annoying, but every word rang true. Even so, the tension in the palace was growing. Elon could feel it. At the same time, outside the capital, Yin wondered why his mentor wasn't responding. Colleen, meanwhile, had heard that ambassadors from the Tinsel Empire had arrived, which explained why the court had been so lively lately. It must have been so hectic. Yin spoke in his usual tone. You could talk to me instead, so stop being bored. Kallion responded that Yin is included in the same scenery. Yin frowned. I've been doing my best, Your Highness. Really? Because all you've done these past few days is stare at me. Kallion replied with a smirk. Yin ignored the jab and turned to the others. Listen carefully, everyone. This concerns Prince Kallion. The knights straightened immediately. Mr. Manisil has stated that His Highness has little aptitude for magic and only basic swordsmanship, Yin continued. In short, he's as delicate as a flower. So be cautious when accompanying him. The knights exchanged uneasy looks. One of them muttered, Did our young lord, the firstborn of House Siegfried, really give up his title for this? It took the knights a moment to process everything, but eventually they nodded in understanding. Ian looked ahead. We'll reach Latlon in a couple of hours. Let's rest here for a bit. But before they could settle, Kallion suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted toward the trees. Wait, he said quietly. Something's there. The knights immediately drew their weapons, scanning the area. Whatever it was, Kallion could sense no hostility. Then, from behind the trees, a small figure appeared, a child with pointed ears. An elf. The girl stumbled forward. Please help me. Callion's eyes softened. What's your name? Sia, the girl whispered. I'm hungry. Without hesitation, Kallion turned to his men. Find her something to eat. As they handed over some food, Sia hesitated, guilt flashing across her face. I should have told you earlier. Her tone sent a chill through the group. Something wasn't right. Yuran stepped closer. Your Highness, what are your orders? Feed her first, Kallion said firmly. Then stay alert. But before he could finish, the air grew tense. The prince sensed danger. In one swift motion, he pulled off his cloak and threw it over the child. Everyone, stay sharp, he commanded. A shadow moved from the forest. A man emerged, his voice sharp. Have you seen a strange child around here? I'm tracking down a thief. Yuran stepped forward. No children here, he said coldly. You'd better turn back. The man studied them for a moment, then gave a slow nod. But his eyes lingered, dark and knowing, before he vanished into the trees again. The man's gaze suddenly shifted to Kiri. I'm not here to fight, he said evenly. I came for something, or rather, someone. He raised his hand slightly. Just give me a minute. Yuran stepped forward, his hand on his sword. There are no children here, he repeated firmly. Kallion narrowed his eyes. And who exactly are you looking for? The man's expression darkened. A little elf, he said. Kallion glanced toward the child hidden behind him. Perhaps you mean this one? The man's eyes widened. So you do have him. He moved to push past Kallion, his focus locked on the frightened boy. But then, Callion's voice stopped him cold. Listen carefully, he said in a low tone. Don't turn around. The man froze. There are people watching from the trees, Kallion continued. Your allies, I presume? You should really choose them more wisely. Because right now, they're aiming at you. The man barely had time to react before the whistling sound of arrows filled the air. Kallion moved instantly, knocking the projectiles aside with a flicker of mana. The man turned, stunned. I told you not to turn around, Kallion muttered. Protect the prince. Yuran shouted. Arson Hertz stepped forward, tracing glowing runes in the air. A shimmering barrier enveloped Kallion, just as another volley of arrows rained down. Sparks scattered across the clearing. Follow me, Yuran commanded. But don't go too deep into the forest. Moments later, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent. It seemed the ambushers had retreated. Arson turned toward the small elf. Leave the child to me, he said firmly. Kiri, stay with the prince. Kiri nodded, but her attention stayed on Kallion. Your Highness, are you hurt? Before he could answer, his eyes went wide. Behind you. Kallion spun around just in time to catch the blade, aimed for his back. Steel clashed, the sound sharp and heavy. With a burst of mana, he forced the attacker away and countered with a quick spell. Light flared, striking the man's shoulder and knocking him down. The knight stared, stunned. Their prince had just used magic. Yin rushed to his side. Your Highness, he shouted. Please, stop this reckless behavior. You could have been killed. There are dozens of knights here for a reason. Kallion only smiled faintly, brushing dust from his cloak. He barely knows how to swing a sword, Yin muttered. And he calls that basic magic? It's a miracle he's still standing. The knights whispered among themselves. Was this really the same prince who'd once been described as fragile? A delicate flower of the royal house? Because that flower had just taken down an armed attacker on his own. Kallion turned back to the trembling child. Now, he said gently, why don't we talk? He removed the hood from the girl's head. Sia flinched, eyes wet with fear. It wasn't me, she cried. It was Luca's fault. I swear, I didn't steal anything. The girl's story directly contradicted the pursuer's claim. They were at an impasse. Kallion glanced at Arson. Mr. Hertz, question her. I want a full report. As you command, Arson replied, kneeling beside the girl. What happened next startled even Kallion. The child seemed to know what Arson was going to ask, answering each question before he could even speak it. After a few minutes, Arson stood and bowed. I have the information, Your Highness. He began his report. The girl is an elf in the forest of Ariska. His true name is Cialis Tion Ureha, a name given her by his mother tree. It means the spirit of a sneaking horse. She also has a close friend, another elf. The girl confessed that her friend had stolen something from the bandits they had just encountered. While escaping, Luca, the other child, got separated, and Sia accidentally ran straight toward Callian's group. He looked down, flustered. I don't even know why she keeps answering your questions before you ask them, Arson said nervously. Callian studied her. Could it be a prophetic ability? Sia quickly shook his head. No, it's not that. Callian thought for a moment, then turned to Arson. That's enough. You can go. But before Arson could leave, Sia stepped forward. Please, let me come with you. Yin frowned. Your Highness, what do you plan to do with her? We'll drop him off near the forest, Callian decided. If we leave him here, he'll be caught the moment we're gone. This way, he'll have a chance. Yin nodded, though he didn't look convinced. Should we investigate further? Callian shook his head. No, we have a long journey ahead. We can't get tangled up in this story. He turned to Uran. Send a message to the nearest lord. Tell him there's a child in need of protection. We'll reach Latlan Manor by nightfall. Make sure he's informed. Yes, Your Highness, Uran replied. But before leaving, the knight hesitated. If I may, Your Highness, we found something unusual during our search. Callian raised an eyebrow. Show me. Uran handed him a small object, wrapped in cloth. The moment Callian saw it, his expression changed. This wasn't part of our supplies, he said quietly. That's correct, Uran confirmed. Do you know what it is? Callian examined it closely. I've seen something like this before, but I can't say I understand it. He looked up. Where did you find it? Among the man's belongings, Uran replied. Callian frowned. He had assumed the man was just another low-ranking noble. But now, there was clearly more to him than met the eye. This man, Callian said slowly, is far more honorable than he appears. He turned his gaze to the captive. You should know what this is, shouldn't you? Seems like something valuable enough for you to keep hidden. The man hesitated, then muttered, I only picked it up because it looked important. One each, Callian echoed. And what are they trying to achieve with it? The man shook his head. I don't know. Truly, do you know who they are? Callian pressed. They hide their faces, the man said. And even if I didn't know, I wouldn't care to. They're not my concern. Callian narrowed his eyes. Then what is it that you want? If you help me, the man said quietly, I'll help you. I'm not like the other lords. That depends, Callian replied. I don't know if my influence is enough to give you what you're asking for. My wife, the man said, voice trembling. She's in Hanson Village. They know about her. Please, protect her. Callian's tone softened. I'll see to her safety. Now tell me, what were they after? The man hesitated, then spoke. A small sphere, about the size of a fingernail. I don't know much about it, but I heard only the priestesses of Tinsel can recognize it. A divine artifact, Callian murmured. The man nodded. That's right. The Tinsel Shrine has been scouring the continent for them. They say these artifacts can channel divine magic, without the need for divine power itself. Callian's eyes darkened. So that's what this is about. He stared at the object in his hand, realizing that this simple encounter had just become something far greater and far more dangerous than any of them had imagined. If the artifact was stolen, then it made perfect sense that hunters would be sent after it. But one question still lingered. What did they need the poison for? This specific poison, known as penny poison, was used by Secretia spies as a last resort, something they carried to take their own lives if their mission failed. The man claimed he had gone to the White Eagle to obtain it, because no one else could. He didn't know who these mysterious people were, but he did recall one thing. They called their leader by a strange code name, Blue Warbler. The name struck a chord with Callian. Blue Warbler. He remembered it well. It was the name of one of his father's personal messenger birds, always kept locked away, never released. Later that evening, rain began to pour, forcing the group to stop at Latlan territory. Count Hale Latlan welcomed them at the gates, his face beaming with pride. It's an honor beyond words to have His Highness under my roof, he said. Truly, this must be a sign from above. Callian smiled politely. The man was too eager, too talkative. He remembered the name, Count Latlan, from the list of nobles who had sent gifts to the palace. Didn't he return those gifts already? Yes, he did. Latlan had once supported Prince Randall's faction. But 6 years ago, after the war between the Great Dunes and the Sanctuary of Tinsel, he switched sides, pledging loyalty to Prince Planche. And now, suddenly, he was eager to win over him. Callian could already see through it. The man was nothing more than a smiling hypocrite. Hale fawned over him endlessly, waiting breathlessly for his every word, clearly hoping to make an impression. Callian noticed the servants' tired faces, their fear of speaking. Poor souls, he thought. Just then, the butler, Malcolm Chadish, entered and bowed. My lord, forgive the interruption. We've intercepted a messenger bird. Callian's eyes narrowed. Of course, Count Hale must have tried to send a message to the Blue Warbler. Sending birds in this weather was unusual, almost desperate. Whoever this man was dealing with, he was no amateur. The sorcerer behind it was clearly skilled. Count Hale, pretending to act natural, poured the prince a drink. A little warmth for this dreadful weather, he said with a forced laugh. But Callian's tone cut through the act. Tell me, Count, do you know what the priests of Tinsel are doing in this region? The bottle slipped from the Count's hands and shattered. He stammered, his face pale. I beg your pardon, your highness. Just a small accident. Too much wine, perhaps. Callian's eyes stayed on him, unblinking. Where are they staying? He asked again. In the tinsel district, Count Hale finally said, his words shaky. Arrogant charlatans, a lot of them. I don't know what business those self-righteous priests have in a village like this. He spat the words with venom, but his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Colleen leaned back, his expression unreadable. You think they're villains? Count Hale nodded eagerly. Heartless and spoiled, every last one of them. Someone ought to round them up in. But before he could finish, Colleen raised a hand. His eyes gleamed faintly, and a pulse of magic filled the air. Count Hale froze mid-sentence, slumping forward onto the table, fast asleep. Colleen sighed. This Count Hale has no manners, and even less subtlety. Elon's voice echoed in his mind. And yet, somehow, you've gotten yourself dragged into another mess. Stolen artifacts, secretious spies, and now reckless nobles. Are you trying to invite danger? Colleen smirked. Maybe so, but I'm still alive, aren't I? He stood, looking out the rain-streaked window. Let me handle this my way. We'll see where it leads. Elon's tone softened. This old man of yours, he'll stop caring one day. Probably head south, chasing the sun. Colleen smiled faintly. Maybe, but not yet. The storm raged outside, lightning flashing across the manor walls, while the young prince, still drenched from the rain, stared into the night. This web of lies, artifacts, and spies was growing tighter by the hour, and Colleen knew it was only the beginning. Inside a dim, quiet tavern, someone wiped down a glass. The air was stale, the light dull. That's where Colleen appeared, stepping in without hesitation. He greeted her calmly, asking her to disregard the men waiting outside. They were his. No reason to fret. He wasn't here to send killers after anyone uninvolved. He believed she knew the prince's true identity, and had already ordered the ambush herself. She didn't know. That's why she'd warned them not to act rashly. Then, right before Colleen's eyes, a man collapsed. The rest of the visitors followed, lifeless, one by one. Colleen looked at the blue warbler. So, you're getting involved now, too? She gave a faint nod. A weapon lay near her hand, but she didn't seem eager to use it. She knew this man wouldn't make things easy. Colleen asked if the elf she'd been chasing was dead. He'd vanished into the forest, she answered. Had I known it'd end like this, I never would have followed. It hadn't been a pleasant encounter, but since neither side had reason to fight, she suggested they part ways, peacefully. The boy's safe, she added. You have my word. Did you really think I'd come all this way just to leave empty-handed? Callion's voice was firm. He wanted answers. Why are you after divine artifacts? You're no priestess. You can't even use them. She took the glass from his hand, a smirk touching her voice. They fetch a fine price. Everyone needs a side job. So that was it. She was a supplier, smuggling relics for coins. A risky business, but one that paid better than most. Colleen guessed her buyer must be in Latlawn. What other reason could she have for operating out of this quiet village, when priests in Kairesis would pay far more? Her reply came smoothly. My client pays well. Fair price, every time. It's hard to find generous souls these days. They hadn't known each other long, but Colleen could already see where this path led. There's only one thing that draws the eyes of secretious spies: information. The Blue Warbler wasn't just selling relics. She was trading divine artifacts for Kairesis' state secrets. The man paused, then said there was something else he needed to know. The king tilted his head. Did you really come at this hour just to ask questions? From spreading gossip to testing my patience. Do you take pleasure in humiliating your king? His tone was calm, but sharp. Your majesty is awake anyway, the man replied. And I believe you already have the answer I'm looking for. So let's not waste time. Without delay, he asked, how many tinsel priests are in Kairos right now? And where are they? The king studied him for a moment. Do you already know something, Elon? Or are you just curious? He asked. Then he waved the thought aside. No matter. You've heard of Tinsel's messengers, I assume. He leaned back. There are 14 priests in Kairos at the moment. The shrine has recalled them all, except one who remains in court service. And they've stated that any further requests for priests will be refused. The king chuckled quietly. How ironic. They were the ones who sent their priests here under the guise of performing sacred rituals. Yet now, they act as though Kairos forced them into service. If they're recalling their clergy, something must be wrong within their walls. Elon's voice lowering. It seems they're hiding a crisis, masking it while trying to rally more followers. Elon asked, and your majesty's response? I told them they could take their priests home, the king said. Kairos doesn't interfere with church matters. But I do wonder, why is Sir Manisil asking this? Elon replied evenly. Prince Colleen wants to know where the priests are. The king's expression changed. Something in that answer caught him off guard. Elon didn't understand why. Why would the prince ask such a thing, he thought aloud. Unless... Romain's eyes narrowed. He already knows. That must be why he left for Latlawn. Count Hale, Blue Walber's client. A detail Colleen didn't yet know. That snake must have fooled him. Count Hale had likely been sheltering a priest all along, trading Kairos' state's secrets to secretious spies in exchange for divine artifacts. Colleen realized he had to return to the castle immediately. Elon asked if there was trouble brewing there. Could be, he said. Count Hale drank too much at dinner and made a fool of himself. I had to use a spell to silence him. But Callion's thoughts were elsewhere now. What if Count Hale hadn't been drunk at all? Meanwhile, he was growing irritated. How many times must I repeat myself, he snapped. The prince went out for his evening walk, the butler said nervously. He shouldn't be long. The truth, however, was different. Count Hale had wanted to apologize for his behavior at dinner, and sent the butler to find out which way the prince had gone. Yin frowned. Since when is it normal for a butler to track a royal? The butler stammered out an excuse, but Yin barely listened. He hadn't even realized where His Highness had slipped off to. In that case, the butler pressed, "When will His Highness return?" Yin sighed. He is far too stubborn for his own good. But how would Yin even know that? Let the man go already. Yin sighed, wondering where the butler's manners had gone. Still, the old man pressed on, asking for at least an estimate. When might His Highness return? Before Yin could respond, Colleen appeared in the doorway, clearly annoyed. "Can't I get a moment's peace around here?" Both Yin and the butler froze. They hadn't expected to see the prince walk in so soon. All Yin had to do was send the butler away. Simple enough, right? He apologized quickly, saying, "The gentleman here was just about to leave." But the butler didn't budge, still clinging to his question. Colleen gave them both a flat look, then shut the door in their faces with a loud thud. The butler stammered from outside, pleading for forgiveness. He hadn't realized His Highness was resting. Then, in a flurry of panic, he hurried off. Colleen couldn't help but shake his head. The whole scene left a bitter taste. Still, the prince's return had been much sooner than Yin expected, especially since he'd come through the window. "It's a long story," Colleen muttered as he climbed in. "Did anyone suspicious show up while I was gone?" he asked. "Only that butler," Yin replied. "And for the record, suspicious people usually come through windows, not doors, like you just did." Colleen ignored the jab, but Yin was visibly shaken. His Highness had just jumped from the third floor and landed smiling. "I'll keep that in mind," Colleen said lightly. "But what's got you so worked up, Yin? I don't recall you snapping like this back at the palace." "It's because you never listen," Yin shot back. "I told the butler you were out for a walk, but he wouldn't stop asking when exactly you'd return. Not where you went, when." That detail made Colleen pause. It wasn't a curiosity. Count Hale was worried. Worried the prince had started poking around in his business. Colleen passed that thought to his mentor later, and sure enough, the suspicion was right. Count Hale hadn't been drunk at dinner after all. Still, his mentor couldn't figure out the purpose of the charade. Colleen did. "It was a distraction," he said, "to keep our eyes off the deal with the blue warbler, the one set for tonight." That explained why she'd appeared when she did. The wine and theatrics were meant to cover the Count's disappearance, letting him slip away unnoticed. But that plan fell apart the moment Colleen used a sleep spell on him. When Count Hale woke and realized the prince had left the castle, he panicked and sent the butler to find out where he'd gone. The reasoning fits perfectly, but one question still lingered. Why was Count Hale so desperate to acquire divine artifacts? Simple. They were the perfect offering to gain favor with the holy kingdom of Tinsel, Randall's mother's homeland. In the end, it all made sense. Count Hale was quietly strengthening his bond with the Randall faction, while still keeping one foot in the Planch camp. Behind everyone's backs, Count Hale wasn't just showering Colleen with gifts. He was leaking Kyrus's state's secret straight to Sacritia's spies. It was as if fate itself had brought that boy across Callion's path, guiding him to the clues he needed. Through her, he learned the truth. Hale Atlan had been sending divine artifacts to the Holy Realm, hoping to win Randall's favor. Too convenient to be coincidence. The storm will rage again tomorrow, and since the prince was still stuck here, he decided he'd make the mole talk. A glass shattered. That arrogant brat, Hale Atlan, spat. He should have known trouble was coming the moment Colleen returned those gifts. Count Hale clenched his fists. The prince must have used some kind of spell on him. Nothing else could have caused such a deep, unnatural sleep. Because of that bastard, every one of his plans had crumbled. He sneered, cursing the prince's royal arrogance, protected only by that damned archmage. "A filthy wretch who doesn't deserve the title of prince," he hissed. Why hadn't that useless fool been killed before all this began? He'd spent a fortune buying the Marquis of Brisen's favor, but now his ties with the upper nobility were in shambles. The scandal with Celise had ruined everything. That's when the butler returned. "Did you reach our friend?" Count Hale asked sharply. "They should respond soon," the butler replied. Count Hale hurled another glass at him. "Idiot, can't you do anything right?" Outside, the rain hammered down. "So, the lowborn mutt's spending another night here, is he?" Count Hale muttered. The butler hesitated. "Should we postpone the transaction, my lord?" "We have no choice," Count Hale growled. "Not with the prince and his dogs sniffing around. Send word. The deal is rescheduled." He barked another order to the maid. "Bring me something to wear. That insolent whelp. I'll make sure he learns his place." Later that evening, despite the storm, they all gathered for dinner. Count Hale laughed. That forced calm on the prince's face, it didn't suit him. Not one bit. Here in Kyrus, the title of Hale still carried weight. And if the nobles ever learned that magic had been used against him, the court would turn against the prince in an instant. Not even royal blood could save him then. Soon, Count Hale whispered, "That foolish prince will be on his knees, begging my forgiveness." He leaned forward. But first, perhaps he should apologize for last night. Callion's answer was calm. "I see nothing wrong with what happened." The Count's eyes narrowed. "Tell me, Your Highness, did you use a spell on me?" He barely got the words out before Colleen spoke over him, voice cutting like ice. "Yes," the prince said flatly. "I put you to sleep with a spell." Count Hale froze, fury burning behind his mask of civility. His behavior, already disgraceful, had now gone beyond all limits. But those were matters best left in the past. The prince suggested they not dwell on them any longer. Hale Atlan was, after all, the lord of provincial lands. This was likely the first time a member of the royal family had ever stepped foot in his estate. Colleen assumed the man's behavior came from sheer excitement. Count Hale had no choice but to agree, Yes, perhaps he'd gotten a little too excited. But inside, he seethed. The only one left looking foolish now was him. Colleen, on the other hand, was worn out. He'd had enough of dealing with the man who'd attacked him earlier. Ah, Count Hale said smoothly. You must mean the one you brought here, the one who died. Colleen nodded. That's right, and I managed to uncover something rather interesting. Count Hale raised a brow. Oh, do tell. But the moment the prince spoke a certain bird's name, Count Hale spat out his wine, choking in surprise. The butler rushed forward to help blot the spill, but Hale Atlon snapped. Don't interfere. I'm talking to His Highness. They hadn't even touched on the details yet, but Colleen could already tell. Count Hale knew what this was about. And soon, he learned far more. The news comes from your lands, Colleen said evenly. I thought you'd like to hear it. Count Hale smiled tightly. Of course. I'll do everything I can to assist His Highness. And rest assured, no harm will ever come to you under my roof. But behind that polite tone, the truth was obvious. He wouldn't let the prince snoop around freely. He intended to find out what Colleen was hiding, his weakness, his reason for being here. Later, Uran entered the room, and the sight of that man alone was enough to sour the count's mood further. Just seeing that insolent face ruin his act made him want to throw him out of his castle altogether. Then the prince smiled faintly. You're quite lucky, my lord. Count Hale blinked, unsure what he meant. It seems the man has finally decided to talk, Colleen said cheerfully. The next moment, they were descending into the underground dungeon. The count's expression twisted in disgust as his boots splashed into a pool of blood. This place, he muttered. It's beneath a man's dignity. Must your highness really bring me here? Colleen said nothing, but his silence was sharp enough. He already knew exactly what Count Hale was thinking. No matter how the man tried to scheme, the game was already over. The prince had him in checkmate. The night before, Colleen had personally visited the man who once asked what the prince had done to his wife. Now that same man was slumped before him, weak and bloodied. Your family will not be harmed, Colleen told him quietly. You have my word. The man stared at him in confusion. Then why am I here? You should already know, Colleen replied. You made an attempt on my life. Once the investigation concludes, you'll be sent to Kyrus. Public execution by hanging. The man's face went pale. But even if I spare you, Colleen continued, your wounds won't heal. Without treatment, you won't live long. They're already festering. The man swallowed hard. Then what are you trying to say? Callion's eyes narrowed slightly. I can help you escape. Callion's voice softened, almost persuasive. I can give you a new life, he said. Far from this estate. A small plot of land. A home where you and your wife can live quietly, in peace. The man's eyes flickered. In return, the prince continued, all I ask is your help. Do that, and your punishment will be reduced to the loss of your infected hand. You'll live, and you'll be free. Silence hung heavy between them. After a long moment, the man nodded. He would do it. What do you need me to do? He asked. And so, he began to speak. The truth spilled out, one piece at a time. Information the prince had long suspected. The one they called a blue warbler, the man said, she's a spy. She came here to sell certain items to her client. They've known each other for years. Callion's gaze sharpened. A spy with personal ties to her buyer. That alone was enough to raise alarms. Friendship with spies was treason in Kyrus, unless one was a double agent. Otherwise, it was a crime punishable by death. The prince turned to the count. Is that true, Hale Atlon? Count Hale forced an uneasy laugh. Ah yes, it appears so, your highness. His attempt at humor couldn't hide the tension in his voice. He was cornered, and Colleen knew it. The prince waited calmly, letting Count Hale sweat, waiting for him to slip to hand over the proof himself. Then, the butler broke down completely. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Please, your highness. I only obeyed my master's orders. I admit my guilt, but I beg you, spare me. Colleen had expected Latlon to crack under pressure, but not this. Still, the truth unfolded faster than he imagined. Only then did Colleen realize. The butler was no ordinary servant. He was a priest of tinsel. Only priests were trusted to handle sacred relics. Now, Count Hale had leverage. Knowledge he was never supposed to possess. The temple will execute him the moment they learn he sold relics. Count Hale said smugly. But Colleen wasn't finished. Wasn't this supposed to be about offering a relic to tinsel to earn their trust? He asked. So tell me, who was buying them? The butler hesitated, trembling. Was Queen Salice's brother, Viscount Rain Breeson. The air went cold. He delivered the relics to the temple himself. The man continued. Renan has been trying to win Tinsel's favor for years. He abandoned Planche and joined the Randall faction. In short, Viscount Breeson had betrayed everything. Not just Salice, who was determined to see her son on the throne, but his entire bloodline. Colleen exhaled slowly. So, the trapment for a rat caught something far greater. One of the guards turned to him. Your Highness, what shall we do now? This will cause unrest. We inform the king, Colleen replied. That's the wisest course. Before leaving, the prince talked to his teacher. Write a letter for me, to Count Hale Atlon. Then he gave his next orders. See the prisoner's wounds. They're severe. He'll lose the arm without proper care. Have Uren handle it. He paused, then added, and send Kiri to the village. Find the man's wife. Bring her to a safe place nearby. They've both suffered enough. That's when the elf kid barged in, announcing that Hina had come to clean the room. He said he wanted to see the bird. Hina tried to stop him. No, you can't, she said quickly. But he was already inside. Colleen frowned. You didn't even ask permission. I didn't need to, the elf replied. You're just trying to keep the prince from punishing her, aren't you? That's Arson's concern, not mine, Colleen muttered. The elf stepped closer to the cage where the bird sat. Ian glanced at the prince. Your Highness, what should we do with it? Do you intend to keep it? Colleen shook his head. No, I'll return it to its owner when the time is right. Hina's eyes brightened a little. She had grown fond of the bird. The prince noticed. When we get home, he said, I'll buy you another one. She smiled faintly, but by evening, that bird would be gone. Hina hesitated. Marilyn might not like a bird flying around your room, Your Highness. Then let's set it free after dinner, Colleen offered. You'll help me, won't you? She nodded. I will. Good, he said. Keep the windows open tonight. Hina frowned. Why? We're expecting a guest. The balcony doors stood ajar, letting the night air drift in. The guest arrived earlier than expected. Her letter had been written like a poem. Beautiful, but edged with threat. It said, Come to me, or the dovecote on Tash Street will know what you've done. The blue warbler understood what that meant. The prince was blackmailing her. Colleen only needed proof that Hale Latlon was involved in the sale of sacred relics. Once he had it, her secret would remain buried. But what would her answer be? He barely had time to think before she attacked. She hated deception, and the prince embodied it. The air cracked. Colleen immediately recognized the flash of magic. Projectiles, fast and precise. He deflected them with a pulse of power, forcing some space between them. The blue warbler he remembered fought with a sword, not hidden weapons. Then came the explosion. The shockwave rattled the room, sending shards across the floor. Outside, shouts echoed, the guards panicking, calling for the prince. But Colleen raised his hand and whispered a command. A barrier flared, sealing the doors. No one comes in, he ordered. He turned back to her. Do you really want me dead? The blue warbler didn't answer. She simply drew her blade. Callion's sword was plain steel. No enchantment, no aura. It wouldn't last long if he pushed it. He had to end this fast. Their blades clashed. Sparks flew. He pressed her back, forcing her guard low. Her sword slipped from her grip, skidding across the marble floor. I told you, she said breathlessly. I'm not hiding anything anymore. But her stance said otherwise. Too tight, too guarded, too ready. She lunged again, faster than before. Without aura, Colleen couldn't block it cleanly. He felt the sting of shallow cuts along his arm. He sighed. So be it. Light rippled around him, his aura flaring to life. The moment their blades met again, the prince's sword shattered under the force. Through the splintered light, he saw her, the blue warbler, standing before him, sword raised high, ready to strike the final blow. Only then did she truly see what stood before her. Not a boy, not just a prince, but a master of the sword. Her hand trembled, blood slipping from the fresh wound. Colleen froze for a moment, uncertain what to do next. Then his voice cut through the silence. Isla. The name stopped her cold. She blinked in disbelief. How do you know my name? Colleen stepped closer, his tone quiet but unwavering. He caught her chin, forcing her to look at him. Do spies of Secretia not carry poison cubes? He asked. You're supposed to keep one in your mouth at all times. Her breath hitched. Tell me everything you know, Colleen said. Isla's eyes darted to the side. And if I do, she asked, will you let me go? The prince said nothing. They say agents of Secretia can endure anything. Pain, torture, death. But this one was different. Either she wasn't the Isla he once knew, or something had changed her beyond recognition. Let me die, she whispered. It'll be better that way. Her sword hand shook. Your technique is too refined for a mere guardsman, she added bitterly. You hide your true strength. Afraid someone might find out who you really are. Her tone sharpened. So let me go. Keep your secret intact, or I'll walk out of here and tell the knights exactly what I just saw. In her past life, the blue warbler had been unwaveringly loyal to Secretia, a blade devoted to the shadows. But this woman, she wasn't that person anymore. Callion's eyes darkened. He grabbed her by the collar, yanking her close. If your life matters that much to you, he said coldly, then don't test me. Isla stiffened. She hadn't expected anger from him. Not like this. Don't think you can use me as a bargaining chip, Colleen warned. You're not worth that much. He released her, letting her stumble back. Just tell me what you know, he said. Do that, and I'll spare you the pain of what comes next. Because someone else will be asking questions soon. Someone like the White Eagle. Elsewhere, fury boiled through the halls of Latland's manor. Count Hale was pacing livid. Where is that useless old man, Malcolm? He roared. First the mercenaries, and now this damned letter. His plan was unraveling. If he wanted to convince the court of his innocence, he needed to act fast. He had already drafted a report to Her Majesty, explaining everything that had happened, every detail that had driven him into this corner. Elon signed it neatly, Elon Manisil. But as Count Hale reread the lines, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the prince had uncovered his dealings with divine artifacts? Clever little snake, Count Hale muttered. If the letter had reached him, then the prince already knew. But if Colleen thought he could intimidate him with petty threats and blackmail, he was mistaken. I won't bow before that low-born imposter, Count Hale hissed. No more crawling, no more fear. He straightened his coat, rage sharpening his voice. Let that arrogant child come. We'll see who kneels in the end. They weren't going to give him up that easily. Did they really think Hale Latlon would involve himself in something this big without an escape plan? He slipped into a hidden room overflowing with treasures, shelves glinting with gold and relics, the air thick with dust and greed. Still, none of it pleased him. All his work, all his schemes, wasted because of that wretched prince. At least he still had one thing left, his most precious possession. He opened a carved chest, and inside were countless shimmering beads, divine artifacts. With these, he could start anew, build another fortune. He had once believed that his deal with Renan would make him rich. Instead, it had buried him deeper in trouble than he could have imagined. Then, a voice came from behind him. "Thank you, my lord. You made my job much easier." Hale spun around, startled. He hadn't even sensed the presence. Out of thin air, Arson appeared, the shimmer of an invisibility spell fading from his form. "You," Hale hissed. "The prince's dog." Arson smiled politely. "Arson, mage to His Highness Prince Kalyan." He gave a courteous bow. "And truly, my lord, I can't thank you enough for procuring such valuable evidence on your own." The count's face went pale. "There's no need for concern." Arson continued smoothly. "Soon enough, the prince and the court will recognize just how helpful you've been in our investigation." Arson gestured to the open box, now exposed under the lamplight. "Such a fine collection of divine artifacts, my lord. And here," he pulled a folded parchment from his cloak. "The records of your transactions with the Blue Warbler, as well as the list of state secrets you've conveniently sold." By the time Kalyan arrived, the scene was already laid bare. "Impressive work," the prince said quietly. "You saved us a great deal of trouble, Arson." Arson bowed again. "Always an honor, your highness." Before Kalyan could speak further, Yin burst into the room, his face tight with alarm. "Your highness, there are soldiers outside." "How many?" Kalyan asked sharply. "Dozens. They're wearing golden armor." Kalyan's eyes narrowed. "The Kaila? The king's personal guard. An elite force meant to protect his majesty himself, stationed only in Kairos. What were they doing here?" Even Elon was stunned when he received the news. "The king sent them to Latlan? I expected a standard hooray, not the Kaila." When he had written to Romaine, this was not the response he had imagined. "He's only a boy," Elon muttered bitterly, "and his majesty is already stirring up chaos." Romaine remained calm. "It was too dangerous to send ordinary knights. We couldn't take that risk, not when Brizen's agents might be among them. Men who wield another's sword can't be trusted. The king must already know the full scope of this," Elon said. Elon continued. "Your concern won't help Kalyan now. What will you do if this spirals into collapse?" Romaine hesitated, silent. Elon sighed. "Every gesture of affection the king shows his sons only tightens the noose around Kalyan's neck. His rivals will twist it into politics." "Understand," Romaine said quietly. Romaine added, "Good. My other two sons are joining me for breakfast tomorrow. I want to see how well they get along." He turned toward the window, where dawn light began to seep through the curtains. "A happy day for His Majesty's house," Elon murmured. The butler could hardly believe it. His Highness was already preparing to leave. Kalyan fastened his cloak, replying evenly. "The service has already been called. Kaela will handle the rest." The criminals would be escorted to the capital, where justice awaited them. Their fates would be decided there. Sadly, one of them would never stand trial. Death had claimed him first. Norton, the man who had trapped the Blue Warbler, had been granted freedom. Officially, his name would appear in the records as deceased. In truth, he was on his way to Whitlin Manor, traveling home with his wife, far from the shadows of the capital. As for the butler, his heart sank. He had been forced into the Earl's service, a long and miserable servitude that had driven him to trade in divine artifacts. Still, guilt weighed on him. He confessed fully to his crimes, even admitting to a felony. But Kalyan was fair. The man's cooperation had been crucial in exposing a traitor to the kingdom. Because of that, the throne would show mercy, a reward for his loyalty to Prince Kalyan. "From this day forward," Kalyan said, "you will serve as my butler here at Latlan Manor." The man bowed, deeply, trembling. "Why, your highness, me?" Kalyan smiled faintly. "Yes, I trust you'll keep this place in order." He couldn't believe it. He, a disgraced servant, had been given a second chance. The boyish gleam of joy returned to his eyes, something he hadn't felt in years. Together, they made their way towards Sisphanian's quarters. On the road, word reached the prince of what had followed in his wake. Hale Atlan had been stripped of his titles and privileges, sentenced to life imprisonment. And Isla, the Blue Warbler of Secretia, had met her death on the scaffold. That day, the streets of the capital were blanketed in Lenacida leaves. They called them leaves, though they were really the thorns of the Lenacida cactus, brittle spines that absorbed the city's damp air. They scattered them across the execution square to keep the white marble from being stained red. But everyone knew why they were there. Randall's intent was clear. He wanted to know whether Planche's mother had been involved with the woman who tried to kill Kalyan. Planche dismissed the suspicion at once. "My brother's doubts are unfounded," he said calmly. Randall said, since Kalyan's departure, Planche has even given up drinking. Planche let out a dry laugh. "And what? Do you miss the smell of my wine breath?" Randall said nothing. Of course, that wasn't true. But with his days of drunkenness behind him, Planche had learned the value of silence. Still, the prince's quiet tone only seemed to provoke him. Planche clenched his fork until it snapped, tossing it aside in frustration. Randall's calm face irritated him more than words ever could. Moments later, Uran approached Kalyan with grim news. "Your Highness, it's too dangerous." A landslide hit the main road. "Another delay," Kalyan muttered. The rain had ruined yet another plan. "How long will it take to clear it?" he asked. Uran shook his head. "Too long. We'll have to take a detour. We've already lost enough time in Latlan." Kalyan looked toward the blocked road, then exhaled slowly. "This journey," he said, "is turning into a long one." He turned his gaze toward the horizon. Once we return to Kairos, I'll establish a portal. No more delays. The child suddenly suggested they head to his village, an elf village. Luke and the village elder live there as well. The elf offered them a place to stay for the night, promising they'd depart in the morning. Before leaving, he casually referred to Colleen as the commander. It was, surprisingly, the most reasonable thing that an elf had said so far. So, they set off toward the elven village. Along the way, Colleen raised an eyebrow and asked when exactly he'd been appointed commander. The boy simply smiled and replied that he always had been. When they finally arrived, Colleen couldn't help but be amazed. The place was unlike anything he'd ever seen. A village that seemed almost alive, blending seamlessly with the forest. He'd never imagined he'd set foot in such a place. As they entered, 3 elves appeared to greet them. One of them stepped forward and asked who among them was the king of men. Colleen chuckled and explained that the title was a bit exaggerated. No one here held such rank. But if they were looking for a representative of their group, that would be him. The elf introduced himself as Zera, the village elder. After a brief pause, he addressed Colleen once again as king of men and asked for a favor. Colleen, whose full name was Colleen Reincarnated, corrected him politely, insisting he wasn't a king. Before agreeing to anything, he needed to know exactly what this favor involved. Zera explained the situation. 3 elves from their village had traveled to a nearby human settlement and never returned. 10 days later, 2 scouts were sent to find them, only for those scouts to vanish as well. 5 elves gone without a trace. He asked for Callion's help in finding them. To Colleen, the elder's tone felt overly demanding, almost entitled. Still, he knew not all elves were like this. After all, there were 3 others he trusted. But why should he be the one to find them? Because, according to Zera, he was the king of men. Colleen sighed, correcting him once more. He wasn't a king, only a prince of Kairos. Zera brushed it off as unimportant, but Colleen firmly stopped him. It matters, he said. A king and a prince live in entirely different worlds. Reluctantly, Zera agreed, but he quickly added that he wouldn't ask for help without offering something in return. He mentioned their next destination, Sigrid Manor. Colleen confirmed it. The elder then explained that while human roads would make the trip long and difficult, the elves knew hidden forest trails that could shorten their journey fourfold. What would normally take 2 months could be done in just 2 weeks. The offer was tempting. So, despite his doubts, Prince Kairos agreed to help them search for the missing elves. That was exactly the answer Zera had hoped for. But before they could discuss it further, Uran stepped in, reporting that they'd found no trace of the slave trade the prince had mentioned earlier. The forest ahead bordered 2 cities, Narika and Sting. They found plenty of mercenaries along the way, but none showed any sign of criminal behavior. That was at least one piece of good news. Colleen had suspected the missing elves were victims of slave traders, but that no longer seemed to be the case. With that off the table, the group decided to start their search in the nearest towns, just as planned. Sting was closer, so they would begin there. Uran pointed out that both Narika and Sting were nearly identical in size and influence, and that their lords, being around the same age, shared a fierce rivalry. Still, a bit of healthy competition wasn't always bad. It often pushed cities to grow. As they arrived, Colleen mentioned he wanted to see if he could get himself a new sword. But to his surprise, the blacksmith told him there weren't any available. That didn't make sense. How could a weapon dealer have no swords at all? Were they sold out? The man behind the counter eyed Callion's companion skeptically. Your friend looks a little small for a mercenary, he said. Colleen replied calmly, I'm a mage, and he's a mechanic. Swords aren't just for mercenaries. The blacksmith leaned closer and dropped his voice. Then I'll be blunt with you. You're wasting your time here. All the weapons are being sent to the Lord's castle. Every last one. If you're looking for swords, that's where they are. Colleen frowned. I'm not here to make deals or chase rewards. I just need one for myself. The man shrugged. Then you'll have the same luck in Eureka. It's no different there. As they stepped back into the street, Colleen finally began to understand the elf elder's true intentions. Kiri glanced over. Your Highness, what's going on? Colleen looked toward the horizon. Both lords, of Narika and Sting, are gathering mercenaries and weapons. It's obvious what this means. War. And the elves' village stood right between these 2 cities. Now everything made sense. The elder didn't just want help finding his people. He wanted someone to stop the war from reaching their borders. Colleen ordered letters to be sent to the lords of Sting and Narika, hoping to delay their plans long enough for the missing elves to make it back home safely. At dawn, he and his men would depart. Before leaving, he reminded the elves to keep their word, to lead them through the forest trails, as promised. Zera hesitated. What do you mean by that? He asked. Callion's expression hardened. The elder had nearly slipped up, mentioning the war before quickly cutting himself off. For a moment, Colleen tried to let it go. He didn't want to lose his temper, not with an elf. But it was clear now that Zera had known all along. The truth finally came out. The 5 missing elves had gone to a castle in Sting to work as merchants. Even the villagers were beginning to suspect it. The shadow of war was already creeping closer. It was impossible to believe the elder knew nothing. The truth was clear now. Zera had used Colleen. The elf understood perfectly well that the prince's duty was to prevent war in his own land. Callion's patience had run out. I don't want to force roads, he said flatly. The deal's off. Zera tried to stop him. Would you really stand by and watch your kingdom burn? Callion's voice was cold. People fight because they have reasons. But wars never last forever. If this village truly means that much to you, then protect it. Don't rely on lies to do it. Without another word, the prince turned and left. The real source of the conflict wasn't the elves. It was the merchants of Breeson. Their caravans were the only ones that traveled this far, but they'd stopped coming after the incident at Latlawn Manor. Once again, the names Renan and Breeson echoed through Sting and Eureka. These towns couldn't grow wheat. Their soil was barren. They relied entirely on Brison's merchants for food. But when Breeson suddenly pulled out of their agreements, Sting had no choice but to buy wheat from Eureka to survive the winter. Eureka, seeing the opportunity, raised the prices to an outrageous level, and that greed sparked the flames of war. First, they seized control of the food trade. Then they shut it down entirely. Did they really think that would make them proud? They didn't seem to realize this would starve their own people long before it hurt their lords. A sudden knock broke the silence. Zara stood at the door. He bowed deeply. Please, accept my apology. He admitted that all of this had started with a single shipment, one small trade that spiraled out of control. He'd kept quiet, terrified of how the prince might react if he knew the truth. The fault was his and his alone. But then came the part Colleen didn't expect. Zara revealed that Luca was his son, and the missing elves? They were tied to him as well. Zara had been afraid that if the prince learned everything, he would turn away from them completely. Still, the elder begged for forgiveness, not for himself, but for his son and his people. They didn't have the strength or the resources to handle this crisis on their own. Colleen took a long breath before responding. He handed Zara a set of letters. Deliver these to the lords, he said. Find out what they truly need besides wheat. Once you bring back that information, I'll meet with them myself. Zara's eyes lit up. So you'll help us? Colleen shook his head. I'm not doing this for you. Even so, Zara thanked him sincerely. Elves never forget a promise, he said. We will remember your kindness. As the elder left, Colleen turned to his mentor. The same names, Renan and Breeson, kept coming up again and again, stirring unrest wherever they went. It seems, Colleen said quietly, it's time to clean house. At the Breeson estate, the butler bowed deeply as Marquis Evan Breeson, head of the Breeson household, returned home. Shall I keep the carriage waiting, my lord? The butler asked. In case you wish to depart, right after your meeting? Evan shook his head. No need. I'll be staying. He ordered that the guests be escorted to the study. A strange request, since no guests were expected today. Even the butler found it odd. The Marquis never missed a council meeting and usually received visitors in the main hall, not in his private study. Something about his demeanor was different. When the door opened, a man entered. A familiar name, though not a familiar face. Elon Manisil, Evan said flatly. They had never met in person before, and Elon confirmed as much. If I had sent word ahead, I imagine you'd have prepared a more formal welcome, he said lightly. But I prefer to come unannounced. I won't take much of your time. I believe I have something that might interest you. Evan leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. And what would that be? It's about your second son, Elon replied. The boy seems quite taken with the king's firstborn, isn't it? The Marquis frowned. That puppy? I doubt he'd have the nerve to get involved in anything so bold. His tone made it clear. He didn't think much of his son. Elon smiled faintly. Perhaps. But I have something here that might change your mind. He placed several documents on the table. Evan flipped through them impatiently, trying to decipher what Elon was implying. Let's be honest, the Marquis finally said. I decided long ago that Renault would be removed. This isn't a matter for a court magician to meddle in. Elon chuckled quietly. Funny, coming from a man who built his fortune like a common thug. The words hit like a spark in dry grass. Evan's aura flared, and the air in the study thickened. His anger sharpened like a drawn blade. Yet Elon didn't flinch. He met the Marquis's gaze calmly, even as the pressure of an 8th Circle mage, and a master swordsman at that, filled the room. This was no ordinary noble. Evan had clawed his way to power, and his presence alone carried the weight of death. Still, Elon stood his ground. He'd faced worse. The Marquis exhaled sharply and let the aura fade. That's better, Elon said quietly. No need to lose composure, my lord. Inside, though, he couldn't help but be impressed. For all his arrogance, Evan Brison's strength was real. To withstand the force of his magic and still stand composed, few could do that. Elon continued smoothly. Of course, I'm certain you're capable of handling your son on your own. But what if I could offer an alternative? A cleaner way to remove him, without drawing unwanted attention. Evan's eyes narrowed. I'm listening. Have your mentor approach me, Elon said. Say he wishes to buy my trade guild. That's all. The Marquis tilted his head slightly. And what would that accomplish? When it was revealed that Celise was behind Prince Callion's poisoning, Elon explained, it was Brison's trade guild that suffered the most. You, more than anyone, understand what happens when a name loses its value. A brief silence followed. Evan Breeson folded his hands. His expression darkened, but there was a spark of intrigue in his eyes. Elon Manisil might have just offered him a way to reshape the game entirely. You can't keep a guild alive on reputation alone, no matter how great the name behind it. The Breeson family might have been known for their honor and chivalry, but their trade guild was another story entirely. It had been founded by the Marquis's second son, a man with no gift for swordsmanship or magic. He'd turned to commerce instead, but the guild had long since stopped turning a profit. Worse, it had become a stain on the family's name. Evan Breeson was surely already planning how to rid himself of the burden. That part made sense to Evan. What didn't make sense was why he was being offered a plan that seemed to benefit Prince Callion. Surely this was a trap, something that would play into the prince's hands. Why would Evan give him that advantage? As expected, Elon saw the doubt in Evan's eyes and spoke first. You misunderstand, Evan. The buyer won't be His Highness. He's not acquiring it himself. Evan raised an eyebrow. Then who is? The head of Kyrus's second largest trade guild, Elon said. He's the perfect candidate. A rival strong enough to take over, and a reason to do so. The Marquis's tone turned sharp. All I need is the right reason to sell. Once I present that, I'll receive an equally generous offer in return. It was a clever move, discreet, efficient, and entirely self-serving. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different conversation was unfolding. Renan Brisson sat in his private study, tending absent-mindedly to a potted plant. Father's busy again, he murmured. But don't be sad, my beautiful one. I'm here now. He tried to sound calm, but anger simmered beneath his words. Hale's arrest had unsettled him deeply, though he refused to show it. If he lost control, even for a moment, he'd draw attention, and that was something he couldn't afford. For a fleeting second, he considered selling off everything he owned and fleeing to Tinsel before anyone discovered their connection. But the thought made him shudder. Tinsel was a dangerous, godforsaken place. Fortunately, he cut ties with Hale before things fell apart. He plucked a leaf from the plant and sighed. Such a shame, he whispered. Moments later, his butler entered, speaking quietly. I'm truly sorry, my lord. The young lady has been in great pain. Other lords who trade with Tinsel haven't been disturbed. But the man suddenly stopped. His expression froze. A dark shadow fell across the room. Renan turned. Why are you here? He never finished the sentence. The attack was swift. Multiple figures closed in, and in seconds the Brisson heir was gone. By morning, rumors swept through the capital like wildfire. When news of his son's disappearance reached him, Marquis Evan Brisson launched an exhaustive search across the entire kingdom. Zera appeared once more, this time with two elves at his side. They spoke softly of the mother tree, how it had answered their plea. Soon, the forest trails would open again, allowing them safe passage. That meant it was time to move out. Zera announced that his son, Luca, would serve as guide to the prince. Colleen thanked him, but couldn't hide a flicker of hesitation. He would have preferred Sia to accompany them. Turning to Sia, he asked, Can you lead us through the forest trails instead? The elf nodded without hesitation. Of course I can. Colleen hesitated. But are you sure? No one will be there to guide you back. There's no need to worry, Sia added with a confident smile. I can find my way even with my eyes closed. Just as he was about to signal their departure, Colleen noticed something strange. Sia was speaking differently, more naturally than before. Is something wrong, Commander? She asked. Colleen frowned. This stone, where did you get it? He took the dark gem the elf was holding and examined it closely. You must have found it among the relics. Luca blinked, confused. I don't remember taking anything. Arson, standing nearby, muttered. We assumed it was another holy relic. It was found beside the others when Luca returned to the village. But Yurin's tone turned grim. No, this one's dangerous. It reeks of blood. Colleen felt it too. A sharp, oppressive energy that made the air feel heavy. He's right, the prince said quietly. There's something alive inside it. A life force stolen by force. The blood energy still clings to it. Whoever owned this stone was murdered. They'd have to investigate it later. For now, it could serve a purpose. Sia, Colleen said, handing the stone back. Use it to stay in touch while we're on the road. The elf's eyes widened slightly. This is the stone of the bow, he murmured. Colleen nodded. It's mine. That was all she needed to hear. She accepted the relic carefully. Then I'll hold on to it until we reach the other end of the trail. Before setting off, she glanced at Arson and grinned. Let's play a word game along the way. As they prepared to leave, Yuran leaned toward the prince. That child, Sia. Have you noticed? She sometimes answers before you even ask. Could it be foresight? Colleen shook his head. It's not foresight, but Colleen wasn't convinced. Maybe not exactly, he said, but it's close. I think the future just reaches him a little faster than the rest of us. A distortion of time, and a relic that could suppress abilities related to it. It all tied back to one thing, the axis of time. Meanwhile, far away, a messenger knelt before Randall. The report was brief, but made him remember Callion's cryptic words, the roses will bloom soon. This time, Callion had dealt with Renan personally. From his sleeve, the prince drew a relic. He focused, channeling power into it until the artifact began to glow. The air shimmered, and from that radiance, a bloom appeared, unfolding in full, vivid color. A small smile crossed his face. Still beautiful as ever, he murmured. Let it stay that way a little longer. Then, calmly, he began to draw mana from the world around him. The teacher smiled faintly, congratulating His Highness, not for gaining another magic circle, but for something rarer, a stronger aura. Colleen sighed. Please, teacher, don't tease me. Just scold me and get it over with. Elon chuckled. Why would I scold you? You're the one most frustrated here, aren't you? He wasn't wrong. It wasn't easy to abandon the habits of a lifetime, the instinct to gather and shape mana, as if wielding a sword. Even a single moment of hesitation could alter everything. That was why Callion's mana hadn't formed into a new circle, but had instead transformed into an aura. And of course, the prince already knew that. Mana and aura might differ in form, but their essence followed the same principle. Still, he couldn't help wondering, why had his power shifted on its own? Elon didn't have an answer, but he smiled knowingly. Then figure out before you return to Kyrus. Don't come back until you do. Callion turned his gaze upward. The night sky stretched endlessly above them, stars glittering like 1,000 unspoken riddles. Could he really find the answer out there? His mentor's voice was calm. You're already on the right path. Keep walking it. Every path leads somewhere. Before he could respond, Sia called out from ahead. Commander, this is it. The end of the forest trail. Finally, they had arrived. Before them lay the vast territory of the Siegfried Duchy, the land of elephants. Sia, smiling brightly, stepped forward. This is where we part ways, Your Highness. Sia approached and handed back the Blackstone. You should take this now, she said softly. Colleen accepted it, then hesitated. Sia, must you return to the village? He had noticed it before. The cold stares, the distance. Even as an outsider, it was obvious that the villagers kept away from her. The elders' disapproval of her guiding them had made that even clearer. If your presence there causes trouble, Colleen said carefully, I can take your case to the Sisfanian Council. Until then, you're welcome to come with us. The words caught her off guard. For a moment, Sia looked away. You're right, she said finally. The others don't like me. But the World Tree said, this is who I am. I don't need to be fixed. Colleen nodded slowly. Different doesn't mean broken. Sia smiled faintly. Exactly. The prince could tell she had made her peace with it. Then I won't worry, he said. You'll find your own way. She nodded. And we'll look forward to the next time we meet. Sia bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me. Towering castle walls loomed ahead, surrounding the Sisfanian domains. Every prince of Kairos who had stood before those walls must have felt the same, grateful that the Siegfried family had never sought the throne. Colleen turned to his companion. Yin, he said, while we're here, you can stop calling yourself my errand boy. You've done enough. 20 men already hate me. I don't need to make it 30. Yin grinned. But I've been doing just fine so far. Colleen couldn't help but smirk. The memory came rushing back. The time a blade had come flying toward Yin, and he'd caught it barehanded before it could strike. Back then, Yin had said he could handle it, and when he later collapsed from poisoning, he'd only smiled silently at his prince, never blaming him, never speaking a word of resentment. That silence had made Callion's apology all the heavier. They were staying in that night. After his shower, Colleen leaned against the window, thinking their long journey had finally come to an end. He was wrong. Yin, ever calm, explained, we've only reached the outer gates. The inner gate of the castle is still 2 days away. Colleen stared at him. 2 days? Just to reach the main gate. Yin nodded, smiling faintly. The prince sighed. This place really is the land of elephants. He glanced out at the sprawling landscape beyond Yin's balcony. Your duchy is enormous, Yin. And here I was, thinking I'd meet your father today. Complaining wouldn't change anything, and he knew it. With a weary shrug, he let it go. As he sat down, his eyes fell on the black stone in his hand. Sia's words echoed in his mind. Even if you say otherwise, it doesn't change what you are. He finally understood. His mana hadn't vanished when it turned into aura. The essence was still the same. It had simply evolved. All this time, he believed mana and aura were completely different forces, but that wasn't true. It was only habit that made him separate them. If he couldn't stop turning mana into aura, then he'd make it work for him. He would use aura as the fuel for his magic. The change was immediate. Arson, standing nearby, felt it before Colleen even spoke. The prince's mana, once faint and gentle, now surged like a river bursting through a dam. It was colder now, stripped of warmth, sharp enough to make the air itself shiver. The sheer power of it was staggering. Colleen smiled faintly to himself. The magic of the 4th district was now within his reach. That problem, at least, was solved, but others were waiting. By the time they reached the inner gate, Yin walked ahead, leading the way. There were 6 sword masters on the continent, 6 who had transcended the limits of ordinary warriors. Among them, those with stronger auras could easily sense the presence of weaker ones. That was why, even before the prince crossed the final archway, the man they'd come to meet was already there, Duke Slayman Siegfried, master of these lands. The Duke stepped forward, his expression calm but sharp. Welcome, Your Highness, he said. You've traveled far. You must be exhausted. Colleen bowed lightly. It's been a long road, Duke Siegfried. But the Duke's eyes narrowed slightly, studying him. The air shifted, the unmistakable recognition of one sword master to another. In an instant, he knew. You've grown, Slayman said, his voice low. Since our last meeting, you've changed a great deal. Colleen smiled politely. Just a minor transformation. Nothing drastic. The Duke's laughter echoed across the courtyard. Minor? I'd hardly call it that. You stand differently now. There's a man before me, where once stood a boy. He clapped a hand on the prince's shoulder. Come, Your Highness. The castle awaits. As they walked side by side, Yin followed behind, watching the 2 men with quiet pride. Seeing his father and his prince together like this, he couldn't help but admire both. He had to hand it to Colleen. The wizard had come a long way indeed. The Duke had chosen his apprentice well, an extraordinary talent, not only gifted in magic, but now also recognized as the 6th strongest sword master on the continent. Colleen knew it was pointless to try and hide anything from Duke Siegfried. A man like him, sharp and experienced, could see right through it. Every scar, every trace of aura, nothing escaped his eyes. The Duke smiled faintly. It may still be difficult for you to see the aura of others, Your Highness, but I can clearly see yours. You've made remarkable progress. He paused, his tone softening. Your mentor must take great pride in watching your growth. Colleen gave a small, almost wry smile. I wouldn't be so sure. My teacher is quite absorbed in his own work right now. Elon had earned that right. Years of relentless effort had finally paid off. The Duke nodded thoughtfully. I'd love to stay and talk more with you, Prince Colleen, but duty calls. I have inspection rounds I can't delay. I hope you'll understand. Of course, Colleen replied. I'm the one who arrived ahead of schedule, after all. Then, the Duke said with a smile, since you'll be departing in the morning, I wish you a safe journey. I'll look forward to hearing your tales when we next meet. Colleen bowed politely as the Duke took his leave. Far away, in the royal palace, the king sat in his chambers, a cup of wine resting loosely in his hand. Seeing His Majesty drink was a rare sight. Elon, standing nearby, could only assume that his mind was on the prince, or perhaps something else entirely. Elon hesitated before speaking. Your Majesty, have you given any thought to rekindling Camelon's flame? The king didn't answer right away. His gaze remained fixed on the flickering light of the candles. It's not just the flame, Romain continued carefully. I'll soon need to declare the heir. The king sighed. Colleen will be the last of my sons to complete his rite of passage. When he returns, all three will be old enough to stake their claim. He set the cup down. Randall is cautious, deliberate, but he keeps too much hidden. I can never read him. Planche, he's the strongest by far, but his defiance knows no bounds. And Colleen, he paused, a trace of worry in his voice. Colleen is still learning what it means to be a man. Elon's lips twitched into something between a smirk and a grimace. Then perhaps the best choice is to name the least desirable heir. The others will eliminate him for you. Problem solved. The king gave a tired laugh. If only it were that simple. I'm too old for games like that. He looked toward the window, where moonlight spilled across the floor. Randall will keep his distance until Colleen returns. He's patient like that. When the time comes, I'll see what truly lies in his heart. Until then, silence is best. I won't let tomorrow's uncertainty rob me of today's peace. Elon bowed. Wise words, Your Majesty. The king leaned back, eyes half closed. When Camelon's flame burns again, it will not be for bloodline or title. It will be worth. Only the one who proves himself will be worthy of it. Elon said softly. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Colleen walked through a winding cavern. The air grew colder with every step, the darkness stretching endlessly ahead. He'd been walking for what felt like hours, yet the tunnel showed no end. How deep does this cave go? He murmured under his breath. And then, without warning, the path opened. Before him lay a clearing filled with glowing flowers, an otherworldly garden hidden beneath the earth. Colleen stopped, staring in awe. What is this place? Only then did Colleen truly turn his attention forward. He felt it, a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. Pure, unrestrained magic that transcended every known limit. The air itself trembled, saturated with an aura so immense it could crush a man's spirit by presence alone. This was more than divine will. He knelt instinctively, bowing his head. Before him stood the almighty Sisphanian, not a vision, not an echo, but the goddess herself made manifest. All around, the townsfolk went about their lives, unaware of the miracle unfolding in their midst. Then suddenly, a blinding flash of light split the sky, washing over everything in silence. Within that light, Colleen stood frozen, his mind racing. Would a mere projection of her will not have sufficed? Why reveal her true form now? The crushing magic and suffocating pressure that had filled the air moments before suddenly dissipated. The goddess's eyes turned toward him, calm, knowing. She saw the foreign child before her, one who did not belong to this world. A soul burdened with memories from another life, another reality. He had taken her blessing, she realized, and turned it into a weapon of death. Yet what truly stirred her curiosity was not his defiance, but his purpose. What had driven him to do it? In the next instant, she appeared directly before him. That was why he had been called, to stand in her presence. Outside, his companions had seen the light too. They had no idea what it meant. What's happening? One of them muttered. This has never happened during a rite of passage before. Yan's face was pale. Something's wrong, the prince. A large hand rested gently on his head. It was his father, the Duke, who had arrived without warning. You seem rather worried for that boy, he said quietly. Yin blinked. You're supposed to be on inspection duty. I just returned, the Duke replied evenly. That fast? Yin frowned. He'd only left the night before. There was no way. The others glanced at them in surprise. It was the first time they'd heard Yin call someone father. Before anyone could question it further, two figures appeared. A girl with striking white and crimson hair, and a woman beside her whose presence carried quiet strength. Veronica Manisil, Elon's granddaughter. And beside her, Rachel Grace, Elon's daughter-in-law. But the true presence that filled the chamber was Sisphanian's. She turned to Colleen, her gaze endless as the night sky. Without a word, she reached out and touched his face. The world fell away. In an instant, they were standing inside Callion's memories, his past laid bare before the goddess's eyes. She saw his brother, the grief that consumed him, the moment of death, and the awakening in another's body. Everything became clear to her. Sisphanian whispered something, a string of divine words that rippled through the air like music beyond comprehension. Colleen tried to listen, but her voice was lost to him, as though it existed in a realm his ears could never reach. He frowned. What are you saying? But she didn't answer. She didn't want him to understand. He looked up confused. Who are you talking about? A single name echoed in his mind. Sereni. The goddess smiled faintly. Yes, that was her name. Sereni, the queen of the gods. the one who had stood against the bringer of the void during the Great War of the Two Gods, side by side with the 8 heroes of the Elder Age. They say Sereni fell into eternal slumber the moment she sealed away the tomb of the bearer of the void. If that's true, then she shouldn't have been able to interfere with anything that came after. But then Sisfanian revealed something unexpected. Even in her sleep, Sereni's essence continues to exist. Could it be that Sisfanian herself is dead, only because she allowed her will to become her living form? These questions gnawed at him, yet they only led to deeper mysteries. Once, the kingdom of Sigia guarded a sacred artifact, the Axis of Time. She confirmed it herself. But what was its true purpose? Why had Kairos tried to claim it through him? Sereni spoke again, her voice faint, her words impossible to understand. The more he strained to hear, the more they slipped away. Why couldn't he hear her clearly? Why was the truth being kept from him? His impatience clashed against Sereni's calm will. He wanted answers about life, death, and what comes after. But she warned him. To know too soon would unravel the natural course of fate. If even a deity this powerful was keeping secrets from him, perhaps something far greater was unfolding, something that required her direct hand. It was true, far more serious than he had ever imagined. And so his thoughts turned back to the Axis of Time. What connection did it have to all of this? Finally, Colleen gathered the courage to ask one last question, something that had weighed on him from the beginning. Had his brother dared to use the Axis of Time to bring him back to life? The question startled her. Your brother was a king first, she said, not merely a brother. Did he really believe Chase would be foolish enough to break the order of time, just for him? And then it struck him. Chase wasn't the one who had used the Axis at all. Someone else had interfered. The truth hit like a blade, sharp, sudden, and painful. Before he could ask another question, Sisfanian's voice cut through the silence. Then I will show you. At first, he didn't understand. What did she mean by show? He remembered what Sisfanian had once said about that stone, but again, the words faded before he could grasp them. She turned to him, her gaze steady. Keep it with you, she said. Always. Today, he hadn't found all the answers he sought, but deep down, he knew this was only the beginning. Come back, she told him, when you're ready to understand. Time will reveal everything. That day, flocks of homing pigeons filled the skies, carrying messages to masters across the realm. A pillar of light erupted, so radiant it could be seen even from the outer walls of Siegfried. The Duke stood there, stunned. He had never seen so many birds at once, wings cutting through the sunlight, all converging above his land. And yet, there was no time for wonder. Demirius Siegfried, young leader of the Duchy Siegfried, approached with awe. What a sight, the Duke said. Demiria's reply was quiet but firm. Great power always draws eyes and envy. Wherever those birds fly, their paths will meet soon enough. They needed to find out which noble houses had dared to send their seekers on his Siegfried land, and they needed to stay alert. He always knew he'd chosen the right woman to stand beside him. For that, he owed thanks to his mother, for passing her sharp mind down to her daughter and to Yin. Certainly not something he could take credit for himself. Demiria, however, couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking in a moment like this. Still, she'd missed one crucial detail. Too much caution could look like a political move. And their people, they weren't power seekers. They didn't raise kings or chase thrones. They were the foundation that held everything together. The strength they gathered only made their shield of peace stronger, and she must never forget that. Yet this time, something told her she might have to act decisively. Colleen was there, too. Both turned their attention to the prince. Her concern didn't go unnoticed by her father. If there are spies among us, he said, we'll uncover them without delay. They wouldn't make a show of tightening security, but they do it quietly, effectively. Of that, Demiria could be sure. Besides, her brother was watching over the prince. Yin looked up at his father. Did you see all those birds? He asked. Slayman nodded. They filled the entire sky. Yin pointed out another one. The Duke squinted and thought he saw a hawk soaring above them. Those words still echoed in the prince's mind. Come when you're ready. What else would she tell him when that time came? Yin said softly. The prince has been standing there for quite a while. Maybe he saw something. Colleen shook his head. Not really, though there's something amusing in the garden. There, among the flowers, were Haina, Kiri, and a small puppy named Yin, the Siegfried family's pet. Yin panicked. I still can't believe father named that dog after me. The prince smirked. There is a resemblance, he said, except the puppy has a better coat. Ian stiffened, half offended, until Colleen laughed. Relax. It's just a joke. Hina seemed to spend plenty of time with the pup anyway. Apparently, she liked him more than the birds. Maybe I should keep the dog at the palace, Colleen mused. She really adores him. Yin added. Then you'd better teach sign language too, Colleen said dryly. That reminded Colleen. Yin had never told him how he learned sign language in the first place. Yin glanced away. I used to have a brother, he said quietly. He passed away in illness. Callion's expression softened. I'm sorry. Yin shook his head. It's all right. That was a long time ago. I have his highness now. Still, it didn't seem the prince was serious about keeping the dog. Yin knew his brothers would never approve. In that case, Yin said with a grin, I'll just move to Camelon. Yin blinked. Camelon? But that's the residence of the crown prince. Yin shrugged. Exactly. My brothers already said I can't keep the dog here. So, I'll just take him somewhere they can't stop me. What was left for him to do now? Only Prince Colleen, probably the only person alive, would dream of becoming crown prince just so he could keep a dog. Yin couldn't help but laugh at that. but then Colleen added something that silenced him. I'm also the only one who's seen Sisfanian in her true form. At first, Yin didn't understand, but the moment realization struck, he froze. The prince had actually seen Sisfanian's true form, something no mortal was ever meant to witness. How was he supposed to make sense of that? Meanwhile, far away in the Solis palace, a maid rushed into the queen's chamber, helping her arrange the letters stacked on the table. Any news? Queen Solis asked the moment the door opened. Yes, your majesty. Your letter was delivered safely, and we've just received a reply. Solis' hands trembled slightly as she reached for the envelope. She couldn't wait to see what it said. Back in Siegfried lands, the prince's mentor stood quietly as his pupil approached, apologizing for his delay. I was searching, the prince explained, for a place where Sisfanian's power wouldn't reach. And did you find one? His mentor asked. I did, Colleen said, glancing down. In fact, I'm standing on it. The Siegfried family cemetery. Yin had led his highness to a secluded area near the castle, a quiet, untouched place beyond Sisfanian's influence. At last, they could speak freely. Did your audience with Roselda go well? The mentor asked. Colleen gave a faint smile. That's a long story. He decided to keep it short. Let's just say I witnessed Sisfanian in her true form, and Elon missed it. His mentor raised an eyebrow. You saw her? I did, Colleen admitted. She told me to find her again when I'm ready. When that time comes, I hope you'll join me. The mentor sighed. I would have if not for the business that's kept me here. Has the queen noticed Renan's disappearance yet? Colleen asked next. Elon nodded. She's had no word from him for 10 days. If she pretended otherwise, it'd raise suspicion. This morning, he continued, Evan Breeson visited her. You might think he told her about us, but no, he wouldn't dare. Everything between us is sealed by oath. Still, Colleen frowned. Isn't that risky? Perhaps, Elon said quietly. But don't trouble yourself over it. One of my students has already surpassed his mentor, and proven that point quite clearly. Colleen chuckled softly. Then I suppose I'm the guilty one. In any case, Elon went on, you can rest easy. Renan and Bryson's are no longer our problem. That left only one concern. Renan had been Solis' personal agent outside the palace. He handled every task she couldn't be seen doing, including obtaining the poison used in the assassination attempt on the prince. The queen would no doubt be searching for his replacement soon. And then, the mentor's tone shifted. A rather interesting letter came into my possession recently. One that your father must never see. Colleen tilted his head. Let me guess, it's from the Count? Elon nodded. You're right. The queen wrote to him, right after she realized Renan was missing. That man was Grey Bree's son, eldest son of the Evan of Marquis, a noble appointed by the king himself to guard the borderlands. His estate lay at the far edge of Tinsel, and his reputation stretched far beyond it. Grey was one of the 6 sword masters of the continent. But now, wounded from a brutal battle against a savage tribe, he sought a temporary steward to manage his lands while he recovered in the capital. The injury gave him the perfect excuse to travel there, and everyone knew that nothing in the capital ever happened by coincidence. Elon and the king were trying to stall his arrival by delaying the appointment, buying time where they could. Colleen couldn't help but thank them for that, because it meant another sword master had entered the game. And this one promised to make things very interesting. The prince was eager. He could hardly wait for their meeting. The duke, noticing his anticipation, suggested they take a short rest. A bench would have been better, but a fallen log would do just fine. As they sat, Colleen spoke first. Sisfanian granted me an audience today. Slayman's brow lifted slightly. How did it feel to stand before her will? It wasn't her will, the prince replied quietly. The duke paused, realizing what that meant. You saw her in the flesh? Colleen nodded slowly. It sounds unbelievable, I know, but Slayman didn't let him finish. A knowing look crossed his face. I knew it, he said. I always knew she was still alive. For centuries, people had whispered that the Siegfried family had wasted 500 years guarding an empty dragon's lair that didn't even exist. But they were wrong. Every generation's vigil had meaning. None of it was in vain. Seeing the duke's joy warmed the prince's heart. I still have one more meeting with her, Colleen said. If it's possible, I'd like to open a teleportation portal between Kairesis and Siegfried. It would make things much easier. Now, Slayman understood why the prince wanted it, but the question remained. Will the king allow such a thing? A direct link to the capital could become a gateway for attack. Colleen thought for a moment. If it's only a matter of safety, I have land not far from the capital. It once belonged to Witharan. It's ideal for the portal's anchor point. Slayman considered it carefully. A day's journey from the outer walls, accessible only by royal authorization. That could work. And if there's ever a threat to Siegfried's domain, we'll have the right to destroy the portal ourselves. If the king agrees, I do too, the duke added. That was all Colleen needed to hear. He smiled slightly. I'm glad to hear it. The duke chuckled. Who am I to refuse a prince? But Colleen wasn't finished yet. Actually, I have another request. Slayman's eyes lit up instantly. Ah, so you finally come for a sparring match? He remembered the prince once asking him to meet at the training grounds. Colleen shook his head, smiling. Not exactly sparring. He raised his hand and revealed something he'd crafted himself. There were no scrolls, no teachers, no guidance. He had forged it entirely from his aura, shaping it into a weapon unlike any other. A core of magic, condensed and refined until it became a blade. The duke studied it, immediately grasping what the prince intended. You want to test its strength, he said simply. Colleen nodded. Then attack, the duke ordered. A across the continent. There were only 6 who could be called sword masters. Among them, Slayman Siegfried stood second to none, save one. And when his sword came down, it wasn't just a clash of blades. It was a blow that could split mountains. Among all who walked the path of the sword, few, if any, can match Duke Slayman Siegfried in skill. His mastery was undeniable. Every strike he unleashed carried both precision and power, a perfect balance that made him nearly unbeatable. His blade moved like lightning, swift, controlled, and deadly. When he attacked again, the prince barely caught the subtle opening in the Duke's defense. But it didn't matter. The sheer force behind that strike sent Colleen staggering back, his boots digging into the dirt to stay upright. He only needed a moment to recover. Yet even that was too long against a man like Slayman. The prince's lean frame made his blows lighter than the Duke's, but that same build gave him unmatched agility. Every step, every turn was quick and precise. Still, holding his aura and blade form demanded immense mana, draining him with every clash. Perhaps this spar wasn't just for training. Perhaps Slayman meant to push him to his very limit. Even so, Colleen held his stance with confidence, parrying each swing with sharp precision. The Duke couldn't help but think, this boy was no longer the frail child he once knew. How did that scrawny brat become so strong? But strength aside, His Highness still wasn't on Slayman's level. Compared to a true test of power, this was child's play. Then, the Duke straightened, his voice steady. It's time we move to the next stage. Colleen was silent for a moment, then nodded. I was thinking the same. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Then let's not waste time, Slayman said. The prince met his strike head-on. Their blades clashed. A shockwave burst through the training ground. Colleen managed to block, then countered, his aura blade slashing across the Duke's guard. For an instant, steel screamed, and when they broke apart, a thin line of blood traced the Duke's neck. The prince froze. That wasn't supposed to happen. Such a surge of aura power. It was reckless, dangerous, pure madness. Slayman lunged again, faster, harder. The force of it pinned Colleen in place. This time, there was no room to dodge. He raised his sword to block. The impact rang out like thunder. A brilliant flash split the air. When it cleared, Callion's sword lay shattered. The Duke's own blade bore a deep crack across its length, and a thin wound streaked the prince's face. Silence fell. Slayman blinked, as though coming to his senses. He hadn't expected that. He hadn't even realized how far the exchange had gone. Their sparring came to an abrupt end. The Duke stepped forward, lowering his weapon. What was that, Your Highness? That final strike, what did you do? Colleen started to answer, but before he could, the other knights rushed in. Their eyes darted between the cracked sword in the Duke's hand and the fresh cut on his neck. Impossible, Uran whispered. The Duke lost. No one spoke. No one had expected such a result. Later that evening, a reception was held. The hall was calm, filled with soft laughter and candlelight. There, Duke Slayman took up a violin, and the strings sang beneath his touch. The prince watched, quietly impressed. Who would have thought the man who could cleave steel with a single blow could also draw music so gracefully from a bow? Colleen thought such a magnificent performance shouldn't be heard by him alone. The Duke, lowering his bow with a smile, said quietly, It's in our blood, Your Highness. Even if not every Siegfried can handle a violin, we're always in tune. He bowed slightly. It's an honor to share this with you. If Your Highness ever wishes to hear more, I'll always be ready to play again. Colleen smiled, though a hint of guilt lingered in his eyes. The wound he'd left on the Duke's neck still bothered him. I only hope that a little cut doesn't interfere with your playing, he said. Slayman chuckled. If a scratch like that could stop me, I'd hardly deserve the title of Swordmaster. Then his expression shifted, a hint of warmth under his sternness. No, the real blow landed here. He placed a hand over his chest. Just then, his son stormed in. Father, how could you? You've scarred His Highness's face. The young man's outrage filled the hall. After all he's done for you, is this how you repay him? The Duke groaned. Oh, listen to that. My own son, turning against me. Despite the commotion, Colleen couldn't help but laugh softly. Please, he said, there's no harm done. Truly, this duel was invaluable. I learned more from that exchange than from months of practice. He raised a glass, offering a toast. The Duke accepted, the corners of his lips lifting. Praise like that, especially from a pupil, was music to Slayman's ears. Now he finally understood the limits of his own aura blade, how much power it could endure before shattering. That, he realized, was the missing piece he'd been searching for. Colleen had seen it too, that brilliant flash when their energies collided. He still had a long path ahead, but knowing there was more to reach fulfilled him with quiet determination. The Duke turned to him again. How's the cut? Just a scratch, Colleen replied. I'll be fine. Slayman nodded slowly. You handled yourself well, but I noticed something I didn't expect. Colleen tilted his head. When you swing, the Duke continued, you use your back to amplify the strike, especially when you sidestep or stop mid-combo. It's subtle, hardly noticeable, but I caught it. Colleen frowned slightly. I didn't even realize. It's a common technique among the Knights of Secretia, Slayman explained, studying him carefully, but not among those trained in Kyrus. Kyrus-style fencing is all about footwork. The power comes from the hips, not the spine. In your case, it's your back that drives your balance. That's unusual, Slayman explained. He folded his arms, thoughtful. Be more mindful from now on, Your Highness. Of course, Colleen said, nodding. But what surprised him wasn't the advice. It was that Duke Siegfried hadn't asked a single question about who he truly was. As if sensing his thoughts, Slayman spoke again. "You're under Siegfried's protection now," he said calmly. "And we value one thing above all, strength. Whether you're a prince or a pretender, that's none of my concern." The Duke cared for one thing only, whether he and the prince would ever have the chance to cross blades again. Colleen smiled faintly and thanked him. His gaze drifted downward, lost for a moment, as though he saw echoes of a past life reflected there. Then he asked quietly, "Do you think Grey Brisson could sense my aura?" Grey Brisson, the eldest son of Marquis Evan Brisson, had long since left the influence of his family, settling near the borderlands. They said his father had disowned him, unable to accept his son's choice to dedicate his life entirely to the sword. But perhaps it wasn't duty that drove him away. Perhaps it was pride. After all, the son had surpassed the father, and that was a wound no noble ego could bear. Whatever the reason, Grey was a true master. A man like him would instantly recognize another's aura, especially one as distinct as the prince's. That meant Colleen needed to be careful, to be ready, to train harder than ever before. 10 days later, the crisp air of Siegfried's lands carried the sound of steel once more. Elon expressed, hearing as the prince practiced. "I assume your highness is enjoying the fresh air," he said. "But don't you think some people are taking this wandering spirit a bit too far?" Colleen lowered his sword and smiled faintly. "My apologies, master. I had business to attend to. I'll be leaving again soon." The Minter's eyes narrowed. "Has Grey Brisson arrived in the capital yet?" "Not yet," Colleen replied. "I've been trying to delay him," the Minter said. "He managed to buy us 2 weeks at most." "That's enough," Colleen said. "I'll make good use of that time." He meant it. 2 weeks. That was all he needed to sharpen himself further. He was both a swordsman and a wizard, but that secret was one he couldn't afford to reveal. Not yet. If Grey, unaware of the prince's true identity, were to sense his aura, questions would arise. Dangerous ones. And so, the morning after the banquet, Colleen sought out Arson for guidance. "I need to conceal my mana," he said. "Completely. There are ways," Arson replied. "Spells designed for that very purpose. With your control, you'll master them easily. The incantation's built around fourth circle magic, nothing beyond your reach." He explained that both sword aura and spellcraft drew from the same origin, pure, refined mana. Arson offered to teach him the concealment charm himself. "Tell me what to do," Colleen said at once. With that, they began their work, studying the circles of teleportation as part of the prince's training. Rachel was there too. Elon had mentioned that Rachel and Veronica had arrived earlier that morning. Rachel, his daughter-in-law, was a talented mage in her own right, known for her mastery of teleportation spells. Her research had helped Duke Siegfried cut days from his inspections across his vast territories. Colleen knew her knowledge would be invaluable. He'd invited both Rachel and Veronica to discuss a new proposal, one involving the expansive lands of Kyrus. Arson bowed deeply, his voice steady. "I live to serve your highness," he said. And with that, their training began anew, a blend of sword and sorcery, preparing the prince not just to fight, but to hide the power that could expose who he truly was. Rachel and Arson devoted their days to crafting teleportation circles, intricate, glowing sigils that pulsed with layered mana, and to teaching the prince how to conceal his own. The spell itself wasn't difficult to learn, but maintaining it, that was another story. Keeping one's mana perfectly sealed required constant focus, a discipline of both mind and body. Only Duke Slayman could tell whether the prince's aura still leaked through. Until the Duke confirmed that not a trace remained, Colleen couldn't risk stepping beyond the castle walls. Days turned into nights. Nights blurred into dawn. And after countless hours of study, adjustment, and trial, the day finally came. The Duke stood before him, silent at first. Then a faint smile crossed his face. "Nothing," he said. "Not a flicker. I can't sense your aura at all." He was genuinely pleased. Looking at Colleen now, it was almost hard to believe this quiet young man had once stood against him in combat. All preparations were complete. It was time for departure. Slayman crossed his arms. "Next time we meet, your highness, I won't be so lenient." Callion's lips curved into a small smile. "Then I'll make sure not to remain an easy target." The Duke laughed. "That's what I like to hear." And so, the prince's journey began anew. The road to Kyriesis awaited. Meanwhile, far from the castle, a lone messenger stirred before dawn. He had waited for days, weeks, even, and still no response had come. Now, finally he understood why. The letter had revealed everything. "So that's it," he muttered. "I was only the messenger." The sun hadn't even risen, yet the man was already awake, boots laced and coat buttoned. Then, faint laughter echoed through the corridors. "He's laughing?" The servant blinked, startled. The court, it seemed, had grown far more lively in his absence. As he turned, a shadow loomed over him, tall, confident. Count Grey Brisson. The man's expression was unreadable, but the thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it's time to return to the capital. Elsewhere, Elon stood beside an ornate closet, admiring the gleam of its contents. Each visit felt like the first. A treasure trove so grand it rivaled even his famed onyx bathtub. All of it, of course, had been gathered by Wit Lin, whose lands yielded the most fertile wheat in all of Kyrus. It would be improper, Elon mused, to let the prince shoulder the expenses of a guild that bore another man's name. So he arranged instead to dedicate a portion of their income to his highness, a gesture of loyalty and respect. Thus, the guild that once served House Breeson now quietly lined Elon's coffers instead. And he was very good at making sure that gold never stopped flowing. A servant approached. "My lord, have you finished? Shall I lock the doors?" "Yes," Elon replied calmly. He stepped in the hallway, satisfied, only to collide with someone. "Planche," he said, startled. "What a coincidence. It's been some time." Planche inclined his head in greeting, but said nothing at first. Then, turning to Elon, he asked softly, "Tell me, was it you who changed Colleen, or has he become someone new entirely himself?" Elon smirked. "You'll have to answer that one yourself." His eyes narrowed and nodded. Perhaps I could ask Prince Planche the same thing. Has he given up his drink because he's found clarity, or because he's lost control of his own mind? No one answered. Planche gave a bitter laugh. "Still, there's someone out there who misses the man I used to be." "That's a shame," Planche said softly. "But people aren't meant to stay the same. Everyone changes, whether it's crawling out from the bottom of a wine barrel, or finally finding the courage to stand up to reckless brothers and their foolish impulses." Elon replied. He smiled faintly, though there was no joy in it. Change catches us all eventually. When it happens, or how, that hardly matters. With that, he bowed politely. "Have a good day, Your Highness." Planche watched him leave, his words still echoing in his mind, especially that line about reckless impulses. Time passed quickly. 20 days had gone by since Colleen left Siegfried's lands. Now, their party had reached the tranquil shores of Raddington Lake. Kiri took in the scenery with admiration. "There's peace here, and beauty too," he said quietly. Colleen nodded. "You're right. It's almost a shame we can't stay longer." Even amidst their troubles, this calm lakeside felt like a blessing, if nothing else. The gentle view eased the tension from their long journey, though the same couldn't be said for Veronica's poor horse, which had been startled by Rachel's rather vigorous use of acceleration magic. Perhaps she'd overdone it a little. He turned to Yin. "Deliver my message to the lord of the estate. Ask whether he wishes to inform the guest of my presence." Yin bowed and left at once. The Viscount, overhearing, sighed quietly. Even a man like me, far removed from court, knows the tension between the third prince and the House of Breeson. If that's who's arrived, I'll send him away at once. The prince was here first, after all. Yin soon returned with the prince's answer. "His Highness's wish is just that, my lord, with one exception. If the visitor is Hale Grey Bree's son, His Highness would be pleased to invite him for tea." The Viscount blinked, then nodded slowly. "So if it's true, he's really here." Moments later, a servant's voice echoed through the hall. "His Highness, Prince Colleen, is entering." The Viscount stood to receive him, then bowed low. "Your Highness, Hale Grey Bree's son has gladly accepted your invitation." The air grew tense the moment Grey entered the room. His calm posture couldn't quite hide the heaviness around him, the quiet strength of a man who'd seen far too many battlefields. He inclined his head slightly. "Your Highness," he said, "forgive me for not rising. I'm still recovering from my wound. The pain becomes unbearable if I try." In the kingdom of Kyrus, there was only one man permitted to remain seated before a prince, Slayman von Siegfried. Now, Colleen understood the unspoken rule being tested here. He gave a faint nod. "You need not strain yourself, Lord Breeson." Grey smiled faintly. "My thanks, Your Highness." The silence that followed was heavy, not hostile, but charged. Two swordsmen, two worlds, and soon enough, both would understand exactly what kind of man the other truly was. Men like Grey Breeson, however, were never meant to enjoy such privilege. Callion's voice cut through the silence, calm yet commanding. Then the Grey should bow his head. Yin stood frozen. He couldn't grasp why His Highness had said something so direct. If that arrogant man snapped and attacked the prince, Yin wouldn't be able to stop him. "We need to find Sir Hertz now," he thought, "before things get out of hand." Just then, Arson arrived, and with him Rachel. The man frowned at the sight. "What are you two doing here?" he asked, though secretly relieved to see them. He had no idea what brought them, but he knew they'd be needed. Arson quickly explained. "We came with some proposals for the prince about the portals." The man's curiosity rose. "Portals? What's this about?" Before anyone could answer, Yin glanced toward the living room, about to reveal who His Highness was meeting with. When Hina came running, her breath uneven, Yin stepped forward. "Hina, slow down. What happened?" She took a deep breath, trembling. "It's my brother, Knight, and the horse." Yin's eyes narrowed. "Something's happened with Kiri and the Knights of House Bree's son." Arson didn't hesitate. "I'll check it out." Yin nodded. "They're probably at the stables. And whatever happens there, try not to act rashly." Arson smirked slightly. "Don't worry. I know what's at stake." Then he bolted out. Yin sighed. This isn't good. It's only a matter of time before things in the living room explode. Inside, the tension was already thick. Grey Bree's son could barely hold back his fury. The mere thought of bowing his head burns in his chest. How dare he? Colleen, however, wasn't done. "Did I tell you to speak?" he snapped, eyes sharp as glass. Grey stood, seething, his pride on the brink of collapse. "Did my words fall on deaf ears?" Colleen asked again, voice like thunder. "Bow." The air grew heavy with pressure. Off to the side, someone whispered to Yin, "Has he ever met Grey Breeson before?" Yin thought for a moment. Possibly. Long before he served the prince. It's been years, though. No wonder His Highness doesn't remember. If they had met, Grey must be in shock now. Even Celise had warned him in her letters. Do not underestimate Colleen. He's not that helpless boy anymore. Grey hadn't believed her. He thought she'd gone senile with age. But now, facing the prince, he saw exactly what she meant. Perhaps all those rumors about the third prince were true. Still, He couldn't bring himself to accept it. To him, this boy was nothing more than a pawn, a piece meant to fall in someone else's game. But one look at Colleen told him he might be the one standing on the losing side. The Viscount stepped in, cutting through the tense air. He turned sharply toward Grey Breeson. "Show respect to His Highness," he demanded, "and return to your seat." His hand trembled, though not from fear. A Viscount daring to raise his voice at the lord who guarded the borderlands. How ironic. Such courage, wasted on a fool like Grey Breeson. The man didn't even realize that the Viscount had just saved him from walking straight into his own ruin. But first, they needed to deal with the little prince. Grey had never realized how desperately the third prince sought acknowledgement. Very well, he would give him what he wanted. He bowed slightly. Count Grey Breeson expresses his deepest respect to His Highness, Prince Colleen Reincarnated. But Colleen, clearly exhausted, dismissed it all with a wave. "That will be enough. I'll take my leave to rest." The Viscount bowed in agreement. "As you wish, Your Highness." Grey clenched his jaw. The prince had turned his back on him, as if the entire scene had been beneath notice. Before leaving, Prince Colleen looked to the Viscount. "While I rest, make sure Grey receives proper attention. He looks unwell." Grey's face darkened. Unwell? The audacity. Did they have any idea who they were talking to? His anger burned hotter. But before he could speak another word, a sudden explosion of flame tore through the street behind them. The night lit up with a roaring blaze. Both men spun around, startled. Callion's eyes narrowed. He recognized the magic instantly. Arson's fire? That wasn't like him. The mage was known for his control over ice, never for something as loud and reckless as fire. Which meant only one thing. This was a signal. The knights nearby jumped back, startled, as a massive fireball burst into the air. Arson stared at the chaos. "I don't know what's happening," he muttered to Kiri. "But the prince, he's not going to like this." Kiri's expression hardened. He already knew. He just hadn't realized whose carriage had gone up in flames. Arson strode forward, fire still flickering around him. "Tell me," he said coldly, "how could you provoke him, knowing exactly who he serves?" The knight froze. The realization hit hard. You serve the third prince." "Correct," Arson replied. "And I suppose that makes you the Greyhound's lackeys." That name struck a nerve. The knights bristled with anger. "Watch your tone." Before the situation could spiral further, a familiar voice cut through the tension. "I heard my lackey," said Prince Colleen, stepping into view. His tone was calm, but sharp as a blade. "So tell me, who's the brainless mutt making noise here?" The knights turned pale. None of them had expected the prince himself to appear. Colleen glanced at the smoldering wreck of the carriage. "Should I assume this belongs to Grey?" Arson bowed slightly. "Yes, Your Highness. I'll reimburse the damages from my own salary." Colleen nodded. "Then that settles it." His gaze swept over his gathered servants. Everything seemed in order, except one thing. "Where's my maid?" he asked quietly. "She's usually with her brother when he's at the stables." Arson's eyes darkened. "Those knights tried to seize her," he said. "They were going to drag her away. They thought they'd found an obedient, soft-spoken girl, the perfect plaything for Grey's amusement. What they didn't know was that she was part of the prince's personal retinue." At first, Colleen only chuckled, but the smile quickly faded into a cold scowl. Everywhere he went, pests like this crawled around. Corrupt, shameless, unworthy of their titles. Perhaps it was time he started cleaning them up himself. That was when Grey returned, his temper barely restrained. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. Those knights were his men. Since when did the prince have the right to punish them? He'd been in a decent mood until this moment. Now, his irritation flared. Arson stepped forward calmly. "They've been stripped of their knighthood," he explained, "for molesting the prince's maid and for attacking his servant." Even Grey couldn't help but mentally curse them. Idiots. And yet his pride burns. To be humiliated like this, in front of the Viscount and the prince's attendants, was intolerable. Callion's tone was casual, almost indifferent. "Lord Manisil will see to your carriage once you reach the capital." Grey's jaw tightened. That insolent brat would pay for this. As Colleen walked beside Kiri, he glanced at him. "Nothing to say for yourself?" Kiri stayed silent. What could he even say? He'd endured this kind of thing too many times to count. Inside his head, his thoughts churned. Who does this half-blood think he is? Always silent, even with that pretty face. He should be grateful we let her curry favor with the Earl. The knights taunted him, their voices dripping with mockery. "What's wrong, clever tongue? Lost your words." They wanted a reaction, something to justify another beating. To them, this was nothing worth the prince's attention. But Kiri only said quietly, "I have nothing to say." Colleen gave a faint nod. "Then do as you see fit." With that, he turned and walked away. For once, there was peace. A cup of tea in his hand, the tension fading from his shoulders, exactly what he needed. The Viscount smiled. "I'm glad your highness approves," he said, though a hint of concern lingered. "But do you truly think this is wise?" Colleen looked up. "Wise? What are you referring to?" The Viscount hesitated. "Grey. He's furious. If he decides to act, he could threaten your safe return to Kairesis. Count Brisson isn't just any noble. He's a sword master." Colleen remembered the aura he'd sensed the first time they met. "Powerful, yes, but not beyond his reach. I recognized his strength the moment we met," he said calmly. "If it comes to it, I'll put him in his place." The Viscount studied him, surprised. There wasn't a flicker of worry in the young prince's expression, only steady confidence. For someone barely past adolescence, his composure was remarkable. And yet, something about that unshakable calm made the Viscount uneasy. Something he couldn't quite put into words. The Viscount noticed the prince staring out toward the training field and wondered what had caught his attention this time. It was the prince's servant. The young man had been running laps for hours, circling the field without pause. Is His Highness truly planning to leave him out there all night? The Viscount asked, half in disbelief. Callion's answer came without hesitation. Yes, he'll stay until I say otherwise. A proper lesson takes time. The Viscount hesitated. Don't you think that's a bit harsh? Callion shook his head. If he can't endure something this small, how could I ever trust him to guard my back? Everyone bears their own weight here. It's his turn to carry him. At that moment, the Viscount realized this wasn't just about punishment. The mage who had set fire to the Count's carriage had gone unpunished. Clearly, this wasn't about blame. It was about loyalty. The servant's mistake wasn't his action. It was his lack of endurance, his wavering strength. The prince demanded absolute trust from those beside him. And the Viscount, though he wouldn't say it aloud, almost envied that servant, to be deemed worthy of serving a lord like this. Soon after, word reached them. Count Grey had requested a replacement carriage from the Viscount for the one his servant had destroyed. But to his surprise, he refused. All my carriages are under repair, he claimed. Callion said nothing, though he already knew the truth. The wheels weren't broken. The man simply had no intention of welcoming Grey Breeson into his home. He would rather lose a few carriages than offer hospitality to that man. The prince understood perfectly, and he respected it. The Viscount's resources were modest. He couldn't afford to part with anything unnecessarily. If he did, he might not even be able to leave this remote region. Callion also knew his family resided in Kairesis. Your home must have its own charm, the prince said casually. But tell me, do you ever long for the warmth of your family? The Viscount blinked, unsure where this was leading. I'm not sure I understand, Your Highness. Callion reached into his coat and produced a sealed letter. He handed it over. This will grant you an audience with me at any time, even in the royal capital. I'd like you to travel with me to Kairesis. The Viscount paused. He hadn't expected such an offer. Should he really accept? After a moment's thought, he nodded. It will be an honor, Your Highness. Hopefully, my carriages will be repaired by the time your horses are ready. Callion's expression softened. Excellent. Then it's settled. Meanwhile, far from the estate, the quiet hum of conversation filled the Queen's residence at Planche. A tea party was in full swing. Queen Celise had, of course, already heard the news. Prince Callion would soon return. Wherever he went, whispers seemed to travel ahead of him. She smiled faintly into her teacup. It's been 5 months since I last spoke with Planche, she said softly. Planche frowned, and the first thing we were talking about when we meet again is my brother Callion. Her son, listening nearby, couldn't help but wonder why she'd come at all. If she missed her half-brother so deeply, why hadn't she gone to see him sooner? The Queen's voice carried a quiet weight as she set her teacup down. Grey Breeson will be arriving soon, she said. Planche frowned. And what does that have to do with me? Celise sighed softly. She couldn't understand her son's irritation. You were born to walk this path, she told him. Your moods won't change that. You have no other choice, so stop clinging to this childish defiance. He looked away, jaw tight. Annoying, isn't it? Having no choice at all. Celise's tone sharpened. And who, exactly, do you think planned that path for you? When will you stop acting like a boy? Her son didn't answer, but she didn't need him to. If you think your sharp tongue will change anything, she continued, you're sorely mistaken. She straightened, regaining her composure. Now, back to what matters. Grey's arrival in the capital. But Planche cut her off, his voice laced with dry amusement. You know, I should have kept my mouth shut that day. He let out a short laugh. Funny, isn't it? Some people change beyond recognition, and others never change at all. Celise smiled faintly, turning to her favorite son. Don't stress yourself so much, she told him. You could take your own advice for once. Planche smirked. I was only trying to spare you the trouble, mother. She didn't seem particularly pleased by that remark. Meanwhile, news reached the palace that lifted some of the Queen's tension. Prince Callion had informed his mentor that Viscount Raddington would arrive no later than next week. At least, she thought their dear Planche wouldn't die of worry before then. But elsewhere, the protagonist, Callion himself, let out a quiet sigh. Do I really have to suffer through all this? He vented to Elon. Elon informed him the servants whispered constantly about him. The prince who couldn't stay out of trouble. The one who made the entire court buzz with gossip. He wondered what his father, the king, thought of it all. Elon told Callion his majesty had decided to accelerate the formation of Valkan. The incident at Siegfried Manor had made Callion the talk of the entire kingdom. That alone would have been enough to infuriate Breeson. But now, with his family's name publicly shamed, things had escalated beyond repair. The royal advisors were concerned. If His Majesty moves forward with Valkan now, one said quietly, it's practically a declaration of war against House Breeson. The king didn't deny it. If it keeps their attention away from Callion, he said firmly, then so be it. He knew it was a dangerous gamble, one that left him exposed. But his decision was final. Valkan would be formally announced once the prince returned to the capital. The ceremonies were already scheduled for next week. Even so, there were problems. It's not that simple, one of the mentors warned. Even with all our knights gathered, none of them can match a swordsman of Grey Brison's caliber. If he reaches Kairesis early, Romaine's life could be in danger. Callion turned to Yin. Is this the only road to the capital? Yin nodded. Yes, unless you plan to wander in circles. Callion's expression hardened. He speaks to Elon again. Looks like I'll be causing you more trouble, old friend. He looked out toward the horizon, voice low but resolute. I won't let that ogre set foot in Kairos. Count Grey Breeson, forced to ride in a lady's carriage. His pride burns hotter than the sun. Coachman, he barked. Faster. Drive these horses to their limit. How convenient that every other carriage had suddenly become unusable. The insult gnawed at him. Who dare deprive him of his lady's own carriage? But before the thought could settle, the coachman spoke up. My lord, someone's following us. Grey leaned forward, irritated. What are you muttering about now? He shoved open the window and froze. Riding close behind, gaining on them with impossible speed, was Prince Colleen. Grey's jaw tightened. So the brat found me. How'd he close the distance so quickly? Some cheap trick his mage, Minner must have taught him, no doubt. In the end, he was still just a useless royal heir. Colleen, however, had no intention of waiting. He could already see the Count's arrogance written across his face. The man still didn't know how to properly greet a prince. That single realization pulled Grey from his thoughts. How dare he snarled. He kicked the carriage door open and shouted, Stop the carriage, now. His rage boiled over. Today, I'll cleanse the royal line of that stain left by your low-born mother. The next moment, an explosion of force. Colleen had him by the throat before Grey could even blink. The sheer power in the prince's grip left him stunned. How could someone so young radiate such strength and such killing intent? You started this, Colleen said coldly. I'm merely defending my honor. Wouldn't you agree, Grey? Grey gasped, struggling, choking on his own fury and fear. He tried to shout something, anything, but it only came out as a strangled plea. Stop, please. You insulted royal blood, Colleen continued, his voice steady. And now you beg? The man broke. His words turned to desperate cries for mercy. Callion's tone didn't change. Tell me, Hale Grey, did you never wonder why your brother vanished so suddenly? Grey's eyes widened. What are you talking about? The Marquis's prison, Colleen said evenly. Someone paid quite a hefty price to make sure Renan never left it. And then he simply disappeared. The realization hit Grey like a hammer. Colleen leaned closer. Tell me, Grey, was it you who wanted him gone? Or your father, perhaps? Maybe the Marquis thought it best to remove the firstborn son who threatened his precious heir. Callion's gaze hardened. Answer carefully. What's the name of the one who killed him? Grey's lips trembled. He had no choice. Evan Bree's son, he whispered. My father. A chilling silence followed. Then came the scream, raw and endless, echoing through the night. The young prince said nothing. Only one thought passed through his mind. How could a father be so merciless toward his own son? The nearby knights and coachmen shared the same thought. None dared speak it aloud. Colleen turned to them, his tone calm once more. You all know what to say when they ask what happened. They nodded instantly. Of course they did. The official story was simple, a minor disagreement between father and son. Nothing more. Colleen released his grip and stepped back. See that Margrave returns to his estate. Then he caught sight of someone else, an observer at the edge of the road. Kiri. There was blood on Callion's face, and Kiri's expression said everything. He was about to speak, but Colleen cut him off. Don't, the prince said quietly. You've already made up your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Kiri frowned. What do you mean by that? Colleen turned his gaze toward the road ahead. There's something you need to know, he said. A story that started long before either of us were born. This detour should give us enough time. The capital welcomed him like a hero returning from legend. Everywhere Prince Colleen rode, people cheered. They said that on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the goddess Sisfanian herself had blessed him with sacred light, a divine favor no other prince had ever received. His brothers had never known such grace. And though he was the youngest, many whispered that if anyone was worthy of the crown, it was him. Surely, they thought, even His Majesty the King must see it the same way. When the royal herald announced, His Royal Highness, Prince Colleen, enters, the grand hall fell silent. Colleen stepped inside, bowing his head respectfully. My brothers, he said warmly, it's been too long. I apologize for my late return. Randall gave a curt nod, polite, reserved. Planche, however, smiled faintly. Welcome back, Colleen. Colleen blinked. That was unexpected. Planche had greeted him, just like that. What was he planning this time? Still, he returned the smile. Then, the hall's mood shifted. A servant's voice rang out. His Majesty, King Romain, approaches. The king entered with a presence that seemed to command the very air. I hear, he began, turning to Randall, that you've been reading Cyredia's treatises. Yes, father, Randall replied. I've finished them. Good, the king said, his tone approving. Someday, I'd like to hear your thoughts on them. Then his gaze turned to Planche. And you've been training, I see. You filled out nicely. We should hunt together soon. Planche's reply was dry. As you wish, father. Romain chuckled. Better yet, let's make it a full hunting tour. Colleen smiled politely, but inside his chest tightened. The entire scene felt off. The king was different now, warmer, more engaged than before. The man who had once been cold and distant toward his children now spoke with ease. It was almost unsettling. A servant hurried to the king's side and whispered something. Romain nodded. Invite her in, he said. Colleen immediately knew who he meant. Moments later, she entered, regal, graceful, every step deliberate. Her Majesty, Queen Celise. Callion's heart lifted. Your Majesty, he said, bowing deeply. It's an honor to see you again. Celise's eyes softened. And you, Colleen? She said with a warm smile. You look wonderful. I trust your journey was safe? She asked. Yes, Colleen replied. Everything went smoothly. Good. I was worried you might fall ill again, as before, she said gently. You've been through enough cold winds for one lifetime. He smiled. No worries there. The trip was far more pleasant than expected. In truth, it was good for me to be away from the palace for a while. I'm glad to hear it, Celeste said softly. You can't imagine how anxious I was after hearing about Siegfried Manor. The reports of your bravery reached even my chambers. Surely His Majesty agrees. The king said nothing, though the faintest curve of a smile formed on his lips. Celeste continued, such praise, and all in Callion's honor. Truly impressive. But her tone shifted. There were whispers, persistent ones. The room tensed. So I must ask plainly, she said, her eyes fixed on the king. Is it true, your majesty? Do you truly intend to name Callion as heir to the throne? The hall fell into absolute silence. Servants froze in place, unsure if they'd just witnessed courage or madness. It was clear now, the queen was no longer hiding her ambitions. How desperate had she become? Not long ago, she'd spoken with Lord Manisil, and according to him, there was only one truth left to tell. Why not send to Camelon the son King Romain cares for the least? The words hung in the air, dripping with quiet bitterness. That's how you get rid of a problem child, isn't it? Romain had no son for whom his heart didn't ache. Yet because of Celeste's quiet maneuvering, doubt now pressed against him like a weight he couldn't shake. Let's see how long the king's confidence lasts, someone murmured. He'll regret the way he treated her today, and when he does, regret will be all he has left. With that, Celeste turned and left the room, leaving an uneasy silence behind. Romain exhaled slowly, then turned to Planche. Forgive me, he said. Don't misunderstand my actions. I meant no slight. Planche shook his head. I know, father. We all do. His tone was calm, but there was heaviness behind it. None of us would ever wish to see our uncle suffer the way he did. Romain nodded grimly. Then remember that. We can't afford to repeat his mistake. It was an unspoken law in Caresis. Once a prince reached the age of 20, he had to leave the capital. Only the crown heir remained. Each was granted their own territory to govern, but their visits to the royal city were restricted to 5 days a year. And none, under any circumstances, were allowed to raise an army of their own. Yin considered it a fair precaution, but not everyone agreed. Prince Asnan, Callion's uncle, had defied that law. When Callion's father ascended the throne, Asnan rebelled. His ambition failed spectacularly, and now he rotted in a solitary tower deep in the desolate Varika Canyon, a living warning to every royal heir that came after. That, more than anything, was why the king so desperately wished his sons would set aside their rivalries. If they could only live in peace, no blood would have to be spilled again. Yin looked at Callion. Do you think it's possible, your highness, for you and your brothers to get along? Callion's gaze drifted. I honestly don't know, he admitted quietly. Not with the way things stand now. As they walked, something caught his eye, a single flower blooming at the edge of the path. Yin followed his gaze. Strange, he murmured. At first, Callion thought Yin was talking about the flower itself. But then he noticed it, a faint glow from his pocket. He reached inside and pulled out a small stone. As the light pulsed softly, the nearby flowers wilted, their petals falling one by one. All except for the lone rose, which remained in full bloom. What is this? Yin whispered. Callion stared at it. The rose shimmered faintly, reacting to the light of the stone. But before he could reach out, the rose began to crumble into dust, scattering into the wind. Time itself seemed to still, the air frozen, sound gone. And then, like a snapped thread, it all rushed forward again. Memories flooded Callion's mind, fragments of visions. Time, the stone, the rose, an elf, Sisfanian, Sereni, and the axis of time itself. He remembered the moment he had once defied Sereni's will, his impatience tearing against the natural flow of destiny. How can I stay still, he thought, when time itself keeps slipping through my hands? Yan's voice broke through his thoughts. Your highness, you haven't eaten in 2 days. You're gonna make yourself ill. Callion blinked, returning to the present. I'm fine, he said softly. Just tired from the journey. Yin frowned. Should I tell the servants you'll rest tomorrow? Callion nodded. Yes, tomorrow will be fine. And as Yin turned away, Callion's hand brushed the pocket where the faint warmth of the stone still lingered. A quiet reminder that something beyond time itself had begun to stir. After a long day, Yin wished him a quiet night and left. Callion lay down, trying to let sleep take him, but the feeling came swiftly. Someone was there, watching. He sat up, scanning the dimly lit room. What do you want? A familiar voice answered, casual and amused. You really do jump at every little sound, don't you? It was Planche. Callion frowned. It's late, and you're uninvited. His brother only smirked. Since when do I need an invitation? Typical Callion thought. He comes and goes as he pleases, just like his mother. Planche folded his arms. I came because something's missing from the royal garden. A rose, to be exact. I suppose that wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? Callion sighed, and, with a subtle flick of his hand, erected a soundproof barrier. One flower goes missing, and you come barging in at midnight? You must care about that rose quite a lot, dear brother. Planche's smile didn't fade. It wasn't just any flower. That rose doesn't bloom easily, and I couldn't help but notice that you've been skipping breakfast lately. You wouldn't happen to know why it's gone, would you? So he knew. The rose he'd seen had come from Randall's private garden, and his mother, Randall's mother, was from Tinsel, the land of holy light. Could it be that what he saw was connected to that divine power in their bloodline? Planche's gaze sharpened. I asked Randall about it, he said. About the never-fading rose. He always denied knowing anything. I wonder how long he'd keep up the act. Colleen frowned. Act. He tilted his head. You'd think that one day he'd just admit it. Yes, I know. Only someone with holy power could make a rose live that long. But instead, he hides it. So, Randall could use holy power. Planch stepped closer. I thought you should know that I burned the rose. Callion's eyes narrowed. You can play dumb all you like, Planch said, turning toward the door. But maybe tomorrow, you'll thank me. Callion's voice stopped him cold. Don't move. Planch froze mid-step. What are you doing? Colleen asked quietly. You went out of your way to interfere, to stop me from clashing with Randall. What? Planch didn't answer. His sigh filled the silence instead. Colleen continued. You and I were never close. So don't tell me this is some sudden act of brotherly concern. Finally, Planch looked back at him. You really don't get it, do you? Then explain, Colleen pressed. Planch met his eyes. No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat Randall. The same goes for me. Colleen blinked, caught off guard. What are you saying? Planch's tone was calm, but there was something else hidden beneath it, a quiet conviction. You heard me, he said. Randall's power isn't his own, and even he can't win against Queen Celise. For the first time, Colleen saw something in Planch's expression he hadn't expected. Not arrogance, not rivalry, but resignation. He didn't say another word. He simply left, closing the door behind him. Colleen sat for a long moment in silence, the soundproof barrier still humming faintly in the air. So Planch never wanted to be crowned prince in the first place. The realization struck harder than he expected. As the night deepened, Colleen returned to his bed, his thoughts circling endlessly around his brother's final words. About Randall, his hidden power, and the unseen forces moving behind the throne. A flower sustained by holy power, and a black stone that reeked of blood. They resonated with one another. Colleen could feel it, the faint hum, the pulse that tied them together. The pieces were starting to fit. Randall, it all pointed back to him. The prince leaned back in thought. If Randall truly possessed holy power, he would never reveal it willingly. No, he'd have to be provoked. Force him to make the first move. Only then would Randall's secrets spill into the open. But to do that, Colleen would have to strike at the one thing protecting him, Queen Celise's power. And time was running short. Meanwhile, far away, the sound of a palm striking would echoed through the royal chamber. Queen Celise slammed her hand against the table, her patience snapping. What is this nonsense? She demanded. Her maid, Clea, flinched. Your Majesty asked about the incident with Hale Gray. I only repeated what was reported. Then repeated again, the Queen ordered sharply. Clea bowed her head. Count Hale was gravely injured and returned to his estate to recover. That's why his reports ceased just before your Majesty arrived in the capital. Celise's eyes narrowed. And his injuries? Are they true? Clea nodded hesitantly. He was attacked by men under Marquis Evan's command on his way to Kairesis, though I don't understand why your father would. The girl's words faltered under Celise's glare. Speak, the Queen snapped. Tell me everything. The Marquis warned him, Clea whispered. He said Gray must never return to the capital. Celise's mind raced. So, Gray Breeson had intended to seize a Marquis title? Did father find out? Her letter to her brother came to mind. The one asking him to help Planch secure the title of crown prince in exchange for elevating their father's rank. Could that message have been intercepted? No, impossible. The timing was wrong. Her father wouldn't act so recklessly now, not when his position was already fragile. But still, if it wasn't her father who attacked Gray, then who could have possibly injured a man as powerful as him? Gray was a master swordsman. Few could even touch him. Perhaps his previous wounds had weakened him, leaving him unable to defend himself properly. Celise's expression hardened. Send medicine to his estate, she ordered, and find out exactly how badly he's injured and who struck him. Clea bowed and hurried out. The moment the door closed, Celise let out a quiet laugh. How unbelievable, she murmured. Gray Breeson, injured? Whoever staged this farce, their little game is doomed. She leaned back, smiling coldly. To think someone would try to involve my father in all this. A clever move, but pointless. After all, it had been her idea to have Gray use his supposed injury as bait. A soft sound broke Celise's thoughts, the faint jingle of a pouch. A man entered, kneeling before her. He picked up the bag she had tossed toward him, weighing it in his hand. It feels heavy, your Majesty, he said. Quite a list of tasks. Celise's lips curved. Just one. The man raised a brow. Only one. For you, she said with quiet venom. I'm feeling generous. The man smirked, slipping the pouch into his cloak. His name was Tale, deputy commander of the Knights Pable. To the public, he was a charming noble, refined, courteous, unassuming. But behind that mask lay something else entirely. The cold, methodical mind of a killer. He bowed low. Then tell me, your Majesty, what would you have me do? A man was chosen to escort Prince Colleen to his coming-of-age ceremony. His real mission, however, was far more delicate. He was ordered to find out if the prince had met her missing brother, Gray, and if he had, to uncover exactly what happened. And should Tale silence him in the process, another bag of gold would be waiting. That kind of offer was too tempting to ignore. The man agreed and asked for the name of his mysterious employer. The name he received? Arson Hertz, the magician. Yet, despite her careful plans, the queen couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that Colleen was somehow behind it all. Whispers had already spread through the capital. Rumors of Evan Breeson, a noble accused of attacking his own son. No one knew if it was true, but it was clear someone wanted the story buried. The Marquis himself was desperately trying to trace where the rumors began. He hadn't appeared in court for weeks, skipping even the latest council meeting. But that wasn't what occupied everyone's minds today. The real question was, why had the king summoned all the nobles at once? When His Majesty finally spoke, the hall fell silent. He declared that for generations, their kingdom had turned its back on magic, relying only on the blade. But now, he intended to correct that mistake. He would create a new order, a unit of mages under his direct command. The announcement sent a shock through the room. The nobles, especially the knightly houses, were furious. Magic in Kyrus? Impossible. Unthinkable. Even as disbelief filled the air, one question burned louder than the rest. Where was the Marquis of Brisson when all this was happening? The king pressed on. The new unit would be named Valkan, and their official ceremony would be held in a week. The Knights of Pable's barracks and training grounds would be reassigned to Valkan immediately. When a meeting ended, the king dismissed everyone, saying he needed time alone. As he walked the corridor, he overheard a familiar voice, Prince Callian's. The prince commented quietly that the nobles didn't seem too thrilled by the announcement. The king assured him there was no need to worry. Everything was already in motion. Then he turned to the boy. You wanted to ask me something, didn't you? Callian nodded. I plan to visit the Knight families. Will that be a problem? The king paused. The boy wasn't just paying polite visits. He was moving to gather allies. A bold move for someone his age. Still, the king gave a faint smile. Do as you wish. Callian bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Callian accepted the advice and suggested hosting a joint royal hunt soon. A proposal the king promised to arrange. Before long, the young prince gathered his own entourage, a squad of mages. Though not officially part of Valkan, it was still a reason to celebrate. The tides in Kyrus were shifting, and Prince Callian stood right at the heart of it. The mages immediately noticed the prince, the one with the crimson eyes, just as the rumors had said. His presence drew every gaze in the room. The protagonist could tell right away. Yin looked like he was burning from the inside, yet the prince himself remained perfectly calm. Soon after, Arson approached them, though he hadn't expected to find Yin so worn out. Still, he came bearing good news. He proudly announced that he'd finally solved the problem with the teleportation circle. The mechanism worked much like an oath seal. It would allow people to form contracts for using the circle. But, of course, control of it would remain entirely in his hands. It was a breakthrough beyond belief. Arson promised to share the full details later. For now, he was told to get some rest. They'd celebrate properly during the ceremony. He thanked the prince for his concern, but he couldn't relax yet. He still needed to meet with Mr. Manisil that evening. Leaving without doing so would only bring more trouble. Callian smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll handle it. But for now, get some rest while you can. Arson nodded. Then I'll take your advice, your highness. Good. And don't fall asleep on the way, Callian warned lightly. Of course, he did. The gentle rocking of the carriage lulled Arson to sleep until the coachman's frantic shouting snapped him awake. Ambush! They were surrounded, an entire gang closing in fast. Keep going. Don't look back, Arson ordered. Weapons flew toward them. Arson deflected each strike with precise bursts of magic, as if he had seen this attack coming all along. Then he stepped forward, meeting the attackers head-on. You're facing Arson Hertz, deputy commander of the Valkan Mage Squad. Meanwhile, at the royal banquet, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Elon couldn't help but notice that Sir Hertz's seat was empty. Prince Callian, however, seemed unsurprised. He already had a good idea where his mage was, and what he was doing. Earlier that morning, word about Hail Grey had reached Queen Celice's ears. She would not stay idle after hearing it. Callian had deliberately used Arson as bait, a decoy to draw attention. Clever and cold. It seemed the young prince still held a grudge. The queen, on the other hand, was likely questioning Hail Grey's loyalty by now. She knew all too well that his cooperation hadn't come from family affection. After all, Grey could only inherit his father's title after the Marquis's death. That alone gave the queen reason to suspect that the Evan Marquis had already caught wind of her schemes and was taking steps of his own. She needed time to think, to reposition her pieces. But there was one thing she didn't yet know. Celice had never met Arson Hertz before. She had no idea what kind of magic power he wielded. If she did send knights after him, it would likely be only a small, skilled squad. And for someone like Arson, that wouldn't be a problem. Callian's trust in him had already been proven during the prince's initiation. And this time, it would be proven again. The last thing Arson remembered before entering this timeline was that face. Now, standing before a group of terrified knights, that memory burned behind his eyes. They begged for mercy, voices shaking, weapons trembling, but Arson didn't move. Their commander couldn't understand it. This mage wasn't normal. Spellcasters were supposed to need time, to aim, to weave magic, to calculate every move. But this man unleashed spells like a storm without pause. Close the distance, the leader shouted. He's a mage. He's weak up close. Greed overcame fear. There was a massive bounty on Arson's head, enough to make anyone risk their life. They rushed him, desperate to strike gold. But Arson raised a hand, and in an instant, a shimmering barrier surrounded him. The leader's eyes widened. That fast. Impossible. By the time they realized what had happened, their comrades were already falling, one after another. He gritted his teeth. I should never have taken this job. How could a dozen men possibly hope to defeat someone like this? He turned to run. He wouldn't die here. Not for a failed bounty. Yet even as he tried to escape, Arson appeared before him in a flash, silent as death. The man froze, his courage shattering. He dropped to his knees. Please, don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Arson's gaze didn't waver. Then speak. Be specific. The queen, the man blurted out. It was the queen who ordered the prince's assassination. She even paid me to kill Prince Callion's maid, the one she sent to him herself. I can testify if you need proof. Arson's eyes narrowed. That's one memory His Highness would rather erase forever. The man, sensing a glimmer of mercy, scrambled to say more. I know about Renan Brisen's disappearance. Everyone says it's His Highness behind it. Who else could it be? Even the attack on Grey Brisen. Only a handful of people know the truth. He hesitated, then leaned forward. And I know where the Marquis gets his money. He runs a secret gambling den in the Gauntlet, bare-knuckle fights, high-stakes bets. I can take you there myself. For a brief moment, Arson almost looked intrigued. Almost. But then he shook his head. The prince already has someone who knows that place better than you ever could. Panic flickered in the man's eyes. He searched his mind for anything else that could save him. Then, he remembered. Wait, the broken blade? The Marquis of Brisen. He hasn't touched a sword in years. I saw the shattered pieces myself. His son, Grey, tried to hide them. They fought, argued bitterly over who should inherit Margrave's title. Arson stood silently for a long moment, the wind stirring the dust around them. The truth was spilling out faster than the man could breathe. And every word, every secret, only deepened the prince's web of shadows. Arson realized quickly, this man knew too much. The mercenary fell to his knees, begging. Please, take me to the prince. I'll tell him everything myself. But it was already too late. Once a tongue starts spilling secrets, its worth fades fast. Arson's eyes hardened. The man's story would end here. When the battle was over, silence reclaimed the road. The carriage was gone. The horses had scattered. Not a single soul in sight. He sighed. So much for an easy return. Wasting mana now would be foolish. Then, from the empty road ahead, a shadow appeared. Someone he hadn't expected to see here at all. Back in the capital, a bloodied sack was placed before Prince Callion's bed. News of Arson's disappearance had spread fast. The man accused of abducting him was furious. How dare they tarnish his name? He fumed that the royal guard would be arriving by noon. They invade my estate like common thieves, he snapped. Does the king truly think I'm tied to Valken? He demanded to know what Tael had done to provoke the mage in the first place. A servant bowed low. Tael was seen at the palace around noon that day, summoned by her majesty herself. Then I'll go to the palace, the man said coldly. The butler hesitated. Shall I inform the queen of your arrival, my lord? He sneered. No need. I've no interest in wasting words on that foolish woman. I'll just meet Blanche. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the three princes gathered for their usual meal. Randall broke the quiet first. I heard the deputy commander of Valkan is missing. You must be worried, Collian. Collian kept his composure. I've grown used to his company since my initiation, he said lightly, though his eyes betrayed concern. Seems the king and teacher Manisil are more trouble than I am, he noted. Before he could continue, Blanche interrupted, grinning. The date for the royal hunt's been confirmed. Care to join us, brother? Randall sighed. No, I think this hunt was arranged for you, Blanche. I'll pass. You should get some fresh air at least, Blanche insisted. Randall chuckled at his brother's persistence. You know I'm not one for hunting. Even so, Blanche called out again as he left, making sure Randall truly wasn't coming. It wasn't like him to care so openly. Collian frowned. Is this his way of helping me? That didn't sound like Blanche at all. Then, suddenly, the air thickened. A pulse of immense mana swept through the hall. Callion's eyes snapped toward the source. That power. Teacher Manisil. But what could have made him so furious? Moments later, the truth became clear. The disappearance of his men hadn't shaken him at all. The calm expression he wore now said more than words ever could. Across from him stood the Evan of Marquis and Elon. Tell me, dear Marquis, Elon said coldly, isn't it the duty of a true leader to properly honor his fallen servants before showing his face at the palace? The word struck like a blade wrapped in silk, gentle, yet cutting deep. Evan narrowed his eyes. I won't be lectured by you, he said coldly. He was long used to this kind of insolence. A man like Elon, with no title and no rank, remained in the palace only because of his majesty's generosity. And it was for the Marquis himself to decide just how far that generosity should reach. Evan Brisen despised the king's growing favor towards someone like Elon. If this was truly the kind of company his majesty chose to keep, then perhaps the king's judgment could no longer be trusted. And as for Prince Collian, Evan saw it clearly now. The boy was already showing signs of Elon's influence. The Marquis's voice dripped with disdain. I find his majesty and the third prince far more reliable than a so-called knight who let a dozen men fall to a single mage. Elon smiled faintly. Curious, he said. I was wondering how much the Marquis thugs were paid this time. A few coppers, I suppose. Certainly less than the fortune you earned selling your own son. The words hit like a blade. For a moment, Evan didn't even grasp what had been said. Then fury consumed him. Elon's eyes hardened. I've already told you, I'm far from weak. Perhaps it's time I show you why. Flames of mana began to twist around him. You seem prone to forgetting your place, Marquis. Allow me to remind you. The pressure that followed was suffocating. The air itself seemed to burn. Evan staggered, every breath a struggle. His pride kept him standing, but barely. Elon's tone turned sharp as steel. A leader should think before he acts. especially before challenging someone far beyond his reach. The Marquis clenched his fists. He was powerful, yes, but not enough. Not against this. And contrary to what the Marquis believed, Elon wasn't alone. He had allies, ones far stronger and far more loyal than anyone in Evan's circle. Elon's voice was calm now, almost curious. Tell me, Marquis, did you ever wonder why Gray went to the capital? What he hoped to gain, and who he trusted? Evan froze. He wouldn't have come unless he was offered something irresistible, Elon continued. Something like the title of Marquis. The words lingered in the air like thunder. Others had whispered the same thing. That Evan should act before his own son stripped him of his name and power. And there was more. Tale had been seen at the palace that same day, summoned, likely, by the queen herself. Elon's gaze sharpened. Celise has already turned her back on your family and placed her faith in Randall. And now she's taking action. You should be angry at her, Marquis, but not at me. Evan's jaw tightened. He was angry, boiling inside. But the young Prince Colleen had been silently watching the entire exchange from the shadows. It has been going on for some time now. A servant entered quietly. My lord, will you be visiting the prince's chambers? Evan shook his head. No, I'm heading back. I need to see how Planche and his mother are faring. The rain was falling hard outside, a relentless curtain against the windows. When Colleen finally met with Planche, realization dawned. His brother had chosen his side. The downpour showed no signs of ending. At this rate, even the royal hunt would be called off. Colleen turned to Planche. What do you make of all this? Planche met his gaze calmly. I felt it too, the manna earlier today. The mage's power, it was enough to drive the knights away. The storm outside echoed the one brewing inside the palace walls. And though no one said it aloud, they all knew this was only the beginning. It seemed their father hadn't overestimated Planche's skill with the sword after all. Colleen turned to him. Have you been in contact with the Marquis lately? Planche shook his head. Never privately. Our family ties are strong, maybe too strong. Even a simple embrace could split apart. Colleen spoke, his tone growing heavier. That's probably why the Marquis brought you back. He wants to strip Queen Celise of her crown and make me take your place as the heir to Kyrus. His goal is your mother's downfall. Colleen said, and if that's what he's after, then there's no point supporting me anymore. If you truly want to be the next king, you'll need to face Evan Breeson himself. But Planche already has told Colleen his choice. Callion's voice dropped. Then there's only one matter left to discuss. Mother. Planche fell silent. This time, the outcome could be catastrophic for Celise. Whatever fate awaited her, Colleen had already decided. He wouldn't save her from it. Don't take my hand unless you're prepared for what follows, he warned. Celise had carved her path with ruthless intent. If this was where it led, then so be it. Yin, watching from the side, was struck by something else entirely. I didn't expect you to side with Planche, he said quietly, instead of Randall. So, Planche had turned his back on Celise. But why? Colleen answered calmly. He hasn't turned his back on anyone. He simply closed his heart to her. He couldn't forgive the atrocities Celise committed in her pursuit of power. So he hid behind the mask of a defiant son. Everyone thought he drowned himself in wine. But his eyes always stayed sharp, and his breath never smelled of liquor. His wild behavior around Colleen was a performance, something meant to be seen. He wanted his mother to give up on him, to stop using others as pawns in her endless game. But in time, Planche realized something far darker. Celise had already gone too far. There was no turning back. Only death could end what she'd begun. Yin couldn't understand why Planche had kept up that act for so long, or why he had never spoken openly with the prince. Colleen, however, didn't ask. Some questions no longer mattered. Whatever reasons Planche carried, the only person who might have understood him was long gone. Too late for forgiveness. Too late for redemption. A messenger entered. Your Highness, Sir Arson was not found at the Breeson estate. We searched the surrounding area. Nothing. But in the dungeon, we discovered a prisoner. We believe it's Renan Breeson. The king listened silently, then nodded. Understand. You may go. But as the door closed, a shadow crossed his face. Was that truly the right call? Perhaps not. But there was no time for hesitation. Even now, Elon, acting commander of the Valkan Mages, was preparing to show the court just how powerful the new order had become. In a palace ruled by blades, magic was about to claim its place in the spotlight. The king wasted no time. He mobilized a royal guard and intensified the search. The accusation was severe, kidnapping and unlawful detention of a royal magician, and the order came directly from the throne. One of the guards quietly advised the Marquis, do not resist, my lord. Remember, not long ago, we were all just men, without crowns or crests. To those blinded by rank, you may seem untouchable, but to those who see clearly, you're just another man standing before a mage. The king, fully aware of how Evan viewed Elon, let his thoughts settle for a moment. Elon, he said suddenly, you hold the title of Viscount in Reberin, do you not? Elon bowed slightly. That's correct, your majesty. Most know me as Viscount of Reberin and Baron of Secretia, and yet, my favorite title is still tutor to the prince. In that case, the king continued casually, you will remain as mentor to the third prince, but I'm also granting you the title of Hale of Kyrus. The words hung in the air. Elon looked up, genuinely surprised. The king's tone was so calm, so effortless, as if they were discussing the weather. And speaking of which, it had finally stopped raining. That means, the king said lightly, the royal hunt won't be canceled after all. Early the next morning, Yin entered the courtyard, offering a polite greeting. "Good morning, Your Highness." But Prince Kalian was already outside, unaccompanied. "Good morning, Yin," Kalian replied, holding something wrapped in cloth. "Just a short walk. I have something to deliver." Yin raised an eyebrow. "To whom, if I may ask?" Kalian smiled. "You'll see soon enough." Yin shook his head, half amused. "Well, at least it's morning and not another midnight stroll." He then remembered something. "Ah, before I forget, Your Highness, the gifts from Baron Paloon have arrived. Fine horses, truly. Same breed as ravens." Kalian's expression softened. "Excellent. It seems Viscount Tessid has safely reached the capital. There's also something rather unusual on the gift list." Yin informed Kalian. Kalian tilted his head. "A cat." "Yes, Your Highness," Yin said, smiling faintly. "Apparently, I was considering getting a dog or a bird, but fate chose otherwise." Kalian expressed. He turned to the maid beside him. "Make sure the cat is well taken care of, Hina." The kitten purred in Hina's arms, immediately comfortable. Hina's eyes brightened. "I'm grateful, Your Highness. Thank you for remembering." She bowed and hurried off, eager to show the cat to her brother. Not long after, Yin returned with new information. "Your Highness, the royal guards searched the Breeson estate last night. Sir Arson was not found, nor in any of the nearby buildings." Kalian's expression hardened. "The master would say his subordinate isn't one to be easily defeated," Yin continued. "I'm sure he's fine. Wherever he is, he won't let this stand." Kalian nodded slowly. "No, he won't." The disappearance of Valken's deputy commander was no small matter. It had to be addressed, and soon. The House of Breeson would be repaid in kind. By midday, preparations for the royal hunt were underway. "This year's hunt is held in honor of the second prince," someone said cheerfully. But the second prince himself was nowhere to be found. "Will he skip it again?" another whispered. "They say his health has worsened." The air was heavy with rumor and unease. And somewhere beyond the palace walls, thunder rumbled again. A reminder that even when the rain stops, storms can still return. This wasn't the first time anyone had heard that excuse. The second prince claiming to be unwell. But this time, it looked like it might actually happen. Kalian remembered his earlier conversation with Planche. "Brother, don't take part in the hunt." Planche had raised an eyebrow. "So, I'll be lying in bed with a terrible cold then?" Kalian gave no answer. Planche chuckled softly. "Very well. I'll make sure to be unwell on the day of the hunt." That brought a faint smile from Kalian. "Good. Don't worry. I'll handle the king myself. In a way, even the nobles will understand." Planche didn't know what his brother was planning, but if Kalian wanted him to stay in the shadows, he would obey. Still, a quiet unease tugged at him. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Just then, he caught sight of movement, a young maid chasing after a small cat across the courtyard. He recognized her immediately. Kalian's maid, Hina, but the path she was running down led straight to the rose garden, where Randall often spent his mornings. Sure enough, Randall was there. The moment he noticed the intruder, his knights stepped forward. One of them drew his sword, blocking her way. "Who are you?" the knight demanded. "How did you get in here? Speak." Hina froze. She wanted to tell them she was Prince Kalian's maid, but they wouldn't understand her sign language. Maybe she could write it down, if only they'd let her move. The knight raised his blade. "One more step, and I'll take you for a spy." Panic flickered across her face. Without her notepad, she had no way to explain herself. Then, a calm voice cut through the tension. "What kind of guards threaten a servant of the royal palace?" The knights turned. Planche stood there, his gaze sharp. "You mean to tell me you can't even recognize the third prince's maid?" he said coldly. "Are your eyes failing you, or your wits?" The guard paled, instantly dropping to one knee. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't realize she was from Shermill Palace." Planche sighed. "Then learn to recognize faces before you draw your sword. Now, get that cat out of my sight." Hina bowed quickly, scooped up the... What he didn't expect was to find Randall already there. Planche greeted him politely. "Good day, brother." Randall nodded. "You too. I hear things are improving between you and Kalian." "Perhaps," Planche said quietly. Randall studied him for a moment. "I'm not sure whether that's good for either of you, or if I can trust him at all." Not far away, the king and Elon stood at the archery range. "Archery isn't about strength alone," the king said, watching closely. Elon didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the target. "Then allow me to focus, Your Majesty. Interference will not help." The king smiled faintly. "I only meant to encourage." Elon exhaled, knocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring. But whispers had already begun among the nobles gathered nearby. "This hunt feels strange," one murmured. "Since when are we divided into groups? And on what basis were they chosen?" another added. "Look, this group is made entirely of families allied with House Breeson." All eyes shifted toward the third prince's group. Kalian's companions were completely different. Outsiders, mages, and nobles unaligned with the traditional powerhouses. The line between loyalty and rebellion was becoming all too clear. Elon released the arrow. It sliced through the air, but missed its mark. The bird flew free. Across the field, Romaine's laughter broke the silence. "Well now," he said mockingly. "Looks like even a great mage can't hit a simple target." But behind that laugh, tension rippled like the string of a drawn bow. The royal hunt had only just begun, and already, the real game was in motion. Elon's gaze turned cold. "I see no reason to laugh," he said evenly. "I'm a mage, not an archer. My skills lie in magic, and in that, I have no equal." Romaine's smirk faded. "No matter what His Majesty believes," Elon continued, "a mage alone cannot win a hunt. So, if you'll excuse me, I'll simply enjoy the view." He turned away, but before anyone could respond, a cry echoed overhead. A bird dropped from the sky, its wings stiff, its body lifeless, landing right in front of them. His eyes flicked toward the nobles gathered under House Brisen's banner. An ultimatum, perhaps, for those who still stand with the Marquis. Callion's gaze was elsewhere now, on the far edge of the hunting grounds. That's where my true prey lies, he murmured. Not an eagle, not a lion, something far more dangerous. And I'll need help bringing it down. Every noble froze. They all knew who he meant. A quiet ripple of unease spread through the crowd. No one dared to speak the Marquis's name, but they didn't have to. The message was clear. They would meet again at the palace. Meanwhile, in the royal chambers, tension was rising of a different kind. A servant approached the queen cautiously. Your Majesty, was there something dreadful in Margrave's letter? Celeste didn't look up. You may go, and see to it that no one enters. When the room fell silent, she unfolded the letter again, her voice low. It says his wounds aren't severe, yet he requests solitude. He claims he needs absolute peace, time to recover, and understand why he can no longer use his aura. Her eyes narrowed. He promises to write again when he's better. How very polite. Her gaze shifted to the sealed sack sitting on her desk. And what, I wonder, brings him here at this hour? A knock sounded at the door. You assume I have time for tea this early? She said sharply. But the visitor stepped inside anyway, bowing slightly. This was found near the site where Sir Hertz disappeared. Colleen placed the sack before her. There's quite a bit of money inside. Celeste's expression didn't change. I don't know what you're talking about. But Callion's eyes said otherwise. He'd been expecting that answer. It seems, he said slowly, that you remember the day you met Tail quite well. Celiste's gaze sharpened. I remember nothing of the sort. Colleen gave a thin smile. A mage goes missing, and soon after, the prince bursts in here as if the world itself were ending. Tell me, your Majesty, what exactly did you promise Grey Breeson in exchange for his help? Her voice turned icy. You think my son would ask Grey Breeson for support? Colleen arched his brow. You don't think it's possible? That level of delusion, she snapped, is almost insulting. The room went quiet. Then, the queen's tone dropped to a dangerous whisper. And you would do well, sir, to watch your mouth. He had lost all fear now. The prince's eyes were cold as steel. Soon, she would regret ever laying a hand on his man, because it would be through his hand that her downfall began. The queen tossed the bag of coins to the floor. The heavy sound echoed through the chamber. So that's what you want? She hissed. Then let's end this once and for all. At night, a figure entered Prince Planche's room. The young prince stirred, half asleep, as a hand reached for him. A familiar voice broke the silence. You must have a lot of free time, brother, since you had time to cancel Sisfanian's alarm spell. Planche sat up. Colleen, his brother's smirk was faint in the darkness. Relax. That was my teacher's doing. But don't worry, he won't do it again. After tonight, I won't be sneaking into your chambers anymore. Planche rubbed his eyes. Then what brings you here? I have 3 things to discuss, Colleen replied. First, does Randall know about our alliance? Planche sighed. He does. Colleen frowned. I'd hoped to keep it a secret longer, but word spreads fast in this palace. Planche told. He said something to me earlier, something about us getting along better. Does that bother you? Planche asked. Of course not, Colleen said quickly. Colleen thinks. Randall has nothing to lose, no matter which of us takes the throne. But if our factions unite, he has every reason to be cautious. Then we'll stay cautious too, they decided. There was a pause. I should thank you, Colleen said finally, for helping Hina. Planche waved it off. You don't need to thank me. When I left the garden, she was waiting for me. With her notepad, Planche said softly. She thanked me herself for protecting her. Callion's expression shifted, more serious now. Tomorrow's the ceremony for Valken's founding. If you don't mind, stay ill for one more day. Planche's eyes narrowed. Colleen, don't cross the line. I understand, Colleen said quietly. But this time, you must not interfere, no matter what happens. Planche didn't answer. The silence between them was sharp, heavy with the weight of what was coming. Elsewhere, the queen's chambers were alive with tension. The maids worked nervously around her, adjusting her gown, arranging her hair. One whispered to another. Has her mood improved? Not at all, came the hushed reply. It's been awful lately. I can't stand walking on eggshells anymore. Maybe father was right, the girl murmured. Better to marry a baron than live in this nightmare. Celiste's hair snagged on the comb. The maid froze. Forgive me, your Majesty. But the queen struck her across the face before she could finish. The girl fell to her knees, trembling. I was careless, your Majesty. Please forgive me. Another maid stepped forward quickly. It was my fault. I should have trained her better. Celeste turned slowly toward her, expression unreadable. Leave it, she said flatly. Then she leaned close to the first maid, her voice low, almost calm. Don't worry, my dear, she whispered. I'm sure you'll still prove useful. The maids bowed deeply, not daring to move. Outside, the sound of drums echoed across the palace grounds. Today, all of Kairos had gathered to witness a new beginning, the birth of Valkan. But beneath the cheers and celebration, a storm was brewing. And before the day was over, blood and betrayal would stain the dawn of the Mage Order. It was a moment of great pride when Elon took the stage to announce the formation of a new squad of mages in the heart of Kairos. This achievement, made possible through the king's favor and the court's support, marked the dawn of a new era. Valken would stand as a milestone in history, May the blessings bring prosperity and harmony to these lands, he declared. But before he could continue, an explosion shook the hall. Confusion rippled through the crowd. No one understood what had happened, until word spread. It came from the queen's chambers. A servant rushed in, trembling, and announced that the culprit was none other than Arson Hertz. Prince Kallian froze. He hadn't seen this coming. The nobles began whispering among themselves. Arson was Kallian's own servant. Sensing an opportunity, Celise stepped forward, pretending to take the blame for the attack. This was her chance to turn the chaos to her advantage. She'd see who truly triumphed when the dust settled. Then the king raised his voice, cutting through the noise. Perhaps this is the work of those seeking to sow confusion, he said. We must not lose our composure. Panic will only serve our enemies. No one will act until we uncover the truth behind the explosion. But the queen suddenly spoke up. What if I've already seen the perpetrator myself? She said coldly. I saw who destroyed my chambers. The court fell silent. Even Blanche looked uneasy. Everyone had heard the blast, and though the queen was unharmed, her words carried a sharp accusation. She glanced at the prince, her expression filled with disdain. How dare he act surprised, she thought. He's the one behind this. Kallian stepped forward, calm but firm. Let's not rush to judgment, he said. His Majesty will see to it that the truth is revealed. But the queen continued, her voice laced with bitterness. Before the attack, that mage accused me of plotting against him. He claimed that Prince Kallian had told him there would be no witnesses or proof. She paused, eyes narrowing. Perhaps I was too harsh with the girl, she said, almost to herself. But she was not blameless either. She owed me a favor. The queen then ordered her maid to take an item and place it inside a box at the entrance of the drawing room. The maid, visibly nervous, obeyed without question. She entered the room, approached the box. Moments later, another explosion erupted. Flames engulfed the queen's palace. If Kallian insists his mage isn't responsible, the queen declared, then let him bring the man here. If he truly believes in his innocence, he'll face the evidence himself. But reports soon came in. Sir Hertz was missing. The queen smiled faintly. Then the truth doesn't matter, she whispered. We'll find him. Clea saw him set the explosion. If he's absent, he can't defend himself. It was a perfect trap. Once Kallian couldn't escape. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. What do you mean by mage? Gasps filled the hall. Arson Hertz himself appeared, walking in with an unexpected companion. Calm and composed, he bowed before the queen. Your Majesty, he said with a faint smile. Arson Hertz, at your service. The queen's eyes widened. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing, or why this man stood beside her own father. How could this even happen, she thought, her mind racing. Only then did it strike her. This had all been part of Kallian's plan. She could almost see him now, and in that moment, she realized they were talking about her own downfall. Arson Hertz hadn't vanished at all. He'd merely been granted a 5-day leave after surviving an attempt on his life. But in his absence, doubt began to spread, planted carefully in the mind of one man who couldn't stand to watch lies go unpunished. He wouldn't let the real culprit walk free. Prince Kallian had warned that the queen might twist Arson's disappearance to her advantage. That's why Arson had been ordered to remain hidden on the estate until the day of the ceremony. If the Marquis cooperated, the prince would finally be free of the false accusations tainting his name. Kallian saw the perfect opening and seized it. He urged the king to begin an immediate investigation. The queen, smug and unrelenting, demanded that the accused mage appear before her. And just like that, Arson stood in front of them all. Marquis, the king, could only nod in agreement. He'd warned his daughter again and again not to act rashly. But she wouldn't listen. Not even her father, the king himself, nor the knights who once stood by her could sway her now. Celise only laughed. That same cold, defiant laugh her mother had worn all the way to the end. So you really are her son, Kallian, she sneered. In her hand glimmered a dagger, its point aimed straight at the prince. Romain lunged toward his son, but the queen was closer. The blade slashed through the air, blood splattered. Her own face and robes now streaked crimson. Yet the prince stood unharmed. Someone had shielded him. The dagger had pierced deep into Blanche's chest. Kallian froze in shock. He had told everyone not to interfere, no matter what. But Blanche had disobeyed him. Celise stared, stunned for a moment, before fury overtook her. She ripped the dagger from Blanche's body, rage blazing in her eyes. Kallian dropped to his knees, horrified. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Seeing Blanche, barely breathing, struck him harder than any wound could. Celise, stop this! Romain shouted. Guards stormed forward, but the Knights of Brisson blocked their path, loyal to the queen until the bitter end. It's over, the king roared. Let him go, but Celise didn't listen. Romain's blade flashed, and in a final clash, her arm was severed. Her scream echoed through the hall. Still, she refused to hear him. She should have released Blanche when she had the chance. Moments later, the knights subdued her. The queen was restrained, her reign of madness finally over. As silence settled, all eyes turned to Kallian. He stood with the faint glow of aura surrounding his blade. The realization struck everyone at once. Prince Kallian was a sword master, but even as gasps filled the hall, his attention was elsewhere. He knelt beside his fallen brother. Blanche barely stirred, unaware that Kallian had even used aura at all. Kallian, he murmured weakly as his eyes fluttered open. The queen was dragged away, her cries fading down the corridor. Around them, shouts filled the chamber. calls for a healer, for protection, for order. Romaine's mind was in turmoil. His son lay wounded before him, and the healers were nowhere to be found. Then Callion's voice broke through the chaos. Teacher, get His Majesty out of here. Elon stepped forward at once. Your Majesty, please. It's not safe here. But the king shook his head, his eyes locked on his son. How can I leave? He whispered, while my boy is lying there. Elon understood the king's pain. He had lost a son once too. But Romaine wasn't just a father. He was the king. Your Majesty, Elon said firmly. You must think of the kingdom. Let the prince handle this. After a long pause, Romaine finally nodded. Very well, he whispered. I'll leave it to Callion. Orders were given to secure the area. Knights formed ranks, their armor glinting under the dim light. But tension filled the air. Why hasn't the healer arrived yet? Someone shouted. We're losing him. Blood kept pouring. They used every cloth they could find to stop it, but nothing worked. That fool, Callion muttered through clenched teeth. He doesn't even know how much this means to me. He can't die on me. Not now. Even a Sisphanian blessing wasn't enough. The magic failed. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Bring the healer here. Now, the prince demanded. Kiri, breathless, replied. We've already sent for her. Sir Yin is on his way to the prince's chambers too. It might be faster to bring Haina here. Then a word caught Callion's attention. Prince's healer? He turned. The healer was already there. Randall. But turmoil has a way of revealing what people truly are. And Randall was not who he seemed. Beneath his calm mask was something cold, calculating. Could he really be thinking of letting his brother die? To keep his secret buried forever? Callion's hands trembled as he pressed harder on Planche's wound. Please, he thought. Don't die here. Not like this. Open your eyes. Just once more. Moments later, Hina arrived. Her robe singed, her breath uneven. She rushed to the prince's side, magic flaring around her hands. Afterward, when the chaos subsided, Callion was summoned to the dungeons. There, in the cold stone chamber, sat Celise. For a while, silence lingered between them, broken only by the echo of dripping water. A question had been haunting her mind, and now, she finally spoke. Let's be honest with each other for once, she said quietly. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Her words struck right at the core. Everyone carries secrets, things better left unseen. Celise knew that well, and Callion could see in her eyes that she already knew the answer. So he asked his own question in return. Tell me, Celise, was Queen Aisha's death you're doing? She tilted her head slightly. You mean the poison? She replied, as if recalling a distant memory. Yes, that was the first life I ever took. Callion's expression hardened. His suspicions were confirmed. He turned to leave, murmuring, then I suppose we're done here. But Celise's voice stopped him. We agreed to be honest, didn't we? Callion had expected her to ask about her son, to show even a sliver of concern. But instead, she only laughed softly. He is still the obstacle, even now, she said. You can believe what you want, but everything I did for him. He just never understood. Her tone grew bitter. He has always been foolish, always making the wrong choices. He never helped me. He only ever stood in my way. She looked down at her hands, still faintly trembling. That's why I'm here. Because people rush to protect those they love, even when it destroys them. Callion stated. Her mind flashed back to the moment she struck Planche. The movement had been clumsy, slow, proof she'd never truly been trained for combat. He could have easily dodged. He didn't even need to block her attack. The Mentor Shield spell would have activated before she could reach him. He knew that, and yet, Planche chose to take the blow. Was he really trying to protect her? She thought to herself. The idea seemed absurd. Why would Planche ever do that? She hadn't needed saving, not like that. If only she had stopped, just for a moment. If she had turned back, maybe she would have understood. The image of Planche flickered in her mind. His expression, his resolve, and she laughed bitterly. Some people change so much, you can barely recognize them, she murmured. And others never change at all. Celise felt no regret, not even a trace of it. She laughed again, low at first, then louder, the sound spiraling into madness. Callion stood silently, watching her descent, her laughter echoing through the dungeon's stone walls until it faded into despair. In the days that followed, the nobles who once swore loyalty to House Brisson quickly abandoned her. Some out of fear, others out of duty. None dared defy the crown. The queen's crimes were made public, her schemes laid bare for all to see. But the man who had exposed her remained a mystery. Her execution came swiftly after the verdict. That day, the square was eerily silent. The marble steps were bare. No petals, no flowers, no farewell. They offered her a vial of poison, slow, agonizing. That was her final punishment. And so, without a single red blossom to drift down the river, Queen Celise's story came to its bitter end. A week later, workers were still dismantling her grand greenhouse, a massive, overgrown monument to her pride. It was said the vines clung so tightly to the stone that even time itself struggled to tear them away. No one dared to speak her name anymore. Anyone connected to her was either imprisoned or exiled. But silence never truly lasts. Whispers filled the court. Prince Callion, a sword master, he was only 15, the youngest in recorded history. And not just that, he could wield magic too. It was almost unreal. Imagine seeing that power in action, someone whispered. But since that fateful day, Callion hadn't left Planche's room. Planche was still unconscious, but stable. Callion sat by his bedside, a piece of fruit half-eaten in his hand, lost in thought. He was still trying to figure out how to explain what had happened, how to hide his aura without raising suspicion. Planche stirred slightly, opening his eyes just long enough to scold him. If you're gonna eat that much, do it somewhere else, he muttered weakly. You're making a mess. Colleen smirked. What happened to your hospitality? I'm the one who saved your life. The least you could do is let me stay. Planche sighed. You showed your aura in front of the entire court. Idiot. You shouldn't even be here. If they see you again, they'll start asking questions. Questions you can't afford to answer. He turned away, still pale, but determined. Get out of here before someone sees you. Colleen frowned, but handed him a banana anyway. You're mean when you're injured, he said lightly. Planche didn't reply, only groaned in irritation. Seriously, leave? Colleen chuckled as he got up. It's been a while since you last kicked me out. I guess some things never change. Planche really did throw Colleen out, completely disgusted. Still, for days wasn't so bad, considering Planche's temperament. Elon had expected him to stay for at least a week. Honestly, that had been Callion's plan too. Everyone in the palace was still buzzing about the third prince who wielded aura. After all, that wasn't something anyone could ignore. Elon, ever the skeptic, doubted that Colleen had left simply because they'd told him to. Knowing him, it was more likely that he decided there was no point in hiding anymore. And apparently, he'd already come up with an excuse, though, truth be told, Colleen was never much of a liar. Still, even if the entire kingdom learned his secret, there was one person who must never know the truth. Meanwhile, the king was meeting with his court. Colleen stood before him, calm and composed. It seems, Romain said, that my son found great enlightenment within the Sisphanian cave and refined his swordsmanship while sparring with Slayman. Colleen nodded slightly. Your Majesty, I've learned to combine aura with magic, melding both energies into one. Romain raised a brow. So Elon already knew about this? Elon quickly waved his hands. Well, not exactly. My apologies for not reporting it sooner. Colleen apologized, but the king merely smiled. No apology needed. If you'd been away from the palace, there was no reason to hide it. But now that everyone has witnessed it, he stood from his throne. We'll make it official at the upcoming Valken inauguration ceremony. The birth of a new sword master deserves to be celebrated. Elon chuckled softly. I suppose we will have to write the speech. Elon turned to Colleen. Tell me, whose side are you on now, your highness? Callion's gaze hardened. No one's. He knew word had already spread. The third prince had chosen the path of the sword. It wouldn't be long before Marquis Evan Breeson grew wary. Judging by his reaction that day, not only Evan, but Randall too had begun to see both Colleen and Planche as rivals rather than brothers. Elon's voice broke through Callion's thoughts. You're drifting again. Pay attention, my prince. We can only wait and see what becomes of this, whether your new power will be a gift or a curse. A week later, the grand announcement took place. The Valkan ceremony began, a mirror of the mage squad's founding celebration. Before the gathered nobles, King Romain declared to all of Kyrus, a new sword master has been born, the sixth in our history. Cheers erupted across the kingdom. At the same time, the Breeson family quietly closed their doors to the outside world. In the Marquis's mansion, a servant nervously spoke up. My lord, it's late. Perhaps you should rest. Training this long won't bring results overnight. But Evan Breeson glared back. Silence. He couldn't get that image out of his head. The brilliance of Callion's aura, the overwhelming power of that 15-year-old boy. Outside, the season shifted. After the fierce storms of autumn, winter descended upon Kyrus. A small cat padded across the frozen courtyard, a tiny collar glinting in the sunlight, engraved with the words, Property of Prince Collion. Planche watched quietly as the creature perched on a wall, staring toward the palace. He said nothing. Only the cold wind spoke for him. When the last traces of scent faded, it marked the end of winter and the beginning of something new. On the king's birthday, nobles once again filled the grand hall, offering their blessings and congratulations. Romain's face lit up with genuine warmth. They say spring is a time for new beginnings, he said. Let today be ours, a fresh start for everyone. But fate, as always, had other plans. Because that day, a man stepped through the crowd. Collion recognized him immediately. It was Byrne's brother. 2 months had passed since the new year began. Spring settled quietly over the land, washing away the traces of winter as if the cold winds had never existed. Collion sat calmly, waiting for his servant to finish pouring his tea. To him, this period marked a shift, a change that felt fresh to him, yet difficult for others to grasp. Inside the palace, the king handed Lord Manisil a red envelope. Inside was an invitation. Manisil accepted it with a light smile, remarking that this was already the second birthday invitation he had received directly from the king himself. The king returned the smile and reminded him that he must attend this time, not dismiss it like last year. Manisil replied that things were different now. He had no plans to leave anytime soon, and even without an invitation, he would have shown up. He added that time moved faster than expected, often catching people off guard. While sipping his tea, the king recalled the last time Manisil entered the palace. He mentioned how they had simply looked at each other and smiled. The king then said he was looking forward to seeing what this year would bring for them both. Later that day, Callion stood in a sparring match against Sir Hertz. His aura sword moved sharply through the air, releasing snow-like arrows that scattered around Hertz. Sir Hertz raised his shield, blocking the attacks without retreating. Neither of them slowed down. When Sir Hertz countered, Callion formed his own shield to withstand the pressure. The clash intensified. Callion suddenly rushed forward, aiming to seize an opening. At that moment, Sir Hertz vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. In the brief instant that followed, Kallian adjusted his strike and swung again. Sir Hertz raised another shield to defend himself, but this time it shattered. The exchange ended with Kallian standing victorious. Kallian stopped in front of Sir Hertz, his sword pointed toward him. Sir Hertz acknowledged the result and showed his respect. Kallian responded by praising him, noting how well Sir Hertz understood his movements. The spectators around them watched in amazement. Curious, Kallian asked how Sir Hertz had used teleportation without casting a spell. Sir Hertz replied that it was insignificant compared to what Kallian had shown. He pointed out that Kallian had merged completely with his sword and shattered the shield without causing any injury. He added that such control was extremely difficult to achieve and that witnessing it was truly remarkable. Kallian spoke casually, saying that Sir Hertz had been holding back his strength the entire time. The words caught Sir Hertz off guard. Kallian continued, stating that Hertz lacked the power to truly kill him, and he made sure those words stayed with him. He added that when he fought, he always aimed to kill. After that, Kallian left the crowd. Those gathered immediately surrounded Sir Hertz, asking questions and requesting that he teach them spells and techniques. Kallian walked straight toward the plants seated nearby. He asked whether they enjoyed the sparring match. They rejected the idea. Kallian then asked what they had been thinking all this time. The plants questioned what he meant, so Kallian clarified his point and decided that he would personally teach others instead. He then recalled how things were different in another timeline. In that version, Volcanum had been established by Remain, while the plants were the ones who nurtured it. It was clearly the plants who decided whether their people would become demons or something else entirely. The plant responded that Kallian should be the one teaching, not them. Kallian replied that he already possessed enough power and had no desire for more, unlike the plants, who stood above others with pride. At that moment, a servant approached from behind and reported that Evan had arrived and requested a meeting. Kallian understood that Evan's interest lay in his abilities and that he wanted to observe the true extent of Kallian's aura. Kallian instructed the servant to have Evan wait, saying he would come shortly. He then turned back to the plants and told them to recognize that they were on the same side and that others were now aware of it as well. He explained that he would remain hidden within their shadows. One day, enemies would appear and attempt to kill the plants, and when that happened, he needed to be the obvious target instead. Kallian walked through the palace halls toward his meeting with Evan. He thought about how Evan had finally stepped back into public affairs after spending the entire winter training in seclusion. For now, Kallian decided to suppress his WL magic aura. It would be enough to make Evan believe that he was still too weak to be considered a threat. At the same time, Kallian realized that Evan was in a similar position. He wouldn't be able to sense Evan's true strength either, at least not yet. Another concern weighed on him as well. The plant still lacked a proper faction within the court. This was exactly the kind of issue Evan would be curious about, and it could complicate the already unfolding struggle for the crown of Ceres. Kallian reminded himself to keep a close watch on his other brother. As that thought crossed his mind, someone suddenly appeared in front of him on the stairs, pulling him out of his focus. He silently cursed himself for even thinking about him. Stepping forward, Kallian quickly lowered his head in respect. He had never intended to run into him like this. His brother spoke calmly, saying that he had always believed he should have helped Kallian the other day. Kallian remained silent and listened. Kallian's brother stood on the stairs, speaking down to him. As the words continued, Kallian noticed the position alone carried weight. Looking down on another prince while speaking was itself a violation. The tension between them thickened. In Kallian's mind, his brother stood only 3 steps away from uncovering his true intentions and the plans he kept hidden. His brother still seemed unsure of what Kallian truly wanted. Kallian responded that he had never fully understood his brother's teachings before, but now he had finally grasped what reality meant. His brother asked if Kallian had seen everything as he stepped closer. Kallian answered that he had always wondered why his brother chose to step aside and involve himself elsewhere. Only now did he understand. It was because his brother allowed others to act freely, choosing his own path while people naturally gathered around him, drawn to his presence. Kallian added a warning, saying that such attention required caution, as attacks often came without notice, and he did not wish for that outcome. Later, Kallian sat with Lord Manisil, discussing the plans they had already carried out successfully. Manisil teased him, saying he should have brought Marquis Evan to meet his brother so the two of them could form a strategy against him, which would surely work in Kallian's favor. Kallian laughed it off and did not respond seriously. Manisil continued, saying that if Kallian intended to move forward this way, he might as well make enemies faster. He added that Kallian was different from everyone else and reminded him to take care of himself, calling him his apprentice. As Manisil enjoyed his chocolates, Kallian explained that there was a clear reason he had provoked his brother. He stated that Randall would never strike without justification, so there was no immediate concern. There was also no chance that Randall was certain about the remaining alliance between Kallian and the Evans. As for House Burison, Evan would never attack directly and would hesitate instead. Kallian added that he still couldn't read Evan's sword aura, and because both he and the plant stood on the same side, Evan would surely grow curious about the choices left of them. Kallian understood that after everything that had unfolded, he had likely placed himself on someone's list of targets. That night, he put his plan into motion. At the Suspanians' Boozy Breath restaurant, a fighting event was underway. Crowds gathered, money changed hands, and bets were placed nonstop. In the middle of it all, a man in a cape walked inside. Guards stopped him at the entrance for failing to pay. In response, he cut one guard down on the spot. The man was Kyrie, sent by Kallian with a clear mission to erase the place. Without hesitation, Kyrie killed another man inside. Kallian had given him one restriction: do not touch the serving girls. Kyrie followed that order, stating that the patrons were the ones meant to die, yet they were often spared. He added that once the place was destroyed, the fighters trapped there would be freed as well. After the first death, the remaining guards rushed in to retaliate. Shock spread through the crowd, but Kyrie did not slow down. Anyone who tried to block his path was killed. Blood covered the floor as bodies fell one after another. Since Kallian had ordered that no one inside be spared, Kyrie continued without pause, striking down everyone in his way. He moved up to the next floor and heard noises coming from one of the rooms. When he opened the door, he saw a man holding a knife to a serving girl's neck. Kyrie recalled overhearing 2 people earlier and assumed this scene was staged. That assumption was correct. The 2 had planned to act out the situation to save each other. Kyrie ended it immediately, killing both of them without hesitation. As the girl collapsed, the man warned Kyrie that the owner of the establishment and those backing it would never forgive this act. Kyrie raised his blood-covered sword and replied that he did not care what followed. Moments later, 2 royal guards arrived. They froze at the sight of the bodies scattered everywhere and ordered Kyrie to drop his weapon. One of them turned away, unable to endure the scene. Kyrie looked at them and stated plainly that he was a servant of Prince Kallian. When the fighting pits were attacked, one survivor managed to escape. He mounted his horse and rode out at full speed, desperate to report the incident to the Marquis before the situation grew worse. As he hurried down the road, someone suddenly stood in his path, forcing him to stop. When he looked closely, he saw that it was Kallian himself. Kallian asked where he was rushing to at such a moment. After a brief delay, the servant was allowed to leave and continued on his way. Once the report reached the Marquis, his reaction was immediate. In anger, he hurled an item from his table straight through the window. Evan scolded the servant, saying his only task was to report on time. He continued, saying that if the report had arrived earlier, the matter could have been handled as a simple investigation. Now that the royal family was involved, everything had escalated beyond control. Evan blamed the delay, stating that the servant's hesitation had given enough time for the guards to learn Kallian's name. He demanded to know how the servant expected him to clean up such a mess. At that moment, the servant remembered Kallian's words when he had been stopped earlier. Kallian had told him that when his master blamed him, he should deliver another piece of news instead. When the Marquis pressed him for an answer, the servant revealed what he had heard, that the alliance between Kallian and the plants had failed, and the 2 sides were no longer together. The Marquis froze and demanded further explanation. The servant added that when the fighting pits were destroyed and Kallian's servant was captured, he claimed the entire incident was the Marquis' responsibility. Evan fell into deep thought. He realized that the chaos stemmed from the alliance with the plants, which had not unfolded the way Kallian intended. Accepting that his assumptions had been wrong, he began reconsidering his choices. Allowing the situation to continue could lead to disaster, and with no better alternative, someone had to take the blame. Viscount Shears was the only option. The servant was stunned and questioned the decision. Evan ignored him and turned toward the shattered window. His reflection in the glass revealed his demon form as he spoke calmly, saying that tomorrow, without delay, he would go and meet the plant himself. The following morning in the palace, Kallian sat together with the plant. He explained that the attack on the fighting pits had been arranged to plant doubt about their alliance in the Marquis' mind. He then questioned whether the Marquis would truly fall into the trap so easily. By that time, the Marquis had already visited the plant earlier in the morning, speaking about the heavy pressure now weighing on him. Hearing this, the plant laughed and told Kallian that the plan had succeeded. He was confident the Marquis had taken a bait. Kallian agreed, stating that the information gathered from the pits was never enough to directly accuse Marquis Evan. The real purpose had been to erase his influence there. Kallian then asked whether the plant had finally accepted his proposal. The plant paused while holding his tea. He replied that he was prepared to do whatever Kallian asked. Kallian laughed and told him to repeat the plan, claiming he had already forgotten it. The plant smiled and answered that both he and Vulcan would take responsibility for carrying it out. As a result, Viscount Shears was blamed for the chaos instead of Evan and ultimately lost his estate. However, the punishment tied to the illegal fighting pits still traced back to Evan. On top of that, Kyrie was suspended from his duties for 2 months for drawing his sword without authorization. 2 months later, a convoy entered the palace grounds. A servant came to wake Kallian and asked if he wished to rest longer, but Kallian refused. He mentioned that he had a dream the previous night, but could not remember what he had seen, only that he woke up feeling strange. The servant suggested it was a sign of good fortune and asked whether Kyrie's return late at night might have caused it. Kallian reflected on those words, recalling he had heard something similar before. Outside, the plant felt unsettled. Far more priests than usual were gathered, which left him puzzled. A diplomatic visit did not require such numbers. He considered speaking to Kallian about it, but his thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the Crown Prince of Secretia approaching. He wondered what reason the Crown Prince could have for appearing there. The Crown Prince stepped forward and greeted him with proper respect. The plant asked the Crown Prince of Secretia why he had traveled so far from his homeland. The Crown Prince answered with a smile, saying he had come to conclude a business matter with someone important. As their conversation continued, Kallian arrived on horseback and immediately noticed them together. At that moment, He understood that this presence was the disturbance he had sensed since morning. Elsewhere, a servant rushed to inform Lord Manisil that the crown prince had arrived, along with his secretary. The news left Manisil visibly shaken. Before the servant could finish speaking, Manisil was already on his feet, hurrying to meet him. Something about the situation made him uneasy. The servant tried to stop him as he ran, but Manisil ignored him and kept going. Along the way, he muttered curses under his breath, thinking that the crown prince should have waited longer before coming. When the crown prince was seated inside a room, Kalyan entered to meet him. The crown prince stood up out of courtesy and said he had been waiting for Kalyan. Kalyan replied that he was the one who had been waiting, saying that the day had finally come. He addressed him as Prince Chase. As their conversation continued, Manisil rushed in and told them not to gather so closely. Seeing Manisil, the crown prince smiled warmly, pleased to meet him again after such a long time, and asked about his health. Manisil cut the exchange short, suggesting they talk later and settle in properly first. He guided the crown prince elsewhere, saying he wished to speak with him privately after lunch and invited him to his office. Watching them, Kalyan felt at ease. Once Manisil and the crown prince were seated with tea, Manisil remarked that this visit could not be a simple courtesy call, especially since the crown prince had come alone. He asked what the true reason was. The crown prince set his cup down and said that he doubted anyone would believe him, but he had come to deliver important information. Manisil told him to continue. The crown prince then reminded him of something he had mentioned before, that Arcus Tempest had vanished without a trace around this same time last year. Manisil remembered it clearly. Prince Chase had once come to him for advice about Arcus Tempest, a matter he had never forgotten. The previous year, Manisil had traveled to Secretia in complete secrecy to examine the artifact. After studying it, the only conclusion he could draw was that it had not been created by human hands. Not long after that visit, news reached him that Arcus Tempest had vanished without a trace. It was Manisil who had later passed this information on to Kalyan. Even now, he couldn't understand why Prince Chase had chosen this moment to bring it up again. Prince Chase continued, saying that he had been present last spring when the artifact disappeared. For months afterward, something had been unsettling him. Memories from his past had begun resurfacing, memories that felt foreign, ones he did not recognize as his own. At first, he believed they were nothing more than dreams. Then doubt followed. He questioned whether his mind was failing him, whether he was slowly losing himself. But as time passed, denial was no longer possible. He had no choice but to accept that those memories were real. That realization led him to one conclusion he could no longer ignore. His brother was alive, and somewhere within this kingdom. Manisil was taken aback by what Prince Chase revealed about the dreams. Knowing more than he could openly say, he asked whether the crown prince had ever attempted to use Arcus Tempest to revive his fallen brother. Prince Chase replied that the war which claimed his brother's life had been a conflict between those seeking Arcus Tempest and those determined to protect it. He explained that such battles over artifacts were constant, and the ones involved all traced back to Ceres. His brother, Byrne, had given his life to prevent Arcus Tempest from being abused. Prince Chase stated clearly that he would never try to overturn that sacrifice just to bring his brother back. He said that he had guarded Arcus Tempest until the very end and had never once considered using it. As Prince Chase spoke, Manisil recalled the words he had once heard from a Suspanian. Now, everything aligned. Earlier that day, he had noticed something familiar in the Crown Prince, and his thoughts had drifted to Kalyan. At that moment, Manisil realized that this truth could not be allowed to reach the wrong person, especially someone so closely tied to it. Prince Chase added that he only wished to confirm one thing, that his brother was alive and safe. That alone would be enough for him. Manisil found himself unable to decide how to proceed, thinking only of the paths both brothers were destined to walk. Their conversation ended when Kyrie entered the room and bowed. Manisil asked why he had come. Kyrie replied that Prince Kalyan wished to meet them and speak after dinner. Manisil realized too late that he had forgotten to silence the room with magic before speaking. There was no way to undo it now. He asked whether Kyrie had heard their discussion. A brief exchange of looks followed. With the situation already exposed, Manisil introduced Kyrie to Prince Chase as Prince Kalyan's personal bodyguard. Kyrie returned the courtesy, greeting Prince Chase properly and stating that he served under his command. The Crown Prince then asked him if it was true that a prince's knight was usually chosen from a noble house, and if so, what Kyrie's second name was. Kyrie answered simply, Byrne. When the name Byrne was spoken, the Crown Prince paused. He then told Kyrie that Byrne was a name passed down through the Severian royal bloodline for generations. Kyrie had not known this. The Crown Prince explained the meaning of the name. It referred to a hero whose name would never fade. Elsewhere, Kalyan sat alone in his room, considering Crown Prince Chase's visit and how it might affect Ceres. He thought about his next move and questioned whether all his efforts to prevent war had been meaningless. His thoughts returned to the other timeline, where war had still broken out even when the plan held power, and he could not understand the cause. A knock interrupted him. The plant stood at the door and asked whether Kalyan had something to explain. A foreign crown prince had arrived, was waiting to meet him, and yet nothing had been clarified. He added that Kalyan's younger brother had nearly turned rigid after brushing against death. Kalyan spoke instead of answering directly. He asked what one would do if something essential was needed, only to realize someone else had already taken it. The question lingered between them. After a moment, the plant took a seat and replied that he had no intention of claiming something that was never his to begin with. Callian asked whether he would still follow the rules, even if that thing was truly necessary. The plant answered immediately that he would. Callian ended the exchange by saying it was meaningless talk. Inwardly, he dismissed the idea that seeing Prince Chase had shaken him. That was something he did not need to explain. He was certain the plant had no understanding of what lay ahead. The plant remained seated and asked once more for an explanation. Callian snapped his fingers, creating a silence barrier. He then told the plant that he had once questioned his true identity. And because of that, Callian was sure the plant would have already reached the answer on his own by now. Callian told him that 10 years ago, he had prayed for the serenity of the Queen of the Gods as an answer to the problems before him. As a result, time in this world had been turned back by 10 years. He then added that, in this life, he was the brother of Chase Secretia. Now, Chase was his brother once again. This was the solution he had found on his own. Lord Manhwa and Callian sat together, and Manhwa told him he could speak without restraint. He pointed out that another person now knew Callian's secret, and asked whether there was anyone else he planned to tell. He added that the secret no longer held much weight, and that Callian might as well speak openly. Callian responded that this was the last person. He said that this was the only truth he had shared, nothing beyond that. He mentioned that he had already told the plant that he was Chase Secretia's brother, and that now, in a way, he was also the plant's brother. Manhwa commented that Callian had handled things well. He then asked whether Callian had summoned him just to explain this, or if there was another reason behind the meeting. Callian answered that he had a request involving Yuria, and hoped Manhwa could deliver the message for him. The next day, the plant stood outside when the crown prince approached. They crossed paths, and the plant asked why he was in the garden. Prince Chase replied that he had been granted permission by the king to walk freely and had chosen to spend time there. He commented on the surroundings. The plant remained reserved. Prince Chase remarked that he had noticed this distance, but the plant replied that it was not dislike, only curiosity. He wanted to know why the crown prince had come personally and what his true objective was. He added that he doubted Prince Chase had traveled all this way solely to see Lord Manhwa. Prince Chase did not answer directly. Instead, he asked whether the plant was aware of the time he had been investing in training Volcano mages. The plant replied that he did not realize a foreign secretary was so well informed about Ceres' internal affairs. Chase answered that his king was skilled at managing both information and people. He then remarked on the volcano the plant was building, calling it impressive, and asked whether it was intended to become his foundation of power. The plant fell silent. After a moment, he said that he finally understood. He asked whether he might have committed some grave mistake in another timeline, and added that Chase would likely know far more about him than he realized. Those words startled the crown prince. Without responding, he walked past the plant. The plant told him not to worry, stating that he would not be the one controlling Volcanum. His brother would. Before leaving, Prince Chase paused and said that he hoped those words were true. Later, Callian received a letter. It stated that there was no record of anyone named Malcolm Chetish among the clerics sent to Ceres. If the report was accurate, then Malcolm, who was already active within Ceres, had not been listed as part of the Tansilian delegation. Callian began to consider Halidam's intentions and what they were truly trying to achieve. As he was thinking, a servant entered with fresh clothes for the upcoming banquet. Callian asked Ivan to sit with him, saying he had something to ask. He questioned why Halidam had sent 30 priests with this delegation. He suspected Randall's involvement. Officially, the visit was for a royal celebration, and none of the priests belonged to the choir. He ended by asking why so many divine magic trainers would attend a simple banquet. Ivan thought carefully before answering. Watching him, Callian laughed, convinced Ivan hadn't understood any of it. He told him to stop overthinking, but Ivan replied that sending so many men should not have been possible. Callian asked why. Ivan answered that Tansil had been struck by heavy rains. Callian recalled that and mentioned how Ceres had even sent salt reserves to help them. That explanation almost made sense, until he stopped. A flood of that scale would almost certainly bring disease. With people dying and healers in short supply, it made no sense for Tansil to send nearly 30 priests abroad for a neighboring ruler's birthday. Not 2 or 3, almost 30. At that moment, Callian realized the truth. Those figures in robes were likely not priests at all. Everyone had been mistaken. Early the next morning, the plant headed straight for his room. Near the door, he noticed a girl searching around. He realized she was looking for a cat that had wandered off again. He told her to step aside, which startled her, and she quickly apologized. The plant opened the door to check inside, but saw something he did not want her to discover, so he shut it once. He told her to leave and said he would return the cat later if he found it. After the girl ran off, the plant entered the room. Callian was already there, waiting. The plant asked why he was inside his room without permission. Callian ignored the complaint and instead asked whether the plant would attend the banquet with him. The plant was caught off guard and asked what Callian was planning this time. Callian replied that it was nothing complicated. Since Randall had sent 30 fake priests to Ceres, he intended to play with them that night. That evening, Callian and the plant entered the banquet hall together. Everyone watching understood the message immediately. The court took it as confirmation that the two were aligned. Whispers spread throughout the hall as people tried to guess the reason behind their sudden unity. To many, their appearance together was seen as a direct challenge to Randall. When Randall noticed them, he turned away. Callian observed this and knew his display had worked. Randall was now convinced that Callian had fully joined forces with the plant. Callian believed that whatever Randall had been planning would slow or stop after seeing this. The plant, observing the reactions around them, asked what Callian hoped to achieve. Callian answered that this was only the first step. The plant then mentioned that Callian kept scanning the room, clearly searching for someone. Callian admitted that there was a face he expected to see, but hadn't found yet. When asked who it was, Callian said it was Marquis Evans. He suspected that something had happened behind the scenes, and that Evans's absence that night was part of a larger scheme. As Randall quietly left the venue with his guards, Kyrie followed from a distance. Randall even asked his men whether anyone was trailing them, and they answered that the path was clear. Kyrie was acting on Callian's direct order, to follow Randall the moment he departed. He kept his distance, but as he moved, his foot struck a wooden branch, breaking the silence. Kyrie immediately slipped behind a nearby tree. The guards halted. Randall sensed something and ordered them to check the area. After a tense moment, a couple emerged from hiding, explaining they had been spending time together and hadn't realized anyone would pass by. They apologized quickly. The guards accepted it, and Randall was told everything was fine. Earlier, Kyrie had asked Callian what their true objective was. Callian had clarified that they were not watching Randall himself, but the people accompanying him, especially his chamberlain. Still concealed, Kyrie watched as the chamberlain urged the guards to stay alert. Suddenly, the guards reacted, sensing Kyrie's killing intent. Kyrie was caught off guard. He had assumed they were only priests or healers, yet their awareness was far beyond that. In that moment, Kyrie understood the truth about who they really were. He withdrew and immediately reported his findings to Callian. The next day, Callian went directly to confront his brother, Randall. He told him to understand the consequences of his actions. The so-called priests he had brought in were actually Tansilian paladins. Because of Randall, they had crossed in a series and were now positioned deep within its core. Randall looked up at the sky and replied that he already knew. Randall didn't bother denying it. He knew exactly what he had done, and instead of showing guilt, he calmly asked why it was even a problem. That alone told Callian everything. Randall saw nothing wrong with crossing that line. Callian's warning came sharp and cold. If Randall kept pushing, he would kill every single thing Randall cared about. Randall didn't flinch. He simply pointed out that Callian was doing the same thing. His pack of mages operated in the shadows for him, didn't they? By that logic, the men Randall brought in were no threat to Callian or to the king either. Callian countered immediately, bringing up the paladins, how they were meant to counter-influence, not sneak around like thieves. For a brief moment, Randall just stared at him. That single pause was enough. In that silence, Callian finally understood why Evan had been absent from the banquet the previous night. It also made everything click. Why paladins had slipped in a series disguised as priests. The truth became clear. Randall was the one who had summoned Grey Burison to the royal palace, along with the Tansilian paladin, deliberately timing it so they could strike Callian's domain while everyone was distracted. Callian didn't hold back anymore. Sharing the same goal didn't make paladins the same as Valcanum. If Randall truly had nothing to hide, then there was no reason for disguises. Let them walk openly across the plains of Ceres, under proper procedure, where everyone could see exactly who they were. Randall ignored the accusation and instead bent down, plucking a rose from the garden. He said he was curious about one thing. When had Callian changed so much? Casually, almost kindly, he promised to send the paladins back. But there was a condition. Callian was not to grow any further. He was to stop spreading his power, creeping through the land like roots choking a garden. It disturbed the peace. Callian's answer was immediate. He wouldn't stop. If that was the line Randall had drawn, then Callian would cross it. He would go to Camillilon and raise his own hounds. Later that day, Manisil stood beside the king as they watched the priests leave the kingdom. In the king's hand was a letter, an explanation from the priesthood, claiming trouble in Tansil and offering a humble apology as they withdrew their people. The king wasn't shocked. Calmly, he told Manisil that he had questioned his son about the priest before. Randall had lied, and now, right after Callian's meeting with him, the priests were suddenly leaving the kingdom. To the king, it was obvious. Randall's ties with the priesthood ran far deeper than he had admitted, deep enough to turn dangerous. And worse, he had deceived both his father and the king himself. The king muttered that he never imagined things would spiral into this kind of situation. But Manisil didn't hesitate. He told him plainly, it was his own mistake that pushed Randall down this path. Manisil spoke without anger, but his words were heavy. The king had believed too much in secrecy. He had trained his children with harsh methods, convinced that distance and pressure would forge strength. Instead, he created differences among them. And those cracks were exactly where Randall slipped through. The king lowered his voice and admitted that he already knew this. That was why he had been trying so hard lately. Sharing meals with Randall, walking beside him in the garden, trying to talk things out before they shattered beyond repair. He said he was watching Randall closely, trying to understand him. But children were not simple pieces on a board. They were different. They made their own plans, sealed off in ways no one could easily touch. Manisil then asked him a sudden question. Had he ever met Ellen's son? The king paused. The Queen of Libran. Of course he remembered her. Manisil said she was a woman in a class of her own. Her husband, Prince Thelian, had been executed. The memory returned sharply to the king. The time Alan had stayed in Libran, when someone attempted to poison him. The poison failed. Instead, it killed the prince's own son. The culprit was uncovered. It was Thelian himself, and the sentence had been passed by his own wife. Death. Manisil continued. From that moment on, the boy lost his kindness. And then his mother did something even harsher. She sent him to live under Rachel, her own daughter-in-law, and made him clean every corner of the house. Not for a day, for a long while. The king listened in silence, disbelief creeping into his expression. A child, treated like a servant. Manhwa explained that the house belonged to a woman who had lost her husband because of the boy's father. That was no accident. It was a lesson. As the boy cleaned, as his hands bled and his pride was crushed, he learned the full truth about the execution carried out by his father. And that truth straightened him. The king finally understood. Manhwa told him it hadn't been easy, not for the child and not for the mother. But that was the duty of a parent, to teach their children that mistakes carried consequences. Consequences they had to face themselves. The king clenched his hands. He was certain that his teachings were meant to guide his children toward the right path. And yet, as he searched his memories, he couldn't help but wonder when had it gone wrong. Manhwa answered him directly, saying that Randall's current path was the result of the king's own choices. He pointed out that the king trusted the secrecy surrounding his children and trained them through strict methods, believing this would protect them. But by treating them differently, he created gaps between them, and those gaps pushed Randall toward this outcome. The king spoke quietly, admitting that he already knew this. That was why he had been making an effort, sharing meals with Randall, walking with him in the garden, trying to talk things through calmly. Later that night, the protagonist slept alone in his room. As he slept, he dreamed of the past. Time reversed to his childhood, to the moment in a previous timeline when his father threw him into the sea. After being thrown into the sea, Burn struggled as he sank. On the cliff above, his brothers argued with their father, telling him to help Burn. Their father refused, saying Burn needed to learn how to control his fear. But in truth, he was letting his son die, so another child could inherit power without any future threat. One brother could not stand by. Chase ran forward and leaped off the cliff to save Burn. What mattered most in that moment was whether their father would watch what truly happened. Burn was running out of air and losing strength. As he sank, one question stayed in his mind. Why his father had pushed him into the sea. Then someone grabbed him. His brother had come for him. At that instant, the dream shattered, and Burn woke up. Callian lay still, thinking about it. Chase had never been a good swimmer, yet he still jumped without hesitation. The next morning, Ivan came to wake him. The moment he saw Callian, he became concerned and asked what was wrong with his eyes. Callian laughed it off, saying his eyes were itchy and that he had rubbed them too hard. He blamed it on a cat allergy. Ivan raised his voice immediately, saying Callian had never been allergic to cats before. He pointed out that something fell off and said Callian was acting strange. Callian avoided facing him. To change the subject, Callian told Ivan to look for the cat and even called its name, hoping it would come out. Ivan didn't hesitate. He turned and headed outside at once. When Callian asked where he was going, Ivan replied that he would search for the cat himself and started running down the hall. Callian relaxed once Ivan left. He was glad he hadn't told the truth. He believed the sudden return of these past dreams was because his resolve was starting to shake. Sitting on his bed, Callian felt uneasy. He decided he had to deal with this issue quickly before it slipped beyond his control. Meanwhile, Ivan searched the hall for the cat. He refused to give up and even used toys to draw its attention. Instead of finding the cat, he ran into Plant, who was calmly drinking morning tea in the living area. Ivan immediately apologized for the interruption. Plant told Ivan not to worry and urged him to find the cat as soon as possible. Ivan mentioned that Prince Kalian's eyes were red. Plant replied that Kalian's eyes were usually like that, but Ivan insisted this time was different. He explained that Kalian's eyes were itchy and swollen, as if he'd been awake drinking all night. Yet he kept blaming a cat allergy he had never had before. Plant grew more suspicious. First, a foreign prince had appeared. Then there was a request to meet Callian. And now, Callian looked as if something inside him was barely holding together. Ivan said he had already asked Callian about the real reason behind his condition. At that moment, Plant muttered something that made Ivan glare at him and ask what he had just said. Instead of answering, Plant calmly told Ivan to inform his sister to attend the banquet that night. Ivan was stunned. He asked why Miria would be attending a royal banquet and said that bringing her along would only make things awkward. Plant told him not to worry. There was no need for swords, just shields would be enough. Ivan became curious and asked if Plant simply wanted to use the name of their house. He said his sister was already in the capital and easy to reach, but he still questioned why Plant was going out of his way to help Prince Callian. Plant then spoke about the past. He recalled the time when he was covered in blood, and Callian was the one who helped him. This, he said, was nothing more than returning that favor. Ivan didn't understand what he meant. In Plant's mind, however, he remembered being crushed by pressure, saved only by the shadow of something massive, where he could finally breathe. As punishment for the trouble he caused, Randall was forbidden from leaving the palace for 3 months. The official reason was that he had left the king's table without permission. Crown Prince Chase later heard from his servant that Randall had been punished. He doubted that this was the real reason. To him, it sounded like an excuse. The real cause was likely Randall bringing the paladin into the city. The Crown Prince was taken aback. His thoughts turned to Burn. He had spent his life supporting her, yet he had always been cautious, even toward those who truly deserve his trust. The Crown Prince told his servant that it was time to leave. The servant asked again if he was certain about moving forward with the plan. Chase responded with a smile and said there was no doubt. He added that he had already gained what he came for, and that was more than enough. Plant sat alone in the living room, quietly drinking tea while staring out the window. A servant knocked and asked for permission to enter. He brought a tray of food, saying it was for Plant to eat. But before he could finish speaking, Plant told him he didn't want it. The servant insisted, saying Plant hadn't eaten for several days and that continuing like this would make him sick. Plant glanced at the food for a brief moment. It was meat. Then he told the servant to leave him alone. He said he wanted to rest before attending the banquet that night. The servant left, still worried. He knew Plant hadn't been sleeping properly either. That evening at the banquet, the protagonist met Demiria. They greeted each other briefly. As they entered the hall, Callian told her to hold his hand so they would appear as a couple, adding that it wouldn't last long. Demiria hesitated for a moment, then took his arm, and they walked forward together. She said she wasn't her father and that Callian didn't need to be careful around her. Callian thought she resembled Ian, but her calm nature set her apart from her brother. He told her that she reminded him of her mother. The moment they stepped inside, eyes turned toward them, and whispers spread through the hall. No one had expected to see the two together. Some began to speculate that the Siegfried family might become kingmakers in series. The murmurs grew louder. Many believed Callian and Demiria Siegfried were on the verge of marriage, though no announcement had been made. Several noble families were displeased, realizing they had lost their chance, both to gain Demiria and to take Callian in as a son-in-law. Soon, the two moved toward the side of the hall. Callian slipped away quietly and stepped out into the garden to stretch. He didn't mind the whispers behind his back. It was amusing at first, but he knew his ears wouldn't endure it all night. He thought about how nobles were always obsessed with gossip surrounding those in power. Then someone called his name from behind. The moment Callian heard the voice, recognition struck him, and his hands began to tremble. He told himself to stay calm. He had endured far too much to break down now. He clenched his fist and turned around, answering Crown Prince Chase. As he faced him, something felt different. The Crown Prince's presence was unchanged, exactly as he remembered. That was why the feeling was so familiar. His brother had always looked the same. Because Byrne kept his hair short, Crown Prince Chase had cut his own hair the same way to resemble him. As memories of their past conversations surfaced, Callian asked Chase why he had suddenly cut his hair so short. Chase replied that he was the last person who still remembered his brother's appearance. He said that once he made the decision to remember it, he had no choice but to cut his hair as well. He added that the style felt unfamiliar to him and didn't seem to fit him properly. Callian steadied himself and reminded himself that he was Callian now, not Byrne. He lowered his head, thinking that he had already gone too far with his plans and could no longer reach out to his brother the way he once had. His body reacted before his thoughts could catch up. He told Chase that the haircut suited him. Chase noticed something was off and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around him. He told him to pause for just a moment and regain himself. Callian returned the embrace and held on tightly. For this one moment, he called him brother. His mind returned to the time when Byrne was drowning in the sea, when Chase jumped in to save him. Chase had never wanted the throne or power. From the beginning, he had chosen to remain behind Byrne, content to live in his brother's shadow. Lord Manisil carefully wrapped bandages around the Duke of Siegfried's wounds. Despite being injured, the Duke spoke casually with both Manisil and Callian. He joked that now that the birthday celebration was over, it was the king who had grown older, not him. Manisil responded without warning, remarking that it was quite a way to talk about one's father. Callian immediately asked what he meant. The Duke explained that Callian shouldn't look so gloomy and should face his majesty with a smile. He even asked Callian why he looked so troubled. Manisil abruptly changed the subject by pressing the cloth harder against the Duke's injury, making sure he felt the pain. Callian lifted his teacup and thought to himself that he could never hide anything from his master. No matter what, Manisil always saw through him. Manisil felt a headache coming on. He thought that among the three of them, he might be the only one still moving ahead properly. One of them was carrying the weight of another's burdens, trying to fix everything. The other kept turning the training grounds into ruins by constantly challenging the Blade of Sarisha to spar. That troublemaker was none other than the Duke of Siegfried. Callian smiled and told him that he planned to charge him for the repairs. The Duke agreed immediately, saying he would pay for all the damage he caused. Callian shook his head and said he wasn't interested in money. Instead, he wanted to borrow the Duke's manor in Syriesis. The Duke questioned him at once, clearly suspicious, and asked why he wanted it. Callian answered directly that he intended to hide his men there. The Duke replied that this was far too heavy a price for a few broken tiles. Callian said calmly that he didn't see it that way, calling his own request unreasonable rather than the compensation. The Duke laughed. He said that at first, he thought his son wanted to surpass him and shine even brighter. Then he admitted that his boy had chosen a fine liege. He told Callian that he could use the manor however he wished, and even asked what preparations were needed for the place. Manisil thought to himself that the Duke's son had no idea what he was stepping into. Callian soon mounted his horse, preparing to meet the others already on his list. Madame Uria of the Arcane Enclave was one, followed by the Bat and Pole from the Pollen Traders Guild. He headed out, certain they would be waiting for him. Having so many places to go and people to see felt like a blessing. Staying busy kept his thoughts from lingering. Suddenly, a child rushed into his path. Callian pulled the reins at once, stopping the horse before anyone was hurt. He leaned forward and studied the child's face. It felt familiar. Then he recognized her. It was Sia, a lone elf he knew. She brightened when she saw him and called him her chief. Callian dismounted and asked why she was there. Sia explained that the village chief had been chosen to visit the capital this time. She had begged to come along so she could meet Callian and Hina. Callian smiled, pleased to see her, and asked whether Jur had come as well. Sia shook her head and said Jur was no longer an elder. The chief elders had been furious, and both Jur and Luca had been punished for a long time. Callian grew puzzled. He realized he hadn't seen any elves near his residence for quite some time and began to think it over. Sia then explained that the chief had forbidden them from entering the capital because of what had happened to Callian. That was why they had come specifically to meet him. As she spoke, her eyes caught something near the horse's right hoof, a strand of white fur. Callian didn't understand at first, and asked if it was because His Majesty hadn't allowed them to stay in the palace due to the earlier incident involving him. Sia confirmed it. That was the reason her village elder wanted to meet with their chief, so they could discuss what should be done next. Callian noticed that Sia was speaking clearly and asked how that was possible. She explained that she had obtained another stone from somewhere. She then showed it to him, letting him see it for himself. Sia said she wanted to play with Hina and added that she would only give him the stone if he agreed to that in return. Callian was stunned. There were more of those stones out in the world. Later, Callian met with Yuria, and the two of them examined the stone together. Yuria was shocked when she realized that the stone was used to correct distortions in time. Callian told her that it was only a theory, but she was far too excited to be discouraged. She asked whether he understood the words carved into the stone, but he refused to answer. Yuria concluded that the writing belonged to a hidden script, one that used a secret alphabet. She asked Callian to investigate it further. Callian replied that he had already seen similar symbols along the path, but they were different from those used by the secret. Hearing this, Yuria grew even more excited. She said she would study it in depth and promised that if she discovered anything important, she would either send word to the palace or come to see him herself. Callian was relieved to hear that. He then warned her that when he first obtained the stone, he had smelled blood on it and believed it might have caused someone's death. He told her to be careful. Yuria assured him that she would and told him to take care as well. That night, as Callian walked back, he thought about Ian and how worried he might be since he hadn't told anyone he would be returning late. While passing through a narrow alley, he sensed movement behind him. Two men carrying knives were following him. Callian returned to his horse and patted it gently, as if apologizing for being gone so long. Then he felt it again, the presence behind him. He told the horse to wait and turn around. He asked what they wanted from him, calling them warriors of the Great Dune. The Great Dune was a land of endless sand and wind, claimed by no nation. Those who lived there were known as its warriors, often called the wolves of the Great Dune. They were feared for their strength and their unusual abilities. Every swordsman standing before him carried a different skill, each one comparable to a seasoned knight. Callian knew his own swordsmanship was solid, but his body and aura were far more stable than theirs. What unsettled him was their number. There were only 5. He suspected they were hiding something. Then another swordsman stepped out from concealment. Callian asked if they had come to talk or to fight. The answer came immediately. The swordsman laughed and charged. Callian drew out his aura blade to block the attack. The clash began, and something felt wrong from the start. He was stabbed almost instantly. He didn't panic, only noting that the wound was deep and that his body felt strange because of it. He countered, cutting the swordsman across the shoulder. But the wound began to close on its own, as if healed by magic. The man mocked him, asking if he was already tired or thinking of giving up. Callian was taken aback. The swordsman's blade flared with a red glow as he rushed in again. This time, Callian was ready and blocked the strike. The crimson light pulsed along the blade. A silence barrier had been cast around them, sealing off all sound from the outside. Callian understood, then, that this was nothing like his sparring matches with his master. When his master used a red glow, it was fire magic. This was different. This glow reminded him of something else. It was closer to the red light he had seen around Randall and the Black Stone. Callian couldn't accept the thought. It had only been 3 days since his brother had been confined to the palace. There was no way he could be behind such a sudden ambush. The battle continued as Callian tried to identify who was truly responsible. For a moment, he suspected the Marquis, but he dismissed it just as quickly. Knowing Callian was allied with the Siegfried house, the Marquis would never act against him so directly. He had no clear answer for who had sent these attackers. There was no pause in the clash. Blades met again and again, sending shockwaves through the air. Then, using an opening, Callian drove his sword into the man's stomach. He believed it was over. The swordsman looked down at the wound and smiled. He told Callian that it wasn't enough to kill him, then gripped the blade and pulled it out of his own body. The enemy laughed, mocking Callian's efforts. In response, Callian shifted his stance and drew the wind toward himself. As the swordsman glanced upward, fear spread among them when they saw a massive whirlwind forming in the sky. Callian told them the wind would finish the fight. A towering, cone-shaped tornado crashed down toward them. The gale roared as a technique he called the wind spear descended at blinding speed, slamming the swordsmen into the ground and killing them instantly. Blood scattered across the area, leaving a gaping hole through one body. Callian dropped to the ground, exhausted. Blood spilled from his mouth. Yet he knew the battle was not over. The remaining 4 warriors moved in to strike. Callian forced himself back to his feet and released an aura blast. In moments, they were also brought down. One of them, however, managed to rise and stagger away. His goal was to call for reinforcements. It was their only remaining chance. He believed that if Callian survived, their entire plan would collapse, turning all their efforts to nothing. Callian tried to finish them all, but his own injuries were severe. At the Siegfried Manor in Syriesis, a servant rushed in to inform the young mistress that Prince Callian had arrived unconscious, slumped over his horse, and covered in wounds. They hurried outside at once. As they reached him, Callian told them to call his brother immediately. The mistress saw how deep the wound was. She knew Callian was a powerful swordsman, not someone easily injured. From that alone, she understood that his attacker must have been highly experienced. She believed the palace would have been the safest place for him. Yet Callian had come here instead. From that alone, she understood that he didn't want anyone else to know what had happened to him. The mistress immediately gave her orders. She called in Callian's men and told them to prepare for a possible attack. She said they were Siegfried, and, if needed, they would stand as a shield. She ordered the main gate to remain open. Jane was told to follow the trail of blood and determine what had happened outside. Dakar was instructed to go with her, erase every trace, and make sure not a single drop of blood remained. She then called Euron and ordered her to find her brother Ian and the servant girl Hina. She made it clear that no one else was to be informed, only Ian. Everyone moved at once to carry out their tasks. As they scattered, one question lingered in her mind. Out of everyone he knew, why had Callian called for his brother? That same night, inside the palace, the king stood by the window with a drink in hand. From there, he saw Plant mounting his horse in great haste, leaving alongside Callian's servant girl. The moment Callian was carried inside, his servant moved without delay to begin healing him, and almost instantly his body started to shine, a gentle yet powerful glow spreading from him while everyone in the palace gathered tightly around his bed. Their faces filled with worry as the light grew stronger and stronger until it became impossible to look at directly, then surged outward in a sudden radiant explosion that flooded the entire room. Plant remained standing nearby, silently watching his brother, before muttering under his breath that it seemed his dear brother had placed a great deal of trust in him. And as the thought settled, he concluded that if such faith had been given, then he had no choice but to meet those expectations and shoulder the responsibility that came with them. After letting out a long, heavy sigh, he called for Lady Miria and calmly informed her that from this moment forward, House Siegfried would be keeping him as a hostage, a statement that immediately left her visibly confused as she questioned what he meant, pointing out that there was no clear reason for House Siegfried to detain him in such a way. Plant, however, reasoned it through in his mind. Callian had no knowledge of who had sent the assassins, and if he were to return to the palace while still injured, His Majesty would undoubtedly place him under strict protection, which would in turn force whoever was behind the attack to retreat and wait for another chance. Because of that, Callian had chosen to remain hidden within the Siegfried Manor, so he could uncover the true culprit behind the assassination attempt. At the same time, Callian was still a prince, and unlike the earlier incident involving Arsene's disappearance, this situation demanded far more careful handling, so that no suspicion or alarm would arise from his absence, which meant there needed to be a believable circumstance that would allow House Siegfried to seal their gates and guard him without drawing attention. After considering all of this, Plant determined that this plan fit those requirements. He then stated firmly that House Siegfried had decided to hold him hostage under the belief that House Burison was responsible for Callian's disappearance, and that, based on this claim, Plant would remain in captivity until Callian was found, an explanation that left Lady Miria clearly shaken before he asked once more if this reasoning would suffice. After a brief pause, Lady Miria agreed that it was more than enough, adding that protecting others was something they were particularly skilled at, and then informed him that the main gate would be closed, inviting him to make himself comfortable within the manor. Plant finally glanced toward Callian, and thought to himself that he had handled all the troublesome details exactly as Callian had intended. He felt a sense of relief, even a quiet satisfaction, knowing he was taking on the role of a hostage for Callian's sake, and in his heart he wished earnestly for Callian to regain consciousness as soon as possible. Back at the palace, His Majesty's concerns steadily deepened as Callian had yet to return since departing the previous morning, while it was also reported that Plant had left during the night together with one of Callian's servants. Though it was remarked there was no real need to specify which servant, and, in addition, that Plant now had the support of House Siegfried, whose gates remained tightly shut as the entire house kept its silence. Faced with this chain of unusual events, the king struggled to piece together their meaning, his suspicions gradually turning toward the possibility that such actions might even amount to treason. Yet when he questioned Cyroyan, the latter dismissed it as nothing of importance. Unsatisfied, the king demanded a proper explanation to justify any continued patience, warning that without a convincing reason, he would dispatch Valcanum and Sarah directly to the manor. Cyroyan said nothing in response, fully aware that there had to be a reason Callian had neither returned to the palace nor acted without cause in summoning Plant to the manor. Yet he found himself unable to decide what explanation he could offer the king. At that moment, Lord Mansell entered, startling Cyroyan, and calmly advised that the situation be handled with composure, then informed the king that Prince Callian had been ambushed by assassins the previous night, which likely explained why he had taken shelter within House Siegfried's manor. Hearing this, the king's worry intensified as he questioned whether it was truly the case that Callian had chosen the manor over returning to the palace, his concern quickly turning into urgency as he expressed his intent to bring Callian back at once, unwilling to risk leaving him anywhere outside the palace's protection. Lord Mansell reassured him, explaining that had Callian suffered any serious injury, word would already have reached the palace, and further emphasized that with Duke Siegfried himself present, there was no reason to doubt Callian's safety, adding that Callian was not someone who acted without careful thought, especially in moments of crisis. Even so, the king's unease did not fade. Lord Mansell then proposed that they wait and observe how the situation developed before taking further steps, suggesting that the matter concerning Valcanum could be settled once they had gained a clearer understanding of what was truly happening. In the end, the king gave his consent, though he made it absolutely clear that if anything were to go wrong, he would send Valcanum without the slightest hesitation. Lord Mansell accepted this, stating that he would not object to such a course of action should the situation deteriorate. Yet he added that gaining entry into the manor would not be easy under the current circumstances, pointing out that even its owner had remarked that his own daughter would refuse to let him step inside his own home right now, a detail that only deepened the tension as it hinted at how tightly the manor was being controlled. Watching the king's face, Lord Mansell realized that, just as he had managed to ease his worries, this single remark had unsettled him all over again. The man who had made that comment looked around in confusion, unable to understand why the mood had suddenly grown so heavy or why all eyes had turned toward him, and he questioned what exactly he had said to provoke such a reaction, seemingly unaware of the weight his words carried. Several days later, Crown Prince Chase inquired about Kalian's condition, and his servant reported that Kalian had yet to regain consciousness, adding that the Enclave sorcerers had already begun investigating and that their birds would soon return with news. The prince replied that there was no need to worry about that, as he did not expect any of them to cross paths. The servant continued, explaining that no suspicious movements had been detected within the capital aside from the king's order to tighten entry inspections, and that despite these efforts, no individual stood out as unusual. Hearing this, the prince concluded with a cold certainty that their enemies were either moving carefully while watching how things unfolded, or had temporarily withdrawn to prepare for another strike later, though he also considered the possibility that they might already be dead, and regardless of which was true, he found himself questioning who the true force behind them was. Meanwhile, Kalian's room lay in deep silence, wrapped in the stillness of night as a faint blue glow slipped through the tall windows and stretched long shadows across the space, while he remained unconscious for a long while. Then, all at once, he felt as though a hand was reaching toward him, a subtle sensation that pulled at his awareness as it slowly returned, and this unfamiliar presence stirred him enough to sense that someone had come, only for the reaching hand to stop the instant. Kalian's eyes gradually opened, revealing Plant standing there, which brought a faint yet warm smile to Kalian's face, his expression filled with quiet relief and comfort at the sight, while Plant, in turn, looked back at him with clear happiness, reassured that Kalian was finally recovering. By the next morning, Lady Myria gently asked if she should bring him more bananas, yet Kalian, already eating in a composed manner, replied that what he had was more than sufficient, and even offered some to Plant, who declined with polite restraint. Not long after, Lady Myria informed him that Marquis Burison had come by earlier, claiming that his visit was simply to personally confirm Prince Plant's safety, though she believed his real purpose had been to press for answers regarding the rumors of Plant's abduction in Siriasis, especially since he had already been demanding explanations through repeated letters, and she added that she had refused to allow him entry into the manor. Kalian expressed his gratitude for how she had handled things, acknowledging that everything had proceeded without issue thanks to her efforts during the time he was unconscious, and in a slightly dramatic tone remarked that he had chosen the right person for the role, recognizing her dependability, while beside him Plant showed a hint of disapproval and tried to stop him from talking too much out of concern for his condition. Lady Myria then delivered another update, explaining that the Enclave's wizards had reported suspicious figures observing not only the manor, but also the surrounding areas, including the Burison estate, and upon hearing this, Kalian concluded that their enemies had finally taken the bait and stepped into the trap that had been set. Lady Myria, however, responded with unease, saying that even if that were the case, their actions felt far too predictable, almost as though they had been done intentionally, which made her uncomfortable as everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as expected. Kalian considered her concern and admitted that the entire situation itself could very well be a trap meant to draw him out, but added that regardless of whether it was deception or not, he had already decided to face them, and it made no difference whether they had fallen into his snare or were trying to lure him in, because he had no intention of confronting them alone. Seated beside him, Lord Manisil asked if Kalian wanted him to come along, and Kalian answered with complete confidence that there had been no other reason to summon him in the first place, adding that he trusted him and was certain he would keep him safe. Lord Manisil replied with a trace of sarcasm, remarking that Kalian was essentially admitting he would be a burden, but Kalian only laughed it off without concern. Manisil then pointed out that only a few days had passed since Kalian's recovery, hinting at his condition, yet Kalian insisted that he needed to begin moving again, explaining that their enemies were deliberately exposing themselves to draw him out, and if he chose to remain idle, they would never reveal what they truly intended, which was why he refused to sit still. In the end, Lord Manisil relented, acknowledging that he had no way to stop Kalian from doing as he wished, and granted his approval. Kalian thanked him sincerely and added that he had missed him, to which Lord Manisil responded that he was fortunate to have such a capable young man as his apprentice, a comment that caused Kalian to blush noticeably, while behind them, Plant sat quietly, his subtle expressions betraying a hint of irritation. Kalian then declared that they would set out that very night, stating that it was finally time to find out which prey had taken the bait, and later, as darkness settled in, he and Lord Manisil rode out on horseback toward their destination, during which Kalian remarked that he had felt something similar before when he had asked for help investigating Sea-Like's wrongdoing, noting that the wizards had turned out to be surprisingly effective at gathering information. Lord Manisil agreed, admitting that he had not expected much from them, given their usual nature, yet he could not deny their usefulness, and he pointed out that the information they had obtained aligned perfectly with the reports delivered by the birds. At those words, Kalian abruptly halted and repeated the point about how the birds' reports and the wizard's findings matched exactly, And when Lord Manisil confirmed that both sources had indeed provided identical details, unease settled over Callian, as he stated that something about it was wrong, since the secret agents should have uncovered more than the wizards had. Lord Manisil questioned how he could be so sure, reminding him that Madame Uria had been steadily supplying valuable information ever since he sought her help, and also noting that the Enclave's wizards were not usually involved in trading information, prompting Callian to explain that, unlike the wizards, the birds specialized specifically in gathering and handling intelligence. He reasoned that once they became aware of ambushers operating within Ceres, they would have constantly shifted between locations such as the dunes while preparing countermeasures, and given their level of expertise, there was no chance they had failed to notice the enemy's movements. That conclusion hit Callian hard, and without hesitation, he ordered Lord Manisil to return to the palace immediately and find Prince Chase, insisting that he himself needed to go after him as well. Caught off guard, Lord Manisil questioned what had prompted such urgency, and Callian revealed a suspicion that the birds were the ones responsible, a claim that visibly stunned Manisil as Callian continued, stating that there had to be traitors among the Secretious spies that they were connected to. What had happened to him, and that Prince Chase had intentionally kept this information hidden. At the same time, inside a quiet library, a suspicious man stepped in, and Naird turned toward him and calmly asked if he was looking for a book, only for the man to firmly state that he had come for an entirely different reason, declaring that he was there to meet directly with the birds who had defected. That man was revealed to be Lord Manisil, who stated firmly that he had come to ask a question, then began speaking about how the very nature of spies was inherently paradoxical, before suddenly slamming his foot down with such force that the ground trembled and the entire space shook, leaving the librarian visibly startled by the sheer impact. He went on to describe a scenario in which a person loyal to their homeland infiltrates another nation to gather intelligence, only to later abandon that loyalty and sell out their original side, then wondered aloud whether such an act should be called betrayal or simply the natural behavior of a spy, letting out a faint, almost amused laugh at the thought. Continuing, he stated that regardless of how one might justify it, a bird that had left both its cage and its master could no longer be considered a Secretion spy, and at those words, Naird found himself unable to respond. Just then, the door slowly creaked open and Prince Chase stepped inside, calling out to Naird, who immediately bowed his head and apologized, explaining that even though the prince had come all this way, he had nothing he could offer him in return. Prince Chase accepted this calmly, while Lord Manisil stepped forward and remarked that he was neither as lenient as his apprentice nor as patient as the prince before him, then asked Naird a single, direct question, whether Tansel had been the one who requested the warriors Naird had helped. Naird gave no answer, and in response, Lord Manisil conjured a fireball in his hand and asked if Naird knew what it was. Naird replied that it was a flame spear, to which Manisil agreed, adding that it could also be called a fire orb, and without any pause, he hurled it toward Naird, stating that it would not disappear until it had melted the heart of whoever it touched. Fear gripped Naird, yet instead of striking him, the fire orb abruptly veered off within the room, followed immediately by the scream of a man, prompting Lord Manisil to form a faint grin as he calmly remarked that he had not overlooked the rats attempting to flee. In that instant, Naird understood with rising dread that the situation had already turned dire, because before Lord Manisil's arrival, he had been in contact with the very enemies planning the attack, and the moment that man finished his business and left, Naird had allowed 9 of his own men to escape despite the risk to himself, as it had been the only way he could help them, quietly hoping they would survive. Lord Manisil then told him that 8 of them were still alive, which meant Naird still had time to make his decision, and hearing this, Naird understood that he needed to stall for as long as possible. Yet at that very moment, Manisil formed another fire orb and sent it flying, and although Naird desperately shouted for him to stop and begged for time to think, Manisil showed no intention of slowing down, instead continuing to create more fire orbs as he ruthlessly cut down additional men, repeating coldly that he was neither soft nor patient. He then stated that only 6 fledglings had managed to leave the cage, and once again asked if Tansel had been the one who had solicited the warriors. Left with no other choice, Naird finally gave in and spoke, revealing that not long after the execution of the Blue Warbler, they had come to see him and had offered a generous payment in exchange for finding someone to take her place, then clarified that although the question concerned Tansel, the warriors themselves did not belong to any single nation. Lord Manisil replied that he already knew as much, since the warriors of the dunes are not affiliated with any country. But Naird went on to explain that they were actually part of a larger organization made up of individuals from Secretia, Liberin, Tansel, and various other regions across the world. Both Lord Manisil and Prince Chase showed clear surprise at this, while Manisil began to consider what kind of purpose could possibly unite people with no direct ties into a single group, recognizing that this was something that would require deeper investigation. Naird then admitted that he did not know the name they operated under, and that this was all the information he possessed, and having disclosed everything, he pleaded humbly for the remaining lives of his companions to be spared. Lord Manisil granted this, and the fire orbs vanished, leading Naird to believe that the ordeal had finally ended. However, Manisil then posed one last question, asking whether Naird knew the names of the spies who had already died, which caused Naird to flinch. Manisil pointed out that for someone who claimed to care so deeply about his companions, Naird had taken quite some time before speaking, allowing 3 of them to die, and reasoned that this hesitation likely meant he needed at least one survivor so that someone could summon the warriors to this place. As he began forming fire orbs once more, he added that despite appearances, he had lived far too long to be fooled by something so simple, and warned Naird not to get his hopes up. Naird grew visibly shaken at those words, his composure breaking, while Lord Manisil, without the slightest pause, conjured 6 more fire orbs and set them in motion, fully prepared to wipe out the remaining survivors, then coldly declared that no one would be coming to save him as the deadly spheres drifted forward, closing in without mercy. Callion was already outside, engaged in battle against the wizards, and with a single devastating strike, he sent one of them crashing hard into the ground. By then, he had already confirmed that, exactly as he had suspected, the location given by both the wizards and the birds had been nothing more than a carefully laid trap. And he also realized that Plant must have foreseen his arrival, which clearly explained why that man had appeared there. At that moment, Talan Castron stepped in and, without effort, finished the fallen enemy by driving his sword straight through him. The same Talan, known as the land's greatest sword master, who in Kalion's past life had once held off the Cytesian royal knights alone during the war. As more enemies closed in, Callion recognized him as the very man who had once taught him swordsmanship, and without hesitation, the two moved together, cutting through their opponents side by side. Then, all at once, a massive fireball surged toward them, and seeing the danger, Talan told Callion to stay back, knowing he had not fully recovered, to which Callion agreed, acknowledging the truth of it, yet added that he refused to become a burden in the fight, and despite that, he calmly halted the fireball midair, causing it to detonate before it could reach them. As the dust cleared, Callion remained certain that his master would deal with whatever enemies remained, and as for everything else, he simply smiled and remarked that all that was left was to clean up the rest. Once the chaos had settled completely, Callion and Plant returned to the palace, but the moment he arrived, Callion found himself confined to his room. He let out a quiet sigh, noting that he had not expected guards to be stationed on him so quickly after his return, as a direct order from the king had already been issued declaring that both Prince Callion and Prince Plant were forbidden from leaving the palace, and, until further notice, were not to attend any outside engagements. Callion understood that if he truly wished, he could leave whenever he pleased. Yet as he lay resting on the couch, he decided it would be wiser to hold himself back for now, recognizing that he had clearly crossed a line this time. And on that very day, the White Hawk delivered the ruling regarding Prince Chase. Meanwhile, Prince Chase was meeting with Naird, placing several bottles before him, and remarking that he was certain Naird would recognize them. And with visible unease, Naird explained that one contained a deadly poison, while the other held a substance that would take away the drinker's sight, hearing, and voice. Prince Chase acknowledged this without emotion, then pushed one of the bottles off the table, stating coldly that there would be no choice. The glass container filled with red liquid shattered the moment it hit the ground, and as Naird flinched in shock, Chase's expression hardened into something chilling as he declared that Naird had interfered with what he never should have touched, sentencing him to spend the rest of his life in despair and regret. After the matter of the White Hawk and the warriors of the Great Dunes was settled, everyone returned to the palace, and Callion later reflected that the entire incident had been officially labeled as a reckless act committed by the third prince under the strain of his responsibilities, which explained why they had all been placed under probation. His thoughts were cut off when Plant entered the room, and Callion remarked that he had an overwhelming amount of work waiting for him, questioning how he was supposed to sit idle like this. Plant asked what kind of work he meant, and Callion noticed that Plant now seemed completely at ease walking across the terrace, even in broad daylight. Plant answered that he had no other option, then asked what Callion had discovered, to which Callion pointed out that Plant sounded certain he had found something, and Plant replied that Callion was not the type to return empty-handed without reason. Dismissing it as speculation, Callion reached into his pocket and took out an object, stating that he believed their enemies had been trying to confirm whether he could use the power of the stone, and as he spoke, he set it down on the table. He went on to explain that since rumors had spread about him suddenly becoming a sword master, they must have assumed it was because of the stone, and now that they had confirmed otherwise, he expected they would refrain from making any immediate moves. Even so, he did not think this was the end, reasoning that if they had gone as far as targeting a prince like him, then the stone must carry an important secret, and the way they had used their power was clearly tied to it, which made him pause. He then proposed that Plant should consider taking control of Bjornson's brother, an idea that visibly startled Plant, but Callion explained that their enemy possessed a kind of power that demanded caution, and weakening Sirius under such circumstances would be a mistake. At the same time, he had no intention of allowing that enemy to continue holding such strength, which was why he wanted Plant to take over Bjornson. Plant said nothing, and though Callion continued pressing him, he eventually rose and turned away, saying they could discuss another time. Yet as he took a step, he suddenly staggered and lost his balance for a brief moment, prompting Callion to catch him before he could fall. But just as Callion was about to ask if he was alright, Plant told him to let go and pulled away, then left while saying he would think over the proposal. Inside Alan's office within the Arcane Enclave, a visitor arrived carrying the gathered materials and stepped forward to submit them, explaining that she had come in Uria's place to report on the black stone Prince Callion had personally requested. As Lord Manisil examined the stack of documents filled with precise findings, his expression shifted to clear surprise, and he asked whether Uria had truly handled the entire investigation on her own, to which she answered calmly that she had indeed done so alone. Hearing that, Lord Manisil's demeanor turned grave as he firmly ordered that this matter must remain undisclosed to anyone, including the king himself. A statement that caught Uria slightly off guard and prompted her to clarify that she did not share a strict master-servant bond with Prince Callion. But since he had asked for the task, she had simply accepted his request and carried it out accordingly. As Lord Manisil continued to process the implications, he struggled to accept the truth behind the stone, his mind drifting back 2 centuries to a scholar named Shaun Geraldra, a man who had once asserted that divine artifacts could be crafted by human hands despite there being no clear record of where he came from or how he was raised. and who had ultimately vanished while attempting to prove that claim, leaving Manisil absorbed in thought as he silently questioned whether such a possibility could truly exist. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the king remained in his chambers when a servant approached with urgent news. Yet he showed little surprise upon being told that Tansel had been involved in the recent disturbance. The servant went on to report that several letters had been found in bookshops run by Naird, revealing correspondence between Naird and Tansel's crown, and that these letters also contained details of a scheme aimed at harming Prince Callian. Despite the seriousness of the report, the king responded calmly and ordered that all of the letters be burned at once, which the servant accepted respectfully, though he hesitated before cautiously suggesting that it might be wiser to store them securely for possible future use. The king, however, dismissed the suggestion outright, explaining that the contents were likely nothing more than a decoy intended to hide the true mastermind, and added that even if something were to occur later, such misleading evidence would be worthless, before firmly repeating his command to destroy everything. Elsewhere, Callian sat alone in his room, quietly recalling the moment he had held his brother and noticing how thin he had become, when his thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door and Cyroyan entered, addressing him respectfully as the prince and informing him that he had brought Prince Plant's attendant as instructed. Callian faced the attendant as they sat and asked about Plant's condition, and the attendant explained that Plant had not been eating properly for a long time and had also been losing sleep, adding that he often stood by the window, staring outside blankly without any expression, which made Callian turn his gaze toward the window as quiet concern settled over him. Earlier, a cat had suddenly leapt onto the couch beside him, a small chain hanging from its neck engraved with words marking it as belonging to Prince Callian. Yet it clearly showed more affection toward Prince Plant than its rightful owner. Callian watched the cat closely before gently patting it with a faint smile, thinking to himself that his older brother was rather high maintenance, and not long after, he instructed Ian to summon Sir Hertz. Meanwhile, in Prince Plant's room, a servant entered and politely asked if he should draw the curtains, but Plant refused, prompting the servant to apologize at once before quietly withdrawing. Left alone, Plant sank into his thoughts, a heavy sadness settling in his eyes as he questioned what he might have done differently in the past. Within his mind, a voice urged him to remove anything that stood in his way and to do whatever was necessary, while at the same time he reflected on what he had failed to realize, on the things that should have belonged to him, and on all the blood that had been shed for his sake. The weight of these thoughts pressed down on him, binding him with guilt and an overwhelming desire for atonement, until deep within he began to feel that perhaps it would be better if he simply disappeared, sinking further into that dark spiral, when a sudden noise shattered the silence. Plant snapped back to himself and rushed to the window to see what had happened, and as he looked outside, a massive explosion erupted before his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned by the destruction. Arsene Hertz stepped forward with his men, and together they began their training, eventually deciding to carry out a target shooting exercise, in which they chose one of the palaces as their mark. All of them agreed to release their attacks at the exact same instant, and Hertz instructed them to gather every bit of mana they could draw, condense it into a single strike, and unleash it together. As the count reached 3, every one of them fired their orbs of flame toward the palace in perfect unison, and within moments the entire structure was utterly destroyed, after which Hertz casually remarked that he had failed to account for the fact that the barrier would not be able to endure such overwhelming force. Later, he relayed this same incident to Lord Manisil, explaining that this was exactly how they had ended up in their current predicament. Lord Manisil listened carefully and worked through the explanation, concluding that the barrier must have cracked during the training and that, unexpectedly, none of them had considered dispersing the mana, which Hertz confirmed was entirely accurate. Manisil then asked whether all 51 members had been present at the time, and Hertz affirmed that every one of them had been there. Hertz went on to add that Lord Manisil already knew the entire palatial grounds of Siriusis were protected by Sisoanian magic, yet what no one had realized was that when Sillikes had previously destroyed a floor of Hyja Palace, the barrier had already been weakened, and because of that earlier damage, even 50 flame orbs had been sufficient to bring about such massive destruction. Lord Manisil then questioned what Hertz intended to do about the damages, and Hertz simply responded with a smile and a wink, saying the cost could be taken from his pay, a remark that only irritated Lord Manisil further, as he felt the situation had already become troublesome enough. Later, Lord Manisil sat before the king, who asked why he remained silent, prompting Manisil to respond by asking how much the king wished to know, to which the king replied that he wanted the complete truth exactly as it was. Calmly sipping his tea, he made it clear he had no interest in hearing the ridiculous claim that Arsene Hertz and the Valcanum had merely made a mistake during training, and instead demanded to know the real cause behind the incident. Lord Manisil gave a faint smile before stating that, when one truly thought about it, it was in fact the king himself who had destroyed the palace, a remark that left the king confused as he asked for an explanation, and Manisil clarified that Hyja had been a palace built upon the king's own mistakes. It had been allowed to rise so high that the shadow it cast could no longer disappear, and if anything stood in the way of the oath it upheld, then it was only natural that the king himself would be the one to tear it down, which meant there was no longer any reason for remnants of the past to keep blocking the road ahead. He continued, explaining that such a result had been unavoidable, because the burden of the king's past mistakes had grown so heavy that restoring everything without sacrifice was no longer possible. And the king, now visibly unsettled, admitted that this was the truth and acknowledged that he had no excuse. At that moment, a single leaf drifted through the air and settled gently on the king's shoulder, and Lord Manisil leaned forward to brush it away as he remarked that the king had already changed, and now it was the princes who must change as well, so the best course was simply to watch over them. Elsewhere, Plant remained immersed in his thoughts, staring toward a place that no longer existed, yet continuing to look it out of habit. A habit he found impossible to break, as he questioned why he could not bring himself to leave it behind, and wondered if that was the very reason he had reduced Hyjia to ruins. He slowly stood, but even with the palace gone, he still did not know what he was supposed to do next. And as he reflected on whether he could ever forget the sin of the reunionary, he questioned whether he even had the right to forget it, then thought back to how he had once let go of his mother's hand and ultimately betrayed her, unable to understand how he had become so shameless, and perhaps deciding, in his own mind, that it was better for him to remain that way. At that very moment, Callian suddenly climbed up on a balcony and appeared right in front of him, startling Plant, and without any hesitation, he casually suggested that they should go somewhere to eat, leaving Plant completely stunned as he struggled to comprehend how Callian had appeared so suddenly. Plant and Callian sat together in silence as they shared a meal, yet Callian noticed that Plant seemed distant and had barely touched his food, so he calmly asked about it, only for Plant to avoid answering and instead question Callian about his true intentions. In response, Callian admitted in a subdued tone that he felt a slight sense of fear. Plant could not understand why his usually timid younger brother had gone so far as to destroy their mother's palace for his sake, and Callian replied that she had never truly been his mother, adding that he had another valid reason as well, one that made him believe there was no need to hold back, which only caused Plant's irritation to rise as he pressed him again, clearly frustrated at having to repeat himself. At that moment, a cat suddenly appeared between them, interrupting the tension, and Callian glanced down at it before standing up and casually remarking that Kyrie had different colored eyes. Hina could not speak, and Ian was simply Ian, after which he bent down to pick up the cat, and continued speaking in a more reflective tone, saying that his master had lost his son, the Majesty had lost even more, and that his own brother Plant had never truly lost anything because he had never possessed anything to begin with. Yet despite that, he still looked miserable. Plant, visibly irritated, remarked that it seemed his brother might have lost his sanity, but Callian continued in a cold voice, explaining that from his perspective, he had lost his entire life, a statement that left Plant momentarily speechless, before Callian added that perhaps things were fine as they were, since no one within the palace was truly whole. He then lightly suggested the idea of living together with a cat in Camelin, but Plant immediately refused without any hesitation, and Callian responded with a faint smile, already knowing what his answer would be, though the thought still lingered in his mind as he wondered whether it had been an act of grace or mischief by the goddess Serenity to place such a curse upon him, one that allowed him to keep breathing by borrowing the body of someone who had been meant to die. Callian then recalled a past conversation with Lord Manisil, who had once pointed out that Callian himself had said he would even take the throne if that was what it required to achieve his goal, and had asked what he planned to do afterward, once everything he wanted to protect had been secured. Back in the present, Callian had answered that someday he would fulfill his purpose, but beyond that point he did not know what would become of his life, and that uncertainty continued to weigh on him as he admitted that he could not stop thinking about it. Because of this, he quietly voiced a wish that when that moment finally arrived, his brother would come to save him once again, just as he had at Siegfried Manor. Plant gave no response, remaining silent as Callian came to realize that his brother, much like himself, carried a burden that ran deep and painful, while Plant clenched his teeth in clear frustration as Callian resolved that he would live according to his brother's wishes, prompting Plant to firmly tell him to stop, to which Callian only responded with a faint smile as he remarked that Plant would likely be busy for some time, since everyone's attention was currently fixed on Valcanum. Elsewhere, Prince Chase sat with Lord Manisil over tea and observed that although things had been chaotic for quite a while, they had finally begun to settle. Lord Manisil then asked about his plans to leave, and Prince Chase admitted he was still thinking it over carefully, while Manisil shared that when it came to Prince Callian, he found himself torn, part of him wanting to keep Callian from departing, while another part believed it was necessary to send him to Secretia as soon as possible. Prince Chase acknowledged that he felt the same conflict, yet understood in the end that he would have to return soon, as the time had come for Secretia to begin preparing for change as well. Meanwhile, in the background, Callian and Plant were engaged in what appeared to be a friendly sword spar, and as they traded strikes, Callian explained that if Plant intended to take control of Burison, he would first need to secure authority over the knights, while also revealing that feeding him had only been one of the reasons behind the destruction of Hyjia Palace. As Callian leapt forward with another strike, he added that the other reason had been to create a situation that would force others to place leadership into Plant's hands, and the moment Plant sensed it behind his back, he reacted instantly and launched a counterattack, which Callian avoided with ease as he stressed that it was necessary for everyone to believe that Plant was the most capable person to lead them and ultimately bring down Valcanum. Their blades continued to meet in steady rhythm as their conversation carried on, and within that exchange, Plant reached a firm decision that he would personally deal with Evan, their clashing swords mirroring both their words and the quiet determination that had begun to form between them. Callian moved slowly through the palace corridors with Ian following quietly behind him, and as he walked, he recalled that this was the day Plant was meant to meet Marquis Burison, which Ian confirmed without hesitation. Callian then asked whether Ian had any important matters to handle, and although Ian appeared slightly uncertain about his own schedule, he made it clear that Callian himself had nothing planned, adding a firm warning not to even consider going anywhere, since he was strictly forbidden from leaving the palace during his probation. Callian responded calmly that he had no intention of going anywhere, yet as he continued down the corridor, he remarked that it felt like he was forgetting something important, and then, without warning, the memory resurfaced, and he realized exactly what it was. Meanwhile, Marquis Burison sat across from Plant, silently weighing the recent shifts in power, noting that after Sillike's removal, 1 out of 10 nobles who had supported House Bjerreson had withdrawn their support, and after the kidnapping incident involving House Siegfried, that number had grown to 1 out of 5, leading him to conclude that he needed to find a way to make use of Plant amid the instability. Plant observed calmly that things did not appear to be going well, pointing out that Arsene Hertz, the deputy high magister of the Valcanum, and the one responsible for the fall of Hyja, had received only a minor punishment, a deduction of 1 firearm from his pay until the palace was rebuilt, and while the penalty itself was clearly too light. The more important result was that the incident had made a strong impression on those who had previously been unaware of the Valcanum's power. Marquis Bjerreson agreed inwardly, recognizing that from the noble's point of view, the situation could only be interpreted as partially advantageous to Calian. Since his knowledge of the Valcanum spread, its influence and reputation continued to expand, drawing even more attention toward him. And he reflected that although Calian had once seemed like a dependent young prince, he now appeared to have gained firm control over his circumstances. Plant then suggested that if he were the one to take charge of the situation, things might begin to improve, and asked what the Marquis thought of that, prompting Marquis Bjerreson to question what exactly he meant, to which Plant proposed that if he were granted authority over the Leon and Karen Knights, he would divide the Valcanum into 2 factions. The Marquis considered this carefully, recalling that when Plant had first become a magister of the Valcanum, he had believed his role would be to restrain Calian. Even Plant's presence beside Calian during the king's birthday had once seemed to support that assumption. Yet now it appeared that everything Plant did was instead strengthening Calian's position. Plant's expression turned cold as he sharply questioned whether the Marquis truly doubted him, implying that acting friendly toward the cursed prince was not something he took any pleasure in, and Marquis Bjerreson quickly denied it, though inwardly he admitted that he had little choice but to rely on Plant, since compared to Randall, Plant held greater influence. And the increasing hostility between Calian and Randall only reinforced that advantage. In the end, the Marquis decided that accepting the proposal could be effective, agreeing to grant control of the knights, but only on the condition that something be given in return. Meanwhile, Calian arrived at a quiet pond and remarked that he had almost forgotten something important, and since he could not go to the river and did not have a proper flower, he shaped a simple one out of mana, the faintly glowing flower shimmering as he placed it on the surface of the water and let it drift, noting that it would serve its purpose well enough. As Calian sat calmly by the pond, Plant approached and joined him, and Calian glanced at him before reminding him that he had once said he would continue living. At that moment, Plant recalled his exchange with Marquis Bjerreson, where in return for handing over control of the knights, the Marquis had demanded a sealed oath that would bind Plant to never betray House Bjerreson under any circumstances, requiring him to stake his very heart on it. Yet Plant had accepted with a faint smile, treating it as though it were insignificant. Back in the present, Calian's expression changed, filling with clear shock and frustration as he demanded to know what Plant had done, while Plant remained completely expressionless. Calian questioned Plant, saying that he had once believed he wanted to keep living, yet his current actions suggested the opposite, and he went on to explain that the Seal of Oath was a binding contract in which those involved carved a magical spell into their own hearts, a spell that would immediately kill anyone who broke the agreement. Having once made such a pact with Soul-like, Calian knew its danger better than anyone, and since the curse tied to it would not vanish until the other party had died, he realized that he would now have to deal with Evan far sooner than he had originally intended. Plant gave a faint smirk and remarked that it seemed unlikely his brother had ever truly planned to keep him alive, which caused Calian to pause briefly before admitting that Plant understood him well, after which he asked about the exact terms of the contract. Plant explained that the only condition was that he must never betray House Bjerreson, and nothing beyond that had been required, a simplicity that clearly surprised Calian, who had not expected such minimal terms to be accepted. Plant remarked that it was not surprising given their arrogance, but Calian corrected him, saying it was not arrogance but foolishness, and Plant quietly agreed with that assessment. Even so, he admitted that while the situation was troublesome, it was still safer than the alternative, adding that it could even be seen as a small advantage, and suggested that if he were to speak with Randall, they might learn whether House Bjerreson intended to demand another oath, concluding that for now, they should simply wait and observe how events unfolded, while Calian advised him to get some rest, noting that he must be exhausted after such an important day. As Plant turned to leave, he noticed the flowers Calian had created and asked him to make some for him as well, and later that night, Plant repeated the same act, gently placing the glowing flowers onto the water while Calian watched quietly from his balcony. A flower paired with a candle symbolized final farewell, words meant to guide the departed on their last journey, and using his magic, Calian lifted all the flowers and sent them drifting up into the sky. The sight of the softly glowing flowers rising above drew the attention of everyone within the palace, and at that same moment, the king stood by the window watching the scene, while Lord Manisil turned to him and calmly advised that it should be ignored, saying that the third prince was simply finding his own path, after which Calian returned to his room as Ian silently observed the beautiful display in quiet astonishment. The next morning, the maids gathered and spoke among themselves about the glowing flowers they had seen in the sky, describing how breathtaking the sight had been, almost like a dream, and how deeply it had captivated them despite not knowing its meaning. Their conversation continuing until it was abruptly cut off as Randall passed by. Standing in the garden, Randall reflected that small yet undeniable changes had already begun to take shape, signaling the beginning of unforeseen developments, and he realized that it had all started about a year ago during the same season, when everything began to shift from the moment he himself had changed. He then approached Calian and ordered the maids to leave, and as they withdrew, Calian gave a mocking remark, saying he had expected Randall to at least ask about his well-being, Yet instead he immediately demanded to know what Callian wanted and why he had chosen to approach him directly. With a faint smile, Callian replied that he was simply curious about what Randall was hiding, and that curiosity had led him to try having a simple conversation, while inwardly he wondered how much more would continue to change, especially concerning his own powers, questioning what it was that Randall sought to understand, what he himself had yet to grasp, how much further things would be thrown into disorder, and what connection those powers had to Tansil, as well as how far he would be able to comply with whatever lay ahead. As their exchange went on, Randall slowly placed his hand over his heart, where it beat heavily, silently revealing that he too was bound by the same oath, a gesture that made clear the weight and danger of the contract they both carried. Randall answered calmly that the presence must have been extremely faint, which was why Callian had been unable to properly sense his power, and upon hearing this, Callian caught a subtle reflection that made him pause in slight surprise as he began to wonder whether it was connected to Tansil. Randall gave a small nod, yet firmly denied any such link, prompting Callian to press further by asking whether he was incapable of giving any explanation, and after a brief silence, Randall simply confirmed that Callian's assumption was correct without offering anything more. Callian's expression slowly hardened as he continued to analyze the situation, bringing up the incident of the Tansil Paladins entering Ceres to attack House Burison and considering whether a contract had been made with them to destroy the house, or whether their hostility had instead been aimed at His Majesty. Yet no clear answer emerged. At that moment, Ian suddenly rushed forward, calling out loudly to Callian and asking where he was going, but Callian remained completely absorbed in recalling his earlier exchange with Randall, remembering how he had questioned him about his inability to respond and how, when none of the assumptions fit, he had told him to leave, after which Randall had quietly turned and walked away without any resistance. As Callian thought more deeply, he concluded that it was not a poorly constructed contract, since from the power he had received, Randall had offered his assistance to Tansil, and at the same time, he had been unable to state that he had formed any contract under the seal of oath, leading Callian to realize that if he truly wanted to reach a proper conclusion, he would first need to understand the internal workings of Tansil. At present, he recognized that the one person in Siriusis who could help him was already clear in his mind, yet as he attempted to leave the palace, the guards at the front gate stopped him and informed him that he was not allowed to go outside, to which Callian immediately warned them not to even think of stopping him if they valued their positions, then grabbed one of the guards by the shoulder and coldly challenged him to try and stop him if they could, causing the tension in the air to rise. Sharply as Ian watched, he quickly stepped in to intervene, assuring the guards that Callian would not leave the palace grounds and that he would take full responsibility, and upon hearing this, the guards reluctantly moved aside and allowed them to pass. At that same time, Prince Chase sat quietly in his chamber reading a book when a sudden knock drew his attention, and as he rose and opened the door, he found Callian standing there. As the door opened, Callian offered a polite apology for arriving so suddenly without any prior notice, then explained that since he was unfamiliar with Tansil, he had come to ask whether Prince Chase might remember anything about it. Prince Chase welcomed him inside and calmly poured him tea, explaining that both in the present and in the past, there was very little he knew about Tansil, though he did mention that when it came to the Tansil crown and the circumstances surrounding Prince Randall's rise to the throne, there was something he was aware of. Callian immediately understood that he was referring to the incident involving the broken carriage axle, recalling how both the King of Tansil at the time and the Crown Prince had died in that accident. Yet Prince Chase expressed his belief that it had not been an accident at all, and when Callian asked about the timing, he learned that the incident would take place in September of the following year, although the exact date was uncertain. After that incident, Randall would be crowned King of Tansil, and furthermore, in November of that same year, on his 18th birthday, Plant would be appointed as the Crown Prince, leading Callian to reason that even if Randall's influence had remained unchanged, the position of Crown Prince would have ultimately gone to Plant regardless. After all, Sillikes controlled the internal court of the kingdom, Duke Burison commanded the military forces beyond the palace, Lannon held a monopoly over trade, and Great had unified the Margraves under his authority. From this, Callian arrived at a single conclusion. Either Randall had intended from the very beginning to become the King of Tansil, or someone else had desired that outcome for him, to which Prince Chase offered another possibility, suggesting that perhaps Randall had simply not wanted to die, and further analyzed that there must be a faction opposing the current King of Tansil. And once Prince Randall had been raised to the throne, there would inevitably have been those who intended to use him as their instrument, much like House Burison within Ceres. Prince Chase then produced a document and explained that, unlike Ceres, Tansil was divided among multiple opposing factions, handing several papers to Callian and suggesting that he refer to them if necessary. As Callian carefully reviewed the documents, he realized that they had been personally authorized by Prince Chase and that under normal circumstances, such materials would never have been accessible to him. And recognizing this, he expressed his sincere gratitude. Callian once again offered an apology for arriving so abruptly without any prior notice, and Prince Chase responded calmly that it was not a problem, adding that although the visit had been unexpected, he had in fact been hoping for a chance to say his farewell. Hearing this, Callian was briefly caught off guard before quickly realizing what it implied, understanding that Prince Chase would soon be leaving, and Prince Chase calmly confirmed that he would be departing the very next day. Chase explained that it would not be appropriate for a Prince of Ceres to personally see off the Secretion delegation, which meant this would likely be their final moment together. Although Callian was slightly surprised, he offered his sincere congratulations on Chase's upcoming coronation, adding that he would have preferred to attend in person, but, given the current circumstances, it would likely be difficult, and Chase responded with understanding, mentioning that he was already planning to gather the wizards at the beginning of the next year. Callian felt a quiet sense of satisfaction seeing that Chase had already begun making careful preparations. While Chase remarked that he was aware Callian's country was gradually changing and believed it would continue to transform even further in the future, and regardless of whether history repeated itself, he remained firmly resolved to protect Secretia, which led Callian to reflect in silence that this resolve was Chase's way of seeking absolution for Byrne. Chase then stated that Callian had already done enough, and Callian, in turn, reflected inwardly on Chase, as someone who had once been both his brother and his king, as Chase continued by saying that if Callian ever reached a point where he had nothing left to protect, he hoped he would at least protect himself. Wondering if that was too much to ask, Callian clenched his fist and fell silent for a moment before admitting that there was something he had never been able to tell him until now. And, when Chase showed curiosity, Callian revealed that he disliked coffee because it reminded him of the scent of reuniary, adding that he did not know whether a day would ever come when he had nothing left to protect. But if such a day did arrive, he believed that unlike Byrne, he would probably still be fine even without knowing what to protect, to which Chase responded with a faint smile, saying that the next time they met, he would make sure to serve something different. Later that same day, the king and Plant were speaking inside a room, where the king mentioned that he had been told Callian had entered the Rubbia pavilion despite not yet having permission, and Plant calmly explained that Callian had been struggling to master a certain sword technique. The king then remarked that he could never truly understand swordsmen and their deep fixation on the blade, adding that Callian must have already heard that Chase was preparing to leave, which prompted Plant to ask whether the crown prince of Secretia was expected to depart the following day, and the king confirmed that this was indeed what he had been informed. The king voiced his concern over Callian's reckless behavior, and wondered if he should properly reprimand him this time. Yet he soon set the thought aside and returned to their earlier discussion, asking Plant about his success in persuading House Burison to hand over their knights, acknowledging that it must have been a difficult negotiation and questioning how it had been achieved. Plant answered directly that he had agreed to sign a contract under an oath, which immediately shocked the king, who repeated the term in disbelief, while Plant calmly reassured him that it was not a contract that required concern. Even so, the king felt a deep fear take hold, thinking that his children had once again been placed in danger because of his own actions, and he questioned how he could possibly face them. Noticing the troubled look on his face, Plant mentioned that he could offer an apology if necessary, and upon hearing this, the king realized just how quickly his sons had grown, expressing his quiet gratitude to Plant for what he had said. The following day, the Secretian delegation departed, and Remaine's birthday banquet came to an end, after which Callian threw himself back into intense training without pause, swinging his blade in swift motions that cut through everything before him until he finally stopped, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, only to prepare himself to begin again, at which point Ian approached and pointed out that he had stayed awake the entire night once more. Despite being weighed down by a large amount of paperwork, Callian continued to train relentlessly without rest, and Ian voiced his concern that pushing himself this far could lead to serious consequences. Yet Callian calmly replied that everything was nearly finished, a statement that confused Ian and led him to ask what he meant, to which Callian simply smiled and revealed that he had been working on a plan to save a cursed prince. Ian grumbled in response, saying that while that was somewhat reassuring, he was far more worried about saving the prince standing right in front of him, who looked as though he might collapse at any moment. But Callian told him to relax, insisting that he was completely fine and would not collapse, all while Plant quietly watched them from his window. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group responsible for the destruction of Hyja Palace worked to clear the rubble and clean the area, a task that proved extremely exhausting as they became visibly worn down by the sheer difficulty of the labor. One of the men remarked that he had never expected to be pushed into shoveling until he had no mana left to use, while another questioned when they would finally be able to begin rebuilding Hyja, and all the while, in the background, Hertz continued digging without pause. Suddenly, a heavy thud rang out as something collapsed, causing everyone to freeze before quickly turning toward Hertz and calling out to ask what had happened and whether he was all right. They found him lying on the ground, clearly shaken after uncovering a hidden basement beneath the palace, something he had never known existed, and realizing the importance of what he had just found, he immediately ordered his men to summon Lord Manisil without delay. Callian and Lord Manisil stood at the entrance of the basement, peering carefully into the darkness below, and as Callian studied the doorway, he wondered whether this was the same underground space he had previously been told about, which Manisil confirmed, adding that he had already informed the king of its existence, only for the king to claim he had no knowledge of anything beneath Hyja Palace. Callian considered that the entrance must have been completely hidden within the structure itself, concealed from sight, while Manisil explained that it had only been revealed after the palace collapsed, exposing what had remained buried for so long. Callian could not decide whether this discovery was merely coincidence or something far more significant, and Manisil suggested they go inside first, saying there was something Callian needed to see for himself, and with that, they stepped into the basement and began descending the long stone staircase, Callian noting how deep it seemed as Manisil estimated that it extended 3 or 4 floors underground. When they reached the bottom, they found an elaborate carving of a dragon etched into the wall, prompting Callian to wonder if it was the work of the Suspanians, which Manisil confirmed. Callian placed his hand against the stone and observed that despite the basement appearing to be at least 500 years old, the walls, the stairs, and even the detailed carvings remained perfectly preserved, while Manisil also traced the surface with his hand and explained that this was due to the influence of Suspanian power, though he stressed that there was something far more important inside the chamber, which was why he had brought Callian there. As they moved further in, Callian was briefly taken aback by the sight of a glowing object positioned at the center of the room, and he immediately recognized it as a fragment of the axis of time, an artifact believed to have disappeared from Sakrisha, causing his aura to stir faintly as he questioned why it was there. Before quickly steadying himself and letting out a faint smirk at the irony of it all, he reflected that if his brother had simply eaten properly that day, he might never have come across such a discovery. Yet even so, he considered it fortunate, thinking that since a fragment of the axis of time existed here, the same dangerous event might not occur again. Lord Manisil then asked what Kalyan intended to do with the artifact, and Kalyan answered that it was something he alone should face, as no one else could carry such a burden. Drawing his sword, he advanced toward it with steady resolve, convinced that anything that should never have existed must be destroyed, for this was an artifact that ought to have vanished long ago, bound to a time that should never have been, in a place where it should never have appeared again, yet now it stood before him once more, something he had never imagined encountering again, even in thought, causing him to question inwardly why this had happened while silently cursing the situation. As Kalyan steadied his breathing, Lord Manisil told him to lower his sword, and although the entrance stood open, Kalyan found himself unable to fully step into the chamber, with Manisil clarifying that he too could not enter, which made Kalyan grit his teeth in frustration. At that moment, he recalled the stone in his possession, recognizing how similar it was to the artifact before him, and Manisil reminded him that he had previously gathered information about that stone, but had not yet had the chance to share it, explaining that according to his findings, the stone might be an artificially created divine artifact. Kalyan was clearly stunned by this, and, in confusion, asked what had led to such a conclusion, prompting Manisil to explain that based on the information he had collected, it was indeed possible the stone had been made by human hands, which led Kalyan to reflect that the notion of humans creating a divine artifact was inherently contradictory. He then asked whether anything more had been discovered about its creator, speculating that anyone who pursued such research must have been completely insane, and Manisil admitted that he had found nothing further. Though he had compared the characters engraved on the stone with those found on fragments of the axis of time, and discovered that none of the symbols matched, Kalyan considered this carefully and realized that the characters might belong to the same system of writing while representing entirely different forms, a possibility Manisil agreed with. And as Kalyan turned his gaze back to the glowing artifact, a sudden urgency gripped him, making him realize that action was needed immediately, because if he had not discovered it now, things might have been different, but having found it, he could no longer afford any delay. Lord Manisil then asked whether Kalyan intended to meet with the Suspanian, and Kalyan confirmed that he did. As a fragment of the axis of time, something that had fulfilled its role in the past and vanished in the present, had now appeared once again before him. Kalyan questioned why it had surfaced here, and whether the rest of the artifact had truly disappeared as it should have, realizing that the only one who could possibly answer these questions was the Suspanian, and understanding that meeting them would be the next crucial step. It was said that once aura was completely depleted, even mana, which had been usable only for magic, could be entirely transformed into aura, and Kalyan had now accomplished exactly that. Lord Manisil watched him with unmistakable admiration, recognizing that such a change signified a truly unique form of aura, and he openly praised Kalyan for achieving the rare ability to convert mana into aura, a feat only a handful could reach. With this realization, Kalyan understood that all his preparations were finally in place, and that what remained ahead was far more personal, as he now needed to reclaim his brother's heart. Later that night, he went straight to Plant's chamber under the pretense that his arm was hurting, and Plant, after examining him, remarked that his younger brother's tendency to push himself had reached an entirely new level. Kalyan calmly reassured him, saying there was no longer any need to worry about everything. Yet Plant, unable to resist, mocked him in his usual sharp manner, hinting that there seemed to be a bird hidden somewhere within the Night Order. Kalyan immediately grasped the meaning, understanding that a Sakrisha spy was concealed within the Royal Night Order, and Plant confirmed it without hesitation. Before Kalyan could reply, Plant added that he had already secured proof, then reached into his pocket and produced a small note, and the moment Kalyan saw it, he was clearly impressed, realizing even he had not noticed it, remarking that the birds were indeed remarkable. Kalyan proposed that the information should be delivered to Marquis Burison, but Plant hesitated, cautioning that revealing it could put the Sakrisha Crown Prince in a difficult position. Kalyan, however, insisted it still needed to be reported, stressing that trust must be preserved, especially given Plant's contract, and that they could not predict how far the matter might escalate. Plant grew quiet, weighing the situation carefully, then suggested they could simply ignore the bird's sense. They only served as messengers, but Kalyan firmly rejected that idea, stating that as a Prince of Ceres, he had a duty to acknowledge the existence of a Sakrisha spy within the Royal Knights. The note itself was obscure, stating that the writer recalled something, yet could not clearly explain what had happened that day, or what had brought both believers and deniers together, and Kalyan recognized this as referring to the priests who worshipped Serinchiane and the desert warriors who rejected her. It further clarified that it was not the king of Tansil, but the crown prince, the master's son. After reading the note, Kalyan silently set it ablaze, then informed Plant that he would have to take breakfast alone the following day, as the moment for an important decision had finally come. Soon afterward, he went to find Randall and requested a private conversation, something that immediately caught Randall off guard, as he remarked that this was the first time Kalyan had ever asked for such a meeting. They sat together with tea and moved into a particular room, where Randall admitted that the situation felt unusual, which was entirely in line with how he typically behaved around Kalyan. Kalyan replied calmly that there had never been a time when he was not wary of Randall, and that even now was no different. When Randall asked what he wanted to discuss, Callian brought up the matter of choosing between Ceres and Tansil, directly asking which throne Randall intended to claim. Randall answered with ease that either would do, though naturally, the greater prize would be more appealing. Callian clarified that he did not pursue power for its own sake, but only as a means to accomplish something else, then pressed further, asking if that was truly what Randall wanted. Randall, mildly intrigued, questioned why this had suddenly become important. Callian explained that the time had come for him to make a decision, whether to face Randall with his sword, or to place him behind his back and stand in front to block his path. Randall said nothing. Callian watched him in silence, took a sip of his tea, and remarked that perhaps this was something Randall could not handle. A faint smile crossed Callian's face as he admitted that he always ended up turning his back on him, then, in a cold tone, told Randall never to step out from a shadow again. Randall responded that it felt like Callian was returning his own words to him, and he agreed to follow them, while Callian made it clear that he would hold him to that promise. Meanwhile, the king stood alone in a corridor, quietly gazing at a portrait hanging on the wall. Later, Callian approached, as the king had been waiting there at his request. And when the king asked why he had chosen that place to meet and invited him to speak, Callian answered with solemn resolve, expressing a deeply personal wish that his mother be acknowledged as queen and given the honor and respect she had always deserved. The king was visibly shaken by Callian's request, his face revealing both astonishment and a deep curiosity as he asked whether Callian was truly serious, and Callian answered with calm certainty that he was. He then reflected that no matter how remarkable someone's achievements or how great their power, there would always be commoner blood within them, while a purely royal lineage was regarded as noble, and a crown prince of mixed blood was deemed unacceptable. Without legitimacy, one could never be fully recognized as royalty, and Callian realized that this was the very reason he had been looked down upon for so long. The king immediately grasped the meaning behind those words, understanding that Callian was aiming for the position of crown prince, and when he said it aloud, Callian confirmed it without hesitation. Although the king acknowledged his intent, he warned firmly that the current circumstances were far too dangerous, then questioned why Callian had suddenly made such a request, and whether something had occurred. Callian replied that there was no particular reason, stating simply that he was making the request to ensure his own protection. And those words left the king stunned, as they echoed something he had once been told long ago. His thoughts drifted back to the time of Callian's mother's death, recalling the promise she had made and the suffering Callian endured afterward. And when he returned to the present, he quietly said that he understood, noting that Callian's birthday was approaching and reminding him to remain cautious. Later that night, Callian sat with Plant in a quiet room, reflecting that the king had already gone to the basement with Lord Manisil to discuss measures for his protection, and that Lord Manisil had reassured the king, reinforcing the sense of security surrounding him. Their conversation was interrupted when Plant mentioned that he had not seen the blue-haired vice commander recently, and Callian explained that he had sent Sir Hertz elsewhere. Plant observed that Callian had been keeping more things hidden lately, but Callian answered calmly that there was nothing wrong with being careful. Callian then tried to raise the issue concerning Plant's heart, but Plant diverted the topic, asking whether the mages who had blocked him from approaching Hyja Palace had been acting under Callian's orders, and Callian confirmed that they had. When Plant asked why, Callian replied that if he could have explained it, he would have allowed him to enter, but it was unrelated to Burison or their mother, so there was no need to worry. Yet Plant still concluded that it must be connected to the Hispanian. He reasoned that if the path had been sealed after the palace collapsed, then something important must have been hidden beneath it, and since Hyja Palace had never been known to possess any underground structure, the matter was clearly serious, leaving him questioning what exactly was concealed there. Callian responded with light mockery, remarking that it seemed his older brother had received his blessing through his head, but Plant pushed back, telling him to stop dodging the issue, insisting that he could not remain restrained forever, and that it would be better for them to face the truth together. Callian then asked why Plant had been so determined to open something that had been sealed so tightly, and Plant answered that he had already lost everything and now deserved to know the truth, adding that at the very least, he wanted to confront that lingering resentment once. In the end, Callian agreed and led him to the hidden place, warning that whatever lay inside might awaken memories from the past, memories he might not recognize at first, yet ones that could later return as nightmares or fragments of forgotten truth. Plant remarked that Callian was speaking far more than usual, and told him to open it so they could see it together, and Callian complied. As the room opened, a brilliant light flooded the space, and at its center, an object radiated intensely, which Callian revealed to be the axis of time, a supposed divine artifact whose true nature had never been fully confirmed. At that moment, Plant's memories began to stir, recalling Callian's earlier words. If he truly desired something that belonged to someone else, what would he do to obtain it? As those words echoed, his memories gradually resurfaced, revealing that there had once been a war between Secretia and Ceres, during which Byrne had come to understand that the Valcanum, along with such a seal, had been the very source of Plant's power. Byrne, who was now Callian, had once stated that time itself had been turned back by 10 years. Before that reversal, he had been Chase's younger brother, and now, in the present, he had become Plant's younger brother. A faint smile slowly formed on Plant's face as he looked at the artifact, his memories and thoughts blending seamlessly with the reality before him as past and present merged into one. And in that moment, he finally grasped the truth, realizing that in order to obtain that power, he had once stolen Byrne's life. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.